CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
That's just a big no-no that Impunity have had to play with. As
Blaze is dead.
1v1, yeah, Blaze going to be dead. It's a Jinx with lethal tempo. All of a sudden...
Look at that. Beautiful is he's completely fine taking a solo duel against Citrix, but another insect. Well, goes down, and that should be the finishing touches. Taco gets his Undying Rage this time, at least, but has to flash out. Needlework finds one charge, and
Sem9 forced to be around this objective when Meganar is about to come up. Enzo with the engage. Feeling in the backline. Enzo sacrifice, but Driver does it again. An instant double kill. J-Team are on the board in more than a big way as the poke.
Now, and with like, hey, they have Pretender coming in from the PSG. They have Eminem. Like, okay,
Eminem
just
going
kidding.
for the straight burst. That didn't really work out. The Caspiel is next on the menu. Pops his Crescent
big
Guard,
heal.
and they still find the Needlework onto ClayX. That was so unfortunate.
It doesn't scale well because he doesn't have flash. So while you are going to be able to take fights, that's only if they run towards you. It's so easy to kite out these team fights with the Sidra and with Azeri.
Wow, Rebirth with the prediction. Whale flash and
Our family.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
Renata Glask climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Piltover, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glask Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glask's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class Chemtech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at Death's Door can take full advantage of Renata Glask's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glask fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your value's dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glask sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glask's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glask should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her lane partner win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time, and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glask boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glask's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they've succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glask. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
That's just a big no-no that Impunity have had to play with. As
Oh, Blaze is dead.
1v1, yeah, Blaze going to be dead. It's a Jinx with lethal tempo. All of a sudden...
Look at that. Beauty Boy is just, he's completely fine taking a solo duo against Citrix, but another insect, well, goes down, and that should be the finishing touches. Taco gets his Undying Rage this time, at least, but has to flash out. Needlework finds one charge, and
Sem9 forced to be around this objective when Megana is about to come up. Enzo with the engage. Feeling in the backline. Enzo sacrifice, but Driver does it again. An instant double kill. J-Team are on the board in more than a big way. At the point.
Oh, and with like, hey, they have Pretender coming in from the PSG. They have Eminem. Like, okay,
Eminem
just
going
kidding.
for the straight burst. That didn't really work out. The Caspiel is next on the menu. Pops his Crescent
big
Guard,
heal.
and they still find the Needlework onto ClayX. That was so unfortunate.
It doesn't scale well because he doesn't have flash. So while you are going to be able to take fights, that's only if they run towards you. It's so easy to kite out these team fights with the Syndra and with Azeri.
Wow, Rebirth with the prediction. Whale Flash and...
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS 2022 Spring Split. Week 6 will be continuing right now for you as we get towards the end of the split itself. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Clement Chu once again. It is a pleasure to be back on the broadcast, sponsored by CTPC Bank and Caliber. And Clement, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say thanks to Riot, to Carry Life, to Garena for the operation of the PCS League and the full production overall. Now, sir, now that we've got through that, it is a pleasure to be back with you again and back on the PCS after... What I could say is your league is continuing to heat up.
The pleasure is all mine. I think we have a great set of games today. Yesterday, there were a lot of games with teams very far apart in the standings, but today they are coming head-to-head. We have the Battle of the Wooden Spoon down at the bottom, and the top teams clashing at the top of the ladder as well. Yep. So I feel like this is going to be a much closer day.
A lot of PSG talent games to get out of the way as well as we open things up. But before we get there, quick talk about yesterday. I know we'll be having a look shortly. Because yesterday, as I was catching up, Clement, I noticed there's a lot of that back and forth motion that we're talking about. A lot of your standings tying themselves up again, like J-Team, missing out on a win, but tying themselves up with Beyond Gaming. Frank Esports kind of building that bridge. And it feels like your top 8 is solidifying itself ever so slightly.
I would say it's kind of a top 5 and sort of like 5 to 8, and then 8 and 9, and then 9 and 10. That's why I kind of see like the 3 tiers of the PCS right now. But it's really interesting to see the top 5 because I think they all have a legitimate chance against each other, and 7 wins is sort of that breakoff point where you see getting elite status, especially with J-Team and Beyond Gaming moving beyond that mark yesterday.
And, I was talking about it at the start, like J-Team unable to get the win against PSG. Such a great early game. And then it all fell apart. I was surprised against Frank Esports, Clement, that they even got the win there to net them up to the 7 alongside Beyond.
Yeah, the big question in the Taiwanese community yesterday was what happened to the original J-Team? They used to, everyone expected them to lead the charge as the best version of J-Team, but now they're kind of the third fiddle in this J-Team trifecta, and we're going to see if they can bounce back today, because I just feel like J-Team are a team that is on 2 extremes. They usually play really slow, but their actually best win strategy is through Uniboy and Kongyue. When that doesn't get going, you see them in the standings right now. They're currently sitting at the bottom of that top 5 cutoff point.
Yeah, only pulling up their first win again, breaking this streak coming through yesterday. But Clement was just telling you the top 5 looked like its own little bubble. Beyond have really worked their way into the split. At the start, it was a very slow start, to be fair. But, those great names have built themselves up. PSG Talon, a 7-win streak, Clement. Well, I was getting concerned as we opened things up with a loss, but I am glad finally that PSG Talon are getting their games out of the way and are looking like that top 3, top 4 team at the moment.
I do have to put an asterisk next to that because they have not played against CFO or DCG, and those are your top 1 and 2 teams. So whether PSG can actually keep this going is a huge concern. They didn't really have a good game against J-Team yesterday. They started down 6,000 gold, but what PSG is known for is just their team fight and macro sense. I think they're on a level on their own, and maybe that will able them to inch over CFO, who statistically have a much better laning phase.
because we get that answer today, and it's good that you bring that up. Against Deep Cross Gaming, it was delayed. CDBC the same there as well from Flying Oyster. So PSG, at least we get one of the answers out of the way. They have back-to-back games opening us up against Frank Esports, who have been looking better and better as the split goes on. But as we kind of open things up and get through this massive day of PCS, reminder, 6 games coming through, so we're going to be with you for a long time tonight. PSG and CDBC Flying Oyster, Clement, you know, 2 of the best teams in the league, easy to say right now. And while we look for that answer, I think it's fair to say that both these teams in their own way have been stellar. And I want you to start me with CDBC Flying Oyster, because the solo laners in not even recent form, but just throughout the split have been exceptional.
Yeah, I feel like CTBC are just starting from such a strong point when they go into games, just because their laning phase, it allows them to have a lot of flexibility on where they want to go with the draft. They could go with an early aggressive strategy, or even more of a late game strategy. On the other hand, for PSG, I think they have, okay, this is kind of interesting. This team is definitely CTBC, so we had a bit of a graphic mix up here. So I guess I will continue talking about CTBC right here.
Please do.
Yeah, I think the most important matchup for me in this one. Oh, okay, we're getting kind of crossed.
Clement get thrown off, dude.
All right.
We're getting a nice
The
mix.
most important
Who's
thing
actually
here
playing?
is the top lane matchup, because
counterintuitively,
even though you see Rest as kind of the main fighter guy, the guy that does a lot of split pushing, a lot of BMing, Hanabi has actually had a pretty good record against Rest, especially during the playoffs where it really counts. So this is always a matchup I've been very curious about. You know, people kind of talk about Hanabi, they talk about him being a blue-collar top laner, but the fact is that when you give him fighter, when you give him resources, he can really hold his own, and it's been proven again and again. Rest still hasn't made it to Worlds, while Hanabi has been there a lot of times.
That's right. So we want to see how Rest, you know, builds his bridge to that, because at the moment, CDBC holding the top spot, but again, tied with Deep Cross Gaming. PSG a little bit under them, which is why we open up with a top tier matchup. And, you know, coming back to it as well, while Rest hasn't made it to Worlds, like this is a really big split. And I wanted you to give me more context, because I've only just arrived. You know, I've seen flashes of PCS. Is this looking like Rest's best split, or is he just kind of always been in this form and continues to show?
I think it's very interesting because the team hasn't actually relied on him that much. We haven't really seen a team where it is a pure snowball game from start to finish, with Gemini going to Rest all the time. In fact, Rest has pretty much been able to hold his own 1v2. That's kind of his role on the team, and we see much more of a dynamic where Gemini and Mission are trying to play together. Now, I'm not saying that I feel like Mission and Gemini are necessarily a particularly strong duo. I think Mission has a very clear playstyle where he's always more about his own laning phase rather than roaming. But it has allowed kind of a solo operation in the top lane, and for Gemini to go elsewhere on the map, kind of shore up their bot lane, be wherever he wants to be. And you can tell in that first blood participation rate. I think this is going to be a huge part of the matchup. Gemini has been super active in the early game, 44%, almost double the amount of first bloods that you're seeing coming out of Juhan.
So walk me through Juhan on the other side, because for PSG Talon's jungler, you know, a lot of pressure here, considering you talk about Hanabi being someone we don't talk about as much in a solo lane capacity, but still has the capacity itself. But this team feels very much about the bottom lane and how strong that 2v2 is.
Yeah, I think Juhan's mission is very different from what Gemini has to do. Juhan, for me, he's about protecting the solo lanes. Hanabi and Bay usually play super slow. They're not aggro players at all. And he just kind of has a defensive posture. He'll gank for the bot lane. But I think he's mainly just there for kind of Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, early game support, make sure your laners are set up. And PSG this season, we've been saying this the whole split long, they are a much slower team. They're much more team fight focused and 5v5 oriented.
You did talk about this team having great macro before, so I look at PSG on the blue side, CFO on red. Remember, this is a highlight matchup. We open up with PSG catching up in some of their missed matches throughout the weeks. And as we go on to pick and ban in 12.4, I see some pretty strong PCS-specific bans, right? Gwen has been great here. Your Zeri as well is 100% big ban. That continues the trend. And it's a triple AD ban, in fact, against Unified.
This is super interesting. Like, people have tried this strategy before. You just want to make sure that, let's be honest, like, this is probably the most one-sided part about this matchup is Unified's versus Atlan. I would rate Unified about 2 levels above Atlan. So if you can take out all the tier 1s and force everyone to kind of scrap for the Jins, the Caitlyn's of the world, or maybe even the Zayas, then you really level the playing field. You take away a lot of that skill factor. And hey, CFO know that. They're going to hard force this, potentially take away Unified's Jin. You know, he is probably his best known champion. He is kind of the Hong Kong sniper. So let's see if that gets denied.
I like at least looking at the 80 carry first alongside that point. With the Jin locked in, there we go. So that's a fourth 80 carry denied away from Unified. And a strong jungle at the moment. This is seen in the LPL, this is seen in PCS. We get the Hecarim for Gemini.
That's a really good team fighter. I feel like if you're going to go for the Hecarim, it really allows you to put a lot of different combos here. We have seen with the Jin team comps, Jin just tries to stay as far away from the fight as possible. And then you have a forward running sort of wombo combo going in with the Orianna, which also is probably Mission's best champion. Going into the front line. PSG, they are forced into some difficult decisions here. Xayah recently buffed on 12.4, but this is going to be the first time we see her this split.
But Rakan doesn't come through with it, because usually when we see Xayah in the meta, or at least picked, it's always that Rakan partnership. And Kaiwing is an amazing Rakan, but hasn't played at this split. 5 different champions, Rakan not one of them.
Yeah, I think the Xayah Rakan for me is a little bit questionable, because I'm not sure that Kaiwing's role this split has been that much of an engage sort of role. I feel like Juhan, I feel like the Xayah Rakan is not necessarily a compositional pick. It's more of a laning decision. So it does skew your composition to playing more for the early game and playing more for, I would say, more for catch. And that just simply hasn't been what PSG has been doing recently. We'll see if they can pull it off. They should know some of their old tricks. But on the other hand, CFO, as we talked about, Orianna plus Hecarim into just dive your backline combination, way too strong to pass up.
It's so easy, isn't it? Mission is also 3-0 on this pick. 33 KDA, no losses taken. So it's a big one here for the CDBC Flying Oyster roster. And as we get our mid jungle, just note on the other side, no jungler picked up at the first rotation. It's quite rare to talk about. So CFO start banning away the top priority. And that means for Juhan, he's going to be going down the tier list of what's left available.
Yeah, we have seen Juhan. I think his priority is, like we talked about, much more about early game. They have played a lot of Lee Sin versus Ryze. It's a very strong laning duo. I would expect the Xin Zhao to go as well. Like, if you're banning the Lee Sin, I think it makes the most sense to also just take away the Xin. The two serve very similar functions in being incredibly strong, sort of AD duelist champions in the early game, but wow, actually leaving the Xin open for the Diana. Huh.
Okay, I guess scared of Rakan, Diana. Wasn't it you who said either last week or maybe it was with me, you're talking about Rakan, Diana as a combo, and it kind of feels a little bit deadly. So I guess we take that one out of the way, and that means Xin Zhao that you were just mentioning is left and available. Not even going to talk about the Yuumi here. Don't like the champion, Clement, but we do get a double support ban once again. So very heavy on targeting the roles in this first ban.
Yeah, this is very interesting on what these teams are kind of thinking what to do. I feel like for CFO, it's much easier to read. They just need another top lane combo piece. I don't mind the Graves here. I just feel like Graves with the collateral damage and the range on that ability just makes short work of whatever backline they're facing.
True.
It's not, I wouldn't say, the best late game composition overall, given their pieces. There's definitely some like descaling elements in Jin and Graves. But it would be a nice rounder, and you know, there's still a lot of options for Rest to kind of pick and choose what he wants. But he's definitely looking for something that can deal damage from a long distance, either rushing in or just going with the Graves.
But as PSG round themselves out, I mean, Clement, I'm just seeing a composition that is great with all in, very situational engaged with the Nab, but I'm still going to say engaged at the least. They're going to pile in, whether it's the Xin Zhao, whether it's the Jarvan.
Yeah. The Jarvan is an interesting idea. I think the two champions are really going to showcase like the mentality that PSG has with this draft. If they're going to go for the Jarvan, it's much more about team fighting. You're looking at Jin and Orianna, two immobile carries in the back, and you just want to run forward with them. And for CFO, this is a Xiaohu pick, but I'm not sure Rest is going to play this all that much. I would be very surprised if he actually locks this in. I think the GP is probably the go-to answer right here. Jace is definitely not it.
Not it?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that, Clement? We get Jace, so tell me why this is not it.
Well, there's a number of factors here. The first one is I don't think Jace actually combos up well with a Shock Blast and like Onslaught of Shadow combo. It's not easy to chain the damage together. And it also means that you're running 3 champions that can get run down quite easily. So it makes your composition, I think, somewhat one-dimensional. If Juan is tanky enough, he gets an early lead, he's going to get engages, and he's going to get members to kill off very, very easily. I would have much preferred, like even the Lucian, I think I would have preferred a little bit more. Or even the Game Blink. I think the Game Blink would have complemented the idea of just blowing a target up in the backline. But the Jace it doesn't have the poke to support it, and it also just, it feels like a field day for Jarvan at this point.
That's true. That's true. And especially with the comp provided. So PSG, Talon, Clement, you know, seeing the Gnar, seeing the Rakan, Xayah, like a team fighting skirmish comp, am I along the right direction for what PSG want to do in this game?
For PSG, I think it is more of a laning focus for them for sure, but it's going to be bot lane dominated. So the most important things that you're going to be looking for are that sort of level 6 dive windows that we have seen with the Realm Warp so often. With the Cataclysm and the EQ combo, it's very difficult for bot laners to escape. So I think that's going to be their big break point. I don't think you're going to see much early game though. Early game, neither the mid lane or the top lane do have a lot of kill pressure, so it should be relatively quiet until level 6. And on the other side for CFO, it's also quite interesting. I think they're going to be heading a little bit more towards the top side. If you get a good push on the top side, there could be some dive potential. But otherwise, I think they're looking for sort of like a first strike potential. Like if they get the fight before PSG can set up, then they theoretically should have the advantage given their composition.
Which is kind of interesting because we did talk about CFO, you know, not putting too much attention to Rest. Like Gemini and Mission are the mid-jungle duo. Rest often fending off the 1v2 dives, the 1v2 plays, like as we saw in their last game. So this time around, making it a little bit more interesting with the Jace up in the top side as we enter Summoner's Rift. CFO versus PSG. This is a catch-up game, hence having 6 games tonight. PSG playing back-to-back games, and one of the ones that we unfortunately missed about a week ago was the matchup in front of us. And now that we get to find out a little bit closer to, you know, who's one of the top teams. CFO win this. They hold themselves in first with a nice game lead. PSG could tie themselves up as well with the top 2 teams as well, with DCG a little bit above them. So kind of exciting to get this wrapped up because as we go into this game, Clement, we've also got drafts that I think are a little bit out of left field. We had a lot of 80 carry bands coming through. Hence, we now have a Xayah in the game who started with a longsword. And the Xayahs we've been seeing recently with the Airy coming through, the lethality, the Q max, meaning poke, has been pretty deadly within the lane.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of interesting to see kind of Xayah getting back into the grind with other champions. On 12.4, she was buffed in terms of her Blade Caller damage. So we actually see people not really maxing Blade Caller as much as in previous splits. It's kind of interesting when you buff it, that it's like, well, I only need 1 Blade Caller. I don't need the cooldown to go down. Like, one's probably enough damage to go through. So we actually see a shift more towards the Q, and kind of the poke that you have mentioned. But overall, she's definitely buffed on 12.4, and what you're looking for is a little bit more of that burst damage at the start of fights. Ooh, level 2.
But hang on, look mid. Yeah, let's zoom it in. The root comes down. Mission takes a wallop to the face, and Juhan with a level 2 gank on Jarvan takes Mission's flash just like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a bit mistimed. We saw the Rune Prison land after the Jarvan showed up, so I feel like that combo could have gone a little bit better, or at least they could have just gotten a free flash for flash trade. You know, still is going to be a slight advantageous to Juhan, but it does mean Gemini will get a 2-camp lead, and now he's charging into the enemy jungle.
But he is spotted out, so Juhan knows he's here. He's walking into trouble. Double buff v double buff. They kiss each other and then leave, and now for the second date. As Gemini pops the ghost, he's a little bit more serious. And Juhan waiting to flag and drag in. Bay using that opportunity to force Mission out. And around the jungle mid 2v2 club, but it looks like this is where our game will start. Not just for CFO.
Yeah, neither mid laners has their flash at this point.
Oh my
Mission
god!
gets knocked up.
Juhan commits a flash right in front of the enemy jungle with first blood! PSG's jungle with an absolute Chad move.
well done from Juhan. He was just trying to play with the anticipation move. Like, I think Mission thought he was safe. He knew that Gemini was right around the corner, and Juhan caught him red-handed. You know, that was coming out of vision and using the flash to reduce the reaction time coming out of Mission. He just couldn't react fast enough.
A great start to the game after the flash burn. I didn't expect him to arrive that quickly, so kind of doing the do-si-do, and with First Blood going down, the CS lead you talked about for Gemini, meaning less and less. So for PSG, giving the mid lane a bit of leeway as well, Clement. Bay in a great position, and with this wave kind of crushing out against him, curious to see if Juhan just doubles down and keeps putting pressure on CFO's mid.
It could definitely be a possibility. You can tell by the way that Mission is positioning. He's probably not going past River anymore in this matchup, not until he gets his flash up. So it will allow a lot of time for PSG to roam across the map. And we're looking ahead to that 7-minute mark where Rise should, in theory, be able to kind of lead this lane. You know, Mission's not going to get his flash up before that. And that will allow the potential for the Cataclysm Realm Warp to do that 4v2 into the bot side. Now we have Koala coming in, but he is getting spotted.
Yeah, he is. It's a level 14 Jarvan here from Juhan. He's walking down towards his Krugs, and Gemini are going to be spotted out on the control ward as well. Bay just dancing behind the River himself. As the jungler leaves lane, Clement, you're talking a little bit about these ultis. I think it's important to note as well that while we talk a lot about how PSG can position with the ultimates at that 7-minute mark. For CFO, Shockwave, Onslaught of Shadows, the Hecarim Orianna ulti are key factors that you talk about in draft as well. Walk me through how you use it. Is it Herald usage? Is it first couple of objectives where they come into play?
So I think the strength of this combo is just the sheer range that they can kill someone with. Gemini can go really far forward, you can have the ball on him, and then you can finish off with Atlan's damage on the Jhin. So the way I'm reading this composition, it's more of a rotational and catch composition. I don't think it's necessarily all that strong in the 5v5 position. Ooh, Kaiwing.
Yeah, but the root's still going to come through. For Unified and Kaiwing, the 2v2 a success even after Kaiwing misses. Clement, continue. You're on the ball.
Yeah, so I feel like for CFO, a couple things that are important to get catch compositions going is that you need winning side lanes. You need to stretch the map across. And here we have Bay going for another kill.
It's not even, it's a realm warp to mid. Bay tried to wrap around pretending he's going bot, and Mission didn't buy the bait.
That was fairly interesting. Very risky, but way off the mark, I've got to say. I feel like Juhan and Bay are just trying to catch Mission off guard by the sheer amount of ganks that they're throwing his way. Like,
yep. I just love how he's sticking around. I mean, he's constantly in the face of Gemini, but I think Gemini now having a pretty good understanding that mid's fine, and he's still ahead by now 10 CS.
Yeah, that's a very interesting move. I felt like there was a lot more potential for them to actually get things going if they went into the bottom side with that Realm Warp. We could see in the trades that they were definitely winning out, and they have the push advantage there too. So they don't lose anything for sure, but there is like an opportunity cost that was expended there where I felt like PSG would have had a lot more threat going bot lane rather than going mid. We'll see how they play it out, though.
Well, it is that 7-minute mark. Realm Warp's not going to be up and available, so we don't actually get to see that play come into fruition. And Juhan, because of his time spent mid for now, is still level 5. Gemini has Onslaught of Shadows available. Mission with his Shockwave too. We're going to Herald in 30 seconds, Clement, and it does feel like CFO with their, I was going to say Summoner's advantage as well, but it looks pretty even across the board. Ultimate advantage going to be a big deal as Juhan. You'd have to make your way out. Gemini, he doesn't steal it, but he wants the kill. Cataclysm comes down. A lot of burst damage, but Gemini with the Onslaught of Shadows won't take him out. Kaiwing with the hero play to save his jungler and dragon.
Beautifully done coming in there. Juhan with the AD items actually took a huge chunk out of Gemini. I don't think Gemini just expected that damage. I felt like he was thinking that he could just kill them, and Juhan also got the level 6 off of the Drake. So turning the calculations in a split second. And as we were talking about, that bot lane has been in favor of Unified and Kaiwing throughout the majority of the game. Unified willing to expend double summoners just to make sure they get that kill and secure the objective.
So first dragon goes over. Hexgate coming up next, or excuse me, Hextech is coming for the second dragon. As we look at the replay, Clement, because you're right, the burst damage kind of made Juhan in a better position than he should have been.
Yeah, the Smite fight really changed that so much. Juhan getting the level up, getting his Conqueror up, was able to survive that. And we saw Kaiwing and Unified, they knew that this play was going to develop, high chance of it, and they were waiting there.
We now move back to Herald as we're on live, and you can see with the 1k gold lead, PSG feeling confident. They're already on top of it. As it gets taken down, the eye hit again. Juhan's going to get yet another snipe. CFO committed 5 members here, so there is no trade play. It is just a Herald. The CFO try to go back to their lanes.
I feel like CFO don't really have the raw power in a straight-up fight, a fight where you can't poke out your opponent to take PSG front to back. I feel like for CFO, they need to utilize catching a little bit more. This is not exactly a front-to-back composition they will win with, especially if you think about the potential build of like the Frozen Heart that could come out of Bay. It just seems like CFO, they need to be a little bit more creative with this comp. They went in with a very interesting strategy, but so far, I'm not sure we're seeing the benefits of it. They're not losing bot lane so much, but if you're going to triple ban Unified and first pick an AD carry, you do kind of expect a little bit more value out of it.
You'd want something. And talking about creativity as well, like we have Rest, we have Atland on this team who, you know, Jin, Jace, Clement, playing with a range advantage here, a good way to kind of dust them off before these objectives. And you talk about the creativity, and it feels like for CFO, for a top team, that creativity shouldn't be a problem, considering there are a lot of moving parts in this composition you've already highlighted.
Yeah, I understand why CFO, I think, went for the Jace and in the very end. I think their idea is that we have to outrange this Xayah. That's usually the best way to deal with her, where her Blade Caller is pretty much nullified because you're not in range. But I think they're a little bit too hopeful with that assumption, because PSG actually have incredibly strong engage options. If they can't find the opportunity to front to back, like, they could still Realm Warp Jarvan with a stopwatch into your backline. You're not getting away from that. So I just feel like CFO might have outgamed themselves into some composition deficits that they're not aware of. Here we go.
As Realm Warp comes through, Mission has already gone forward. Now, these Realm Warps, Clement, I will say, as we are complimenting the draft from PSG, Bay's Realm Warps so far have been a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, I really don't like these sort of casual Realm Warps. It's much easier to pincer someone in when you just Realm Warp underneath their tower. Some good vision game by Juhan here. Not going to result into a lot. But, you know, Unified at this point, he does have to sustain in lane, which just means that he can constantly shove Atlan in. He's also building the tier, so both his mana and HP bars are going to be full. I would just want to see them actually just try and use that Realm Warp into the bot lane in much more standard, I would say, LPL fashion.
I guess we have to wait a little bit. Hanabi with the ulti against the wall. This has the potential as Rest going to take the house to his head once again. Really nice hit from Hanabi in the top lane, because Clement, we talked about him and we said that with the right utensils, he would be as good as Rest in the 1v1.
And he's doing it in a matchup where he blind picked the Gnar. Jace is supposed to be a counter pick, and he never fell behind in CS. I was watching this lane, he was always in the lead. Gemini spotted here, not much can happen here.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter, because look at Rest. No mana, no HP. Teleport is available here as Hanabi is just in such a great piece of movement. There's an Eclipse picked up, but he's going to take this wave, teleport to respond to if he wants, and I guess we're going to find out if he's going to use it, because Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds, Clement, and that Gnar is going to be just as strong as Rest now is.
I honestly feel like CFO, they have to make some sort of a catch here. They have to get on the board. Their best way of playing this one is likely to catch up Bay when he is still in the mid lane or in rotation towards the Drake. I don't give them good chances if they have to fight a straight-up 5v5 against PSG at this point.
Because we've already seen, you know, the catch potentials, the engage potentials there on PSG side too, as they start the Dragon up. And CFO coming from different angles. Mission Shockwave, Gemini's Onslaught of Shadows, those are the tools we want to see. As PSG are grouped up as 4, the Dragon's already down. Bay going to get shot down, and Clement, while Dragon goes and nothing comes through, I want to point out, do you know that there are elevation mechanics in League of Legends, especially with Jin's Deadly Flourish? So in River, if it's straight across, it most of the time won't hit because the position outside of the river is more elevated than the river itself.
Okay, so it's it actually kind of like changes the bullet. Like your W moves with the terrain, not like a real bullet.
Kind of like that as well. I get the hook on in. Kaiwing caught out on Sword of Shadows to pick him off, but that quick escape, man, that was smooth, and the camera couldn't even catch that 1 second of movement.
3 ultimates and an ignite. They don't even get the flash out of Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
E with Isaiah, dude. The range is massive, and I guess one part of why we see this duo when one is picked.
Yeah, Kaiwing knew his limits so damn well there. You know, he gets the Guardian off and is just able to escape just like that. Doesn't even need the heal from Unified for that one. That's also a problem about CFO and their catch sort of strategy is they don't have a lot of targets where it actually makes sense. Only Mininar and Bait, I think, are legitimate targets, and that just makes the execution of this composition so much harder. I just feel like I would have rather seen the game plank against the Gnar. I feel like a stronger matchup in some senses, and the damage is far more consistent.
And more options globally, right? You know, that ultimate and what it provides. If you're talking about the pickoffs, the catch-outs, like peppering them down before fights, setting up for the Hecarim, the shockwave from Oriana, like, you're right, the execution would have been that little bit easier, but now here from Rest has to be involved, has to be able to get his setup as well, and for PSG, Clement, it's a 2k gold lead just about here at the 15-minute mark. 2 Dragons with an Ocean Soul coming up as well, and Juhan's the one who's been picking up all the kills. He's now got a Gore Drinker, he's got a bounty on his head as well, and for Gemini, he might be up in CS, but so far in this game, his impacts have had about, his ultis, I should say, have had about much impact as base.
And that is pretty much to say, absolutely no impact whatsoever.
There you go.
The 2 ultimates we got in, the Drake didn't get a kill. We saw the second one on a pick on Kaiwing, still didn't get a kill. And now this is not their home turf for CFO anymore.
It's not. As Ignite comes down, the quickness as well. PSG have burned a couple of flashes for this. They're deep in enemy territory, and Gemini won't get charmed on the way out. A PSG going deep, but they're not punished. CFO making sure they get away.
Yeah, and there was no ultimates expended on CFO, but they lose so much HP that they have to trade across the map. This is the second time that CFO has actually moved their bot lane to try and do this Herald to absolutely no avail and have to walk back. So it's not just the contest that they're also losing on the farm that usually is the big equalizer to this play. And you can see PSG now searching ahead in terms of the gold lead. I don't see CFO actually getting a side lane advantage anymore, which means they're going to be forced into 5v5s. They're going to have to chance with those poke opportunities.
Or get picked off. Because look, here's the party. Bay has finally brought in a great Realm Warp. It's against the wall. Rest will get none of that. Hanabi in his ultimate judges up the damage and says, howdy. PSG with their first turret of the game, and Mr. Clement Chu, that's a Realm Warp I can get behind.
Yes, please, use your Realm Warp behind towers. The enemy cannot escape from Realm Warp behind towers. That's the most efficient way to use it. And even if you don't use it, there's so much pressure. That's why I don't think you should just like throw out random Realm Warps on cooldown. I think throughout that play, the most important thing to remember here is that they still have the Herald. The Herald has not been expended, so they're looking for triple outside outer rim towers at this point. And boy, oh boy, I feel like CFO really messed up with that top lane pick. The J so far has done absolutely nothing. Has not won lane, has not had any meaningful poke. And if you just think about it, the game blank, we have seen so many cannon barrage into captive audience combinations. That is your sort of go signal. You can catch people on the side lanes really easily with that combo. I feel like CFO have just sort of, I feel like they outsmarted themselves in a lot of ways.
True.
They picked the Jin and it was like, what do we build around this? It's like, well, long range, kind of poke, and then Juhan is like, okay, I'm just gonna go German.
And you know, banning out a carry like Unified comes in with Desire, and it's been fine through the lane. Further on the 80 carry pick, I mean, Atlan hasn't had a super amazing laning phase. In fact, he's CS down when he's been moving every single time. We're gonna get another fight. As Koala wants to commit, but Unified, of course, he just ulties. Misses the blade call, but it doesn't matter. Kaiwing again with a triple knockup. And Juhan wants to clean up the rest. The burn on Mission continues to quell. But PSG, their comp is so much simpler, Clement.
It definitely is. You just run at the opposition. Again, we were talking about how CFO have very limited targets that they can actually go against. I think going against Zaya there was very opportunistic, and you could see that Mission did not even get a chance to use that shockwave combination because there was a bunch of people standing right on top of him, forward and backwards, and now they're going to lose another Drake.
Curtain Call's going to come out, but everyone disengaging. Hanabi is pretty tanky, even as a mini-9. Gemini's deep for this one. Shock Blast did nothing. Unified flashing away, but he's going to have the feathers out. And as the jungler goes down and Hanabi trades his life, Bay joins in the Shockwave late. I don't know what CFO are doing at this point, but they're thinking that going that deep will be okay. On to Bay once more. Rest needs to join up. He's killing a ward for now, as Bay's right in the middle of the pit. Juan doesn't want to re-engage now. But both
Unified's
teams,
coming.
It's a bit of a question mark. Unified is running at them, and there's the flag and drag. Shock Blast again. Rest not doing enough damage. The Jace will move away, and PSG didn't even lose anyone apart from Hanabi.
And Hanabi barely died right there. He was about to go into Mega Gnar. He would have survived that one, and it would have been a complete wipe for CFO. A couple of things to note right here. First, their catch target selection was definitely off. They need to go for Bay at this point. I don't think he's as tanky as people think he is. He's just completed the Winter's Approach right now. So I feel like for Nautilus and Koala, you have to be more selective on your targets. And this fight, for me, the positioning was all off. It was very difficult for CFO to actually approach from the ramp, especially when you have Unified right there. Gemini is not much of a damage threat. So PSG are pretty happy to just stand their ground. And we don't see Atlan targeting Kaiwing. You know, the execute damage on Hanabi is negligible, and you can see Hanabi almost survives right here. So CFO over chase. I just don't feel like they have a composition that actually chases down all that well. They don't have a lot of speed ups on their composition. This was a somewhat winnable situation for CFO, but once Unified show up, they had to back out. They needed to get the kill onto Bay before Unified was able to join the fray here, and they just kind of bleed out even more members.
And every time you think, oh, it's all right, Rest will get a Shock Blast back, the damage isn't there. The damage against this team not doing enough, and PSG get away with a huge fight, pushes them up to 5,000 gold. They also get the dragon that Gemini tried to steal. They're on salt point. They are well and truly in control, and always have been, of this game. And as we open up and as PSG catch up against CFO for the first time, I feel like seeing this game is a really good sign of life for PSG. As to what we already knew, that this team was a top 4, top 3 contender at the very least.
Yeah, they play a very suffocating style. You give them an inch in the early game, and they will just hammer it home on the objective plays over and over again. I don't think they are, you know, I would like to see them take more risks, but that's just the LPL spirit talking inside of me. I definitely would have wanted to see them do more tower dives, but, you know, I think they're playing a very standard sort of style, very LCKS game where it's slow, grindy, suffocating, but always superior in terms of the teamfight setup, especially around these rigs.
And even if they get picks like this as well, right, for PSG, a little bit deep. Kaiwing forces it though, and Gemini runs in once again. The Ghost, I believe, was popped, or at least... no, we got ourselves a phase rush Hecarim, excuse me. And it's, again, PSG going deeper and deeper for this vision line. And CFO trying to find a pick themselves before this dragon spawns, because Ocean Soul looks a little bit free at this point.
Ocean Soul is probably the worst one if you're CFO. You're trying to poke them down, you don't have map control, pick isn't an option anymore. Your only hope is Rest and Atlan somehow taking Juhan or taking Unified down low. I just don't see that happening, especially with the Ocean Soul going towards PSG. So I feel like if I'm CFO, this is an all or nothing moment. If they get Ocean Soul, my chances in the game are next to nil. So I expect them to be able to give up. I would be willing to give up the top tier 2 tower just for a better setup on this objective.
Well, 45 seconds are going to start moving now. Teleport's available for both Rest and Mission. We haven't seen the Onslaught of Shadow Shockwave combination. We haven't seen Curtain Call comboed with Shock Blast or some of the ultis I just mentioned. Koala in the last fight as well, Clement, used his ulti on Unified in order to force out Unified to pop into the Featherstorm. But the problem is PSG have so many of these tools that it comes down to such precise mechanics that need to be spot on. And with Dragon coming up in 15 seconds, I'm really hoping for the best for CFO to give us those perfect combinations.
I do see the poke coming in. CFO, as we anticipated, is going to go all in onto this objective. But Koala right now, he doesn't have the HP anymore.
One-man shockwave.
Juhan.
And he goes golden. It's the Jarvan who's going to buy space. They want to get the jungle, but he flags and drags in the team, protecting him. Bay tanking up at this point, and Hanabi about to go Mega Gnar. Curtain call being delayed, but everybody's out for now. The poke from Unified, disgusting. Rest the second time. He hasn't got that shock blast through a Hex Gate. And as CFO move into the pit, their health bars are glimmering.
That was just an auto QE combo coming in from Unified, taking Rest down to below half HP. We're talking about the poke game. Unified does a lot of good poke himself, and Koala might be going a little bit too far forward. They're just biding time here for Juhan to get his HP bar back up, and I like this positioning from Koala. He's trying to deny the ramp, but PSG are still fighting.
Realm Warp. It's a Realm Warp, but he wants to go in onto the pit. The Dragon getting low, reset Cataclysm on the back line as well, but PSG are fighting front to back with Bay now there. Ocean Soul given over. You know what? Bay heard me talking smack as he flashes forward into the Koala. That bear ain't got claws. Hanabi going to slow him down the house, throwing the turret, helping out. Another flash, and that's the loan that he needed to pay. As mission runs up, it's all done for CFO.
Oh, CFO, they try to hold the ramp, but they forget about the Realm Warp. Bay, with the great use of that ultimate, gets straight into the back line and instantly disperses the entirety of CFO. Mission's got nowhere to go. He's going to fall down. I just, once again, have to say CFO's composition, they have so few outs in these situations. I don't think themselves have a very clear idea on how to play this one out. The Xayah ended up being a stroke of genius. It's just one of those 80 carries that you cannot burst down.
I mean, Unified's poke has been deadly. Been more than Rest. It's been more than the Chase combo at this point of the game. And with Unified once again stepping up, Kaiwing, of course, alongside with him. They're not going to flip this. It is actually taken by Kaiwing, but as Hanabi's on the backside, he makes sure that Gemini's going to feel the wrath of a Mega Gnar in the wall. An absolute killing spree for Unified, and a Baron to make this game feel even more done than it was.
Yeah, there's so little that CFO can actually do right now. We have most of the armor items on the front line complete. We're going to take another look at this teamfight situation. So what Mission is trying to do is he's trying to burst down Juhan. If he does get the kill onto the jungle, if that succeeds, that means that PSG cannot take this Dragon Soul in peace. But Juhan, very smartly, has already got his stopwatch there. He didn't go for the completed item, went for the stopwatch because this soul is coming up. I think that's a great idea. And you see the poke coming up from Unified. He just does so much damage, and CFO can't find an angle with their composition where they're actually superior against PSG. It just feels like PSG comp has everything covered. They have the better engage, they have the better poke, and as we see right now, this very clever use of Bay to send Kaiwing into the back line, and Rest dies right off the bat. Rest flashes in for the kill onto Unified, does absolutely nothing. And then you see the backline right here. To be honest, the Realm Orb didn't really land all that well onto his target. Atlan actually kills Juhan right off the bat. But it doesn't matter. It's still going to be kill secured. They still scatter their formation, and they get an instant engage where the enemy doesn't get to poke you.
I mean, Hanabi as well, like, you know, not doing too much until he goes into Mega Gnar in that fight, but everyone in PSG feels like they're on the same page. This is a really good game to show the example of why PSG are on that 7-win streak in the PCS. At 27 minutes, they're a team that's pulled up the Ocean Soul against CFO, and the gold lead has moved to about 10,000. The inner turret through mid going down, Bay pushing down bot side, top side as well. This coordination of all three waves, Clement, are putting pressure on CFO in their base.
This is just absolutely brutal to watch. CFO at this point don't even have good wave clear to clear some of this out. Jin is not a strong wave clear champion. They're pretty much reliant on Orianna to help them survive this. And PSG just aren't going to give them the chance. With 10k advantage, I expect PSG to just go all in if CFO even take one step extra.
I mean, Koala missing the dredge line, and PSG with now 2 inhibitor turrets taken down. The second inhibitor will drop as well. You talk about the cleanliness of play, not overstepping their mark, being very delicate. As they take this back away with the Baron buff. CFO still on their last legs, but you just kind of wonder how it happened as the Realm Warp's coming through. They're going to bring a minion wave in, or excuse me, 3 members right in front of the inhibitor turret, and that's going to drop as well.
Are you calling Bay a minion? Is that what you're doing? No,
No,
just kidding.
I can't because after the early game, we bagged out his Realm Warp, but now he's been kicking butt as Juhan goes in for the Flash Cataclysm, and Atlan burns his own. Rest now jumping onto Hanabi, but look at this top laner, level 17 with the Mega Narbar brewing, and PSG, nice and easy, does it in under 30 minutes. Made CFO look like nothing. Made them look like the bottom tier team with how one-sided this felt, cleaning up the pieces, as now a Nexus turret is falling very short. Red Slide not connecting. Hanabi with the ulti, and Onslaught of Shadows a bit late. Shockwave good, but Clement, that's the first time we've seen the combo, and it's way too late mission. The last standing, but not for much longer. A clean ace for PSG in front of the Nexus as they move up and tie with CFO 8-2.
What a
1, I should say.
dominating game coming out from PSG. We were talking about this league being the J-Team trifecta, but PSG have just shattered that conception here. I feel like this was such a clean game from them. The drafting from Corgi, absolutely beautiful with the Xayah pick. And unfortunately for CFO, I just think that they didn't get much out of the triple ban AD carry. They still ceded lane priority, and they also didn't have a very strong idea of what their composition was meant to accomplish. I just think that if they wanted to run this comp, and if they wanted the focus to be on the Ori and Hecarim combo, they needed to ensure that at least Rest won the side lane. If he could win the side lane, I think it changes a lot of more of the dynamics.
I mean, we spent a lot of time there talking about draft, so rightly so. I'm glad you told me in the early part, and especially when that Jace was locked in, that for CFO, the draft pieces didn't fit together. It didn't synergize as well as something that could help Mission, help Gemini. Because in this game, I said at the end, Clement, like, that was the first time we saw Hecarim ulti and Orianna ulti put together. CFO didn't have a chance in those 29 minutes to actually pull together that perfect fight that looks so hard to achieve.
Yeah, it was very difficult for them to find any chances right here. And this is kind of the big question of CFO. So far, they've been coasting on what essentially is laning strength. And we should make no mistake about this. Lane strength is not a strategy. Those two are completely different things. They can augment a strategy, but it should not be your strategy in and of itself.
Hang on, Clement. IG 2018, what a word, dude. Top esports for the past couple of years. What a word. Even though they actually had a better strategy outside the lane, but your response.
I don't actually think they had a better strategy outside of the lane, but I will say that if you're Rookie and the Shy, okay, I'll give that to you. That's actually a strategy. And if you're IG with unlimited cash, okay, I will concede that just getting the best players, 5 best players on the team, without no strategy, without even a coach, is probably okay. But not in the PCS. That's not how it works.
And you're exactly right. And what we saw in the lane itself, like, we did talk about Hanabi being a great laner within the realms of the PCS, and even globally, he's a well-known top laner. Against Rest, who's still been playing well, the gap didn't look that large. In fact, with limited jungle attention towards the top side, Hanabi had a really good time into the Jace, and I don't think I've seen a Nard do that well into the Jace for a very long time.
Yeah, I just don't think that Rest was actually aggressive enough with that matchup. You can kind of point into Juhan having a 2-0 lead at the really start of the game. Maybe that put a lot of pressure on him. But this Nara was able to take 2 turret plates in the laning phase before the Herald, uncontested. And we're taking a look at the graphs right here. Really no comeback from CFO at all. They didn't find a chance to fight back. It was a one-sided affair from start to finish. And if you look at the damage numbers here, I think it's very telling. We have a lot of damage coming out from Jace, their only poke source, but nothing to follow up on. There was no one poking with him. If there was a Corki, maybe I could understand the composition. There wasn't.
No, again, for CDBC Flying Oyster, kind of off track, because, I don't feel like... Have you been looking at their draft? Have you been kind of critical on that? A question for us afterwards, Clement. For now, we celebrate the winners, and then we ask the big brain questions, because Juhan in the early game, that level 2 gank mid, man, I feel like it set up a lot.
It definitely did. They got the flash earlier on. Though the combo was actually mis-executed, you know, we still got the flash in, and they were able to just use that jousting power of having the EQ and joust flash first against Mission to just catch him out red-handed. Just catch him out with his pants down. Gemini was close to that play, but he really couldn't respond to the burst damage there. And I think we are seeing like kind of what Juhan sort of fits into. I don't see him as much of a duelist. I think he is much more reserved when it comes to going all in against other enemy junglers. But what he will do is he will make sure his solo lanes are always in the lead, and he has a pretty good teamfight sense of when to engage. We saw a very strong indication of him sticking to Bay almost throughout all plays.
Yeah. I mean, again, you know, that Korean important jungle and mid, like, you get that synergy coming through, and it's good to see from PSG Talon. Clement, we can talk about CDVC Flying Oyster in a little bit. For now, we go to a break, because PSG Talon, they're not done. They're about to play Frank Esports in the second match of the night here on the PCS. Don't go anywhere.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. Waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? Why did you say goodbye?
Welcome back to the PCS 2022 Spring Split. My name's Hysterics. I am joined by Mr. Clement Chu. The PCS that is sponsored by CDBC Bank and Caliber. Remember to thank Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for PCS League operations and organising Mr. Chu, PSG Talon, draft diff in our first game. Now, they're playing another game against Frank Esports, and we're going to ask ourselves how they're feeling because after that first game watching, that was really cleanly played.
Yeah, that was just, I think, a completely surgical dismantling of CFO and kind of the mythos of them being the best laning phase team. Now we have a very different opponent. I think this is an opponent that knows each other incredibly well, incredibly intimately, as we have two teams that are battling as our Hong Kong representatives, and you have Eminem, who is the understudy of Unified, and you also have Pretender, who is on the bench of PSG before Bay came in and took his spot. So there's a lot of personal storylines on who actually is the better representative of Hong Kong.
I mean, a loan out here from Pretender, so it's kind of funny because Pretender's been kicking, a lot of butt for a while and has really been ramping up this split. On the other side of PSG Talon, we look through the roster once again. In that last game, you can say that Bay had a pretty decent game on the rise. Juhan here coming through was really doing work with his mid laners, so I think you can say a lot of similarities across the board. As we look at Frank Esports, Clement, we've already talked about PSG. I just wanted to keep talking until we got Frank up on our screens. You and I were talking about Pretender, man. This guy's Vex last game was so good to watch.
It was absolutely insane. He got a 4-chain Shadow Surge, and he went in against 4 JT members to kill Lil V before any of them could react. If you haven't seen that game, I highly suggest you go catch the highlights on that one. And I think the most important thing here is I feel like Frank Esports, even though I'm not going to give them much chance to outsmart PSG in terms of the macro sense, I do think they can outmuscle them. And that's not something that we would have said in previous splits. For me, Eminem and Unified, they're actually fairly close players. Eminem at times even took over the leading role against Unified, some cases during the HKA era. So they're definitely very familiar with each other, and it's always interesting when players are close because you really get to see some of these niche picks that they might have practiced against each other.
Yeah, that's true. And again, you talked about being the understudy of Unified. Unified often looked at as the best AD carry in the league. Eminem, a focus here on Frank Esports. Makes sense that we're looking at AD carries despite having a big chat about mid. And when I look at Eminem ahead, like I see a laner that adds so many options here for Frank Esports. And most of the time, I think we can say that, Clement, while some of the map's burning a bit, Eminem always seems to be in a great position in these lanes.
Yeah, Frank Esports definitely focuses him the most. They give him tremendous amounts of gold. They give him more gold than RNG used to give Uzi. So for comparison, he's getting 30% of the team's gold. I've never seen stats that have been that skewed, ever.
Wow.
So you just see the sort of trust that they have in Eminem to get them out of late game situations. However, Frank Esports, if you're looking across the board, this is not a team that has a particularly strong early game. I feel like, especially for Kurt, his role on the team is kind of nebulous. We have seen Kurt just be more of a Gragas player, and I feel like that's why they're smirking all across the board as they see the Akali and Tryndamere bans go through. Yeah. It's like, I just want to play Gragas. What are you guys banning that for?
God. Well, another solo line comes through in the rise. Notice the Zeri banned as well. Eminem's had his time on that champion and won't be given back. Unified, of course, needs to be banned against, so the 100% continues here in the PCS. And as we go through, I want to point out it is 12.4. We do have Renata enabled. You guys haven't seen it. You didn't see it yesterday, and we haven't seen it looked at all. So kind of a shame that we are getting some of the newer champions banned, but Renata still goes through.
This is a tremendous amount of respect for Kurt. I don't think I've ever seen this ban strategy. Triple potential top lane bans going into Kurt's way, and frankly, Kurt just hasn't looked all that impressive on the Tryndamere. I think he's had a couple of good Gwen games for sure. Realistically, this should be, I was going to say like jungle first draft, but they're gonna go for the Jinx instead.
Okay.
Interesting enough, like usually when we see triple top lane, it's you're kind of just going for jungler and making sure that you can play through jungle mid. Maybe PSG don't have that in mind and are just going to lock down into the Jinx. But honestly, I feel like both of these teams are fairly comfortable with going Jinx or Aphelios trading back and forth.
Yeah, and we can expect that with M&M. Getting K2 on a strong support now. Kaiwing's Nautilus has been pretty good too. No surprise to see Frank take that away. But Clement, look, if we're talking about junglers, you know, the trade-off has been Hecarim for Xin, Hecarim for Lee, Hecarim for Jarvan in recent history.
Yeah, that's definitely been a lot of what we've seen. A little bit stronger of an early game coming in from the side of Xin Zhao. I would say team fight and engage potential definitely favors Hecarim into the later stages of the game. And these two teams, in terms of their styles, have been much more about the sort of just 5v5 team fight situation. So PSG, I think they're getting a draft that they're probably more comfortable with, while Frank Esports, they have to think how they're going to angle this. The enemy already has the premier late game AD carry and the premier late game team fighting jungler. So I just do think that if Frank just tries to do a carbon copy, they will find themselves kind of being outmatched in their objectives.
I want to see what goes into solo lanes though, because you already talked about the swap here. The standard Aphelios is up and available. Expect that one to get locked in. But for solo lanes, we've already had 3 against Kurt. We've had the Rise taken away. What else am I thinking about here, Clement? Maybe things like the Jace. Gragas you already talked about if he wants to play some of that team fight facilitating role.
The options are still wide open for the side of Hanabi. He still has Graves and his Gangplank. So he could play a lot of different champions. For Kurt, it is more of a mystery. We don't really know what he plays beyond these 3. And maybe that's PSG's draft strategy. If I'm PSG, there could be an angle where I'm saying, I should just win this standard, and I'm going to try and see what Kurt champion pool actually is. You know, he started this season playing 3 straight games of Gragas, both blind Gragas and counterpick Gragas. So I think it's a somewhat reasonable strategy to do this with your regular season games. And just as a reminder, we have 8 playoff spots, so you don't have to be spotless to get into the postseason.
That's true, dude. Out of 10 teams, right? So 80% make it into playoffs, and the other 2 don't. At the moment, I will just say Hurricane Gaming and Sem9 got to start finding some wins. Otherwise, we're going to know a lot earlier than expected as to who's making those final spots. But onward anyway. Clement mid lane bans with the Orianna, or with the Hecarim, I should say. It makes sense that they're targeting Bayoff here. We've got the LeBlanc as a response. I'm looking at things like Syndra. Rise is already banned away. Renekton, which you guys I know have been flexing towards mid too.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of those come out, and this has been a Hanabi staple for multiple splits right now. I really like the way that both of these teams are maneuvering. They definitely understand the goals of their opponent. For PSG, they are reading Frank Esports as like, we got you beat in the team fight. Our picks just eclipse you. So we're going to make sure that you don't have an early game angle to play through, and they're taking away these tempo champions coming in from Pretender, making sure he doesn't get any of the assassins. Even though he plays mainly mages, mainly the Victor and the Vigar, it has been rumored that Pretender does actually really strong stuff and really disgusting stuff on the assassins too. So they're making sure they cover their bases. Well, Frank, I'm not surprised about this. Like, I'm not a fan of Gnar, but I'm really not surprised about Kurt picking up Gnar. It feels like the most, standard, just like, I'm a blind pick top laner. What do I do here? I guess hasn't worked out. I'll go Gnar.
We'll try something else. All right. So we get the standard from Kurt. PSG now know what they're playing up to in that top side. Hanabi is a bit of a baller. I'm going to admit this top lane has been around for a while, and I don't know what to expect anymore. Hang on. Okay, GP comes through, so there we go. I could have believed the Darius. Honestly, from Hanabi, I could have believed the Darius. I don't know why.
I am with you on that. I feel like...
Are you?
We have seen the Darius in the PCS. I will make that clear. I mean, Darius was played by MFT and did absolutely nothing.
Oh, well, but what a shame.
Okay, so we are going to get the Vex. This is lovingly called Poppy After the Club in Taiwan. Does look like she has a hangover there, and I like this pick a lot. This is a champion that does offer you that sort of angle to snowball the game early. That's exactly what they need out of this draft, and Pretender looks happy. He's going to show Bait how to show off some of those mechanics.
Well, I hope so, because again, Pretender on this Vex was a really big pick. One we're talking about that happened yesterday, where Pretender had a really good game on it. So I'm looking forward to see if he can pull it out here against PSG again. 8-1 as a team. Now, after being CDBC Flying Oyster moments ago, with back-to-back games, PSG pulling out a draft, Clement, that's, I guess, not too dissimilar from the one they just beat. Bar the Jace up at the top lane. This time around, we do have the Gangplank, a bit of global pressure to go along with Hecarim.
Yeah, I like how Corgi is on the same page that I am. I feel like I have like a connection with him after like chatting with him about the league and stuff like that. In terms of compositions, I have to say, hands down, PSG has a far stronger composition. They have a team fight edge, and Syndra is no slouch in the mid lane. We have seen how the laning phase goes. Syndra versus Vex. Very little Vex can do early. So I just see PSG being able to scale very comfortably up. For Frank Esports, they have a lot of problems with this comp. It is very low on engage. It does not beat the comp for PSG if it goes late in a 5v5 team fight. So I think their only out is Pretender. Pretender has to show that he's the real deal. He's not faking it. He's actually going to be the potential starter for PSG.
But how does he get through the lane here? Clement, I've seen this matchup before, and we know what Syndra does in the lane. A lot of time, Vex can be quite passive. I'm curious to see how it goes with the range applied, because Bei and Juhan had really good synergy in the last game, and it was the level 2 gank through mid that flew CTBC Oyster right into the sun. And as they blew up, I mean, it was all coming through Juhan's early aggression. So as we enter Summoner's Rift once again, let's see if PSG can keep it going. Because the other exciting thing about this matchup is, Clement, if PSG win this, they're first. They're dead first, and they have it over Deep Cross Gaming and CDBC Flying Oyster. They're currently tied, but this would put them on a 9-win streak and hold their position firm.
That would be absolutely insane. It would mean Beyond Gaming is the only team to take down PSG, and it would just break all of our narratives that we've had so far. Take a good look at that credit card. You have to understand, like, League of Legends does not sell their IP cheaply, so those credit cards are pretty lit. I would.
That's true, dude. I've been looking for them. I don't think I have one in Australia.
Oh man, I'm just saying that those credit cards are so amazing because they actually give you a cash rebate on stuff like Netflix and Uber Eat, and I use those every day. So it's like,
oh my lord,
free money. Wow.
How do I get this in Australia? What, are you telling me this now, dude?
Yeah. It also has Disney Plus too, so it basically covers all your streaming needs and your food needs, and you also get a rebate for the Play Store games.
Oh
like
my god!
It just covers everything. It's so
Clement.
nice.
Okay, well, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to contact. Apparently, there is one in Sydney.
It is very much tailored to gamers and guys like us that sit around all day in front of a screen and just like order takeout. But hey, that's exactly who we are.
I mean, I cook my own food, but still, look, you said streaming needs, and I was right there with you. I'll bring you into this game, though, because...
Sure.
As we kind of,
let's go.
as we kind of round this out, and I'll talk to you about the credit card afterwards. The biggest thing I wanted to point out first is that, you know, again, for PSG, after their last game, we see the adaptation in draft. We see the big power picks coming through. Juhan on the Hecarim this time around. He has Hanabi with the level 6 to support him, and he has a strong mid that he can bully out, or at least get Bei to help him bully out through this early laning phase.
And that's why I see so few opportunities for Frank Esports. As I've been saying, I think their only real chance is to turn this into a snowball skirmish game for Vex. And the only way they do that is if they can outplay the 2v2, because Vex cannot do it on her own. There is no world where Pretender is going to be able to come out of this lane against Bei and have the opportunity to roam. So what we're looking for are those timings where Pretender does have that passive up. You get the fear, you get the knockdown, that gives you a solid chance at a gank, but it doesn't really come around all that often, and you don't get a choice on when to expend it. That's going to be the sort of medium-term cooldowns that we're going to have to be looking at, and also just Holo's pathing. He cannot get spotted out. If he gets tagged, there's no way that PSG aren't going to fall for that trap, and I just don't see him being able to influence the 2v2 if they have his position.
Which is why this early ward is kind of spotting out K2, actually doing something quite similar. K2 moves up, pings go down, and you saw Bei straight away positioning towards Juhan in the top side. He's still doing that on the side of the lane. He's giving space. He has a feeling they're still there. And as the fear misses, as the Mistral Bolt does the same, Bay still playing towards the top side of the map.
This is so smart from the side of Juhan. You can see him in the top side. The amount of wards that they've been able to drop, just 3 wards plus the scuttle in the top. Of course, Bay is going to play towards the top side. He's completely safe right there. And this is the problem, I think, that happens with Frank's strategy and just being eclipsed in terms of the champion picks is if you have to bet everything on the early game, the only thing the enemy has to do is just play safe. And that's far easier to do than forcing 2 people.
Already in a winning lane matchup as well. I mean, Hanabi feeling pretty safe. And the ward dropped is going to make number 4, Clement. Actually, number 5. The vision is literally like a summoning circle. And Hollow, as he only spots out 1, Hanabi now pivoting a bit, knowing that Hollow's towards the top side.
Yeah, you really feel like Diablo is just going to pop out of that red buff area. And you open all the seals there. And that's kind of sad for Frank. That pretty much just means that it has to be a lane gank. And Zinza has not been known to pull off lane gank. So I'm really trying to see. I'm squinting to kind of find an out for Frank, but I just don't see it yet. Maybe they have to wait until those objective fights to catch PSG out.
Okay, well, at least around those objective fights, we'll have Meganar, we'll have Pretender's Shadow Dash as well. I should call it what it is, Shadow Surge. Juhan walking over a ward, though, and Frank Esports having their own little piece of vision. Pretender knows that Juhan's now on this right wing, and so does Hollow. But all it's going to be is a deep control ward and Juhan to continue to wait and see if he can set up Bay.
Really nicely done from Juhan. The amount of wards that he's gotten in this jungle is just absolutely obscene.
Yeah.
There's no angle that Bay can actually be touched here, so he will remain completely safe. And looking across the map, the only point where we do have some advantages is going to be in that bot lane, where we have seen Eminem get a sizable CS lead. And this just means that I like what Frank are doing. You know, Zinzao is coming in from the bot side. Might be too late.
Pretender just hit 6 as well. Juhan jumps on in. Scout of the week, beautiful. A fear doesn't matter. They don't need the dive from Juhan as he runs in, and PSG with first blood yet again.
I just love it when teams can pull off these plays where they're pushed in on the bottom side and then they still manage to find plays on the mid lane. So incredibly well done. And we have to remember, this is PSG nailing down the win condition for Frank. They know, as well as we do, the only win condition that Frank has with this composition. And I'm sorry to say for Pretender, I feel like he's just going to get focused again and again. Holo should have spotted that ward, but I'm not sure why he's not clearing it.
Either leaving it to K2 or was looking somewhere else and just didn't pay attention. He's going to start up the Dragon at the very least as bot has a push in. So for Frank Esports, despite being down 1,000 gold, they will have the first take of the objective on this map as Kurt is now dealing with the horse. But Juhan close to hitting level 6. That ult from Kurt, he might regret that as Juhan now hits 6, but Hanabi doesn't want to continue any further forward. Kurt will just back off and Juhan will do the same. Now having full topside priority, because, again, they know that Hollow is bot.
Yeah, this should just chain into an easy Herald coming in from the side on PSG. I do have an interesting stat that I pulled today. Currently in the PCS, if you rank the teams by their Herald control rate, you get the exact standings. It's not even a placement off. That's just how important Herald control has been so far in this game. So I do expect that play to sort of develop here. Unless Frank can find something. It really is down to Holo, and I feel like he needs to do a lane gank, but he also needs to do a lane gank where Juhan can't counter because he is down a level at this point.
I mean, he keeps walking over vision. There's more. Every step of the way, Holo tracked out, and Bay, of course, is going to be backing off, does some good damage to the jungler. And 10 seconds before this Rift Herald spawns, Clement, we have Juhan who's able to go back and get a Bummy Cinder. It's only a double longsword for Holo. And I'm tracking the buybacks here because it feels like there is a mixed damage profile coming through. Hanabi close to getting to that Trinity Force, but Eminem with an item advantage in the bottom lane. We'll see if it makes a difference. There's red buff to be stolen, yes, from Hollow. Juhan has to ulti out, and you know what? For Frank Esports, this invade, this turns the tides.
That was a great win from the side of Frank. They get the red buff, and I think most importantly, they force away the huge combo piece from Juhan. You don't want to get caught in cannon barrage with Onslaught of Shadows. That's just the fear timer and the damage ticks going down on you is going to be very painful. So I think they buy themselves a chance to turn back their fortunes on the upcoming Herald. This should like basically mean PSG are not going to contest it until they have the onslaught up again.
Well, buying their time. For now, it's just over to his camps, and Juhan still will have a small, CS lead, but it wasn't anything like it was when he was invading the camps on Holo. So at least it brings back something for Frank Esports when it just looks so calm and like this progressive lead was taking over the game. And Clement, you know, I might be saying that, but I feel like there's still one thing that remains true, and that PSG still have a lead through mid, a CS lead, however so minor, in the bottom lane and top lane. Like, all lanes are still leading, if now jungle evens up.
Yeah, that's just the strength of PSG across the board from you. I think Hanabi got a great counter pick in the gameplay. He started this game with a 23-9 CS lead. I was watching the top lane, able to just shove it in, and he's very close getting turret plating as well. I like the build going for a more aggressive option here in the Triforce. I don't think he's getting much pressure from Kurt, and you can get the Triforce procs with the barrels as well, so that just means a lot more damage potential onto the backline compared to something like the Divine Thunder.
As Juhan in the bottom side, meanwhile, is trying to group up. Now, that GP we're talking about with the aggressive build, he's going to help out here as Pretender's going to get ulted, run down, Juhan deletes him. And now that Holo's in here with the Crescent Guard, he might have to burn a flash or worse, but it's way too late. He's trying to take down this Hecarim, flashes away, but Faye was waiting so patiently. 2 kills for the Syndra, and PSG once again mid-jungle triumphs.
Oh, that's just a chef kiss to how that execution went down. Pretender, no flash right here. Kurt trying to get something back, but doesn't get the follow-up. And if you could see that play, they were so confident in executing that. Just flashes over the skill shot, makes sure that he doesn't get feared and can output all of his damage. Juhan charges in with the easy finish up, and Holo's just caught between a rock and a hard place. Juhan still had his ultimate to finish off onto Holo afterwards.
We saw Frank Esports forcing Juhan out before. But when that ult came through and when that window was there, it didn't look like Frank Esports were able to get anything, right? The Herald was sitting there waiting. Pretender was caught out once again, as he might be now. Solarflare laying down the cannon barrage, and Kaiwing doing work. Faye comes in with an auto-ignite, gets his 3rd kill, and it just looks so hard for Frank Esports to survive the rest of this game.
Well, I will say the silver lining for Frank fans right now is that you guys are probably going to hold on to your mid lane for a while. So
yeah,
you're not going to have to look for someone else at this point. It is looking really bad at the moment, and I think this is why Vex isn't considered necessarily a tier 1 pick that we've seen. She does have those issues with mobility and escapes. She's not as mobile as something like an Ahri. Though she still needs to play a tempo game, and now we have Eminem getting caught on and flash burned.
Yeah, Flash Cleanse wants to turn around for a bit of damage, but he's already taken the Summoner, and PSG will take the trade, no brainer. Onto the Dragon. Holo's not down here, so Juhan's just going to take this himself. And going across the board, going from what I can see, it's a 4,000 gold lead at 12 minutes into the game, and I just love that PSG, make one little mistake in the jungle, buy their time, and then that ultimate usage comes back to being phenomenal.
Frank Esports did not find any opportunities during that window of Onslaught Shadow being down. There's no ganks happening whatsoever, and right now they find themselves in a very awkward situation where they have 1 mythic compared to 3 coming out on the enemy side. So PSG can do whatever they want at this point. I would not be too surprised to see them starting to take over the jungle. The mid lane is already down, so both sides of the jungle are just wide open, and I'm also questioning the vision control here by Frank Esports. You can see double pink wards towards the top side, but that's not territory they can hold on to. If you look at Bay right now, you can just walk into the top side. No one's going to stop him.
Very, very true. I mean, the dives are coming from the right as well against Pretender. He has to back all the way up to his inner side turret. And there's actually a bit of a squad from PSG going on for the time being. While that vision you talk about, focus up towards the top side, it's like PSG have this little alert in the back of their mind that they're just going to keep playing towards bot.
Yeah, and I think that's if you know anything about Frank Esports, you know where their damage comes from. So
True.
That's, I think, the absolute correct call here. Kurt is so far behind. It might not look like it from the CS, but you do have to remember that Gameflink also gets extra gold coming in from the parlay. So the gap there is a lot larger than you would assume just based on the scoreboard. The bot lane's going down, and Frank, they just don't have the damage anymore.
And look, they're getting caught out in their own jungle. Hollow here, blasted before he can even say hello. Eminem, though, getting a good trade, but Scout of the Week turns around with a solar flare, and that's a flash from Kai Wing. Meanwhile, on the top side, Clement, how much more wrong could it go with a solo kill to Hanabi?
How did he get a solo kill without even using the ultimate? I need to watch that again. That's just kind of ridiculous in my mind. He didn't even flash. What?
I don't know, dude, but teleport was used by both, so we're going to find out very shortly what happened up there. Is he just got the turret too? 5,000 now the lead. PSG are certainly looking like the best team in the league. As we watch again, oh no! Oh no! He burnt to death.
He was trying to help his teammates.
Trial by fire hit him. He got the TP off, but it was the second hit and he just died as he finished it off, so Hanabi just clipped him to death.
Well, it looks like PSG are pretty prejudiced against Yordles, which is something I have been preaching. Yordles do not have souls. They cannot ascend to heaven, so I like this play from PSG, you know. They're definitely showing their furry friends the fury that they deserve. And let's see if Hollow can get out of this one.
Well, a solar flare, a Scout of the Week. He does flash in time, but Bay, that ult was overkill and not needed. The Spectral Bolt once again, the Mistral, excuse me, from Predator. Oh, Pretender, wow. I'm trying to talk him up, Clement, and he's not really a Predator this game because Pretender is 0-4, and he can't help out his jungler anymore.
Definitely not. We do have the only Mythic on Eminem. Maybe they could do something here? Well, the earliest Mythic, sorry. Unfortunately, Kai Wing just too tanky. Proxy Aftershock walks back. Completely fine. Oh no, Kurt. Run, Kurt.
It's happening again. Doesn't have ulti though, but Hanabi has flash. Grasp was not sought out, and the Pretender sits under turret. Look, one lane bad. This lane looking just as horrible. A Pretender gets hit. There's the ultimate coming through. The fear, no. Everfrost dodged away from Unified. Didn't even burn the flash. It was simply a heal. And now Pretender has to get out of it.
Come on, that's ridiculous. You got to show the mid laner some respect at this point. It's kind of weird to see a mid laner being on the same level as Unified. But he should have been able, I feel like, to get a little bit more. He does get the heal at least.
Let's go Eminem. Bit of movement speed here for Hanabi, and Eminem has his flash in about 10 seconds. Ulti with an orange, and unfortunate. Eminem, the strongest player you talked about, but he can't kill Hanabi, and Clement with 8-1 on the scoreboard. It looks like PSG is seeking out more blood.
It definitely does, and here are the trials and tribulations of Kurt.
Yeah. How will he be remembered? A good dodge from the solar flare, but as that's some anti-synergy from Juhan and Bay, it will still be Bay who's doing a quarter of his HP every Q.
I will say, Kurt, this game, he has pulled his own weight. Don't forget, never forget, that PSG had to triple ban Kurt.
That's right, dude. Because Kurt's the best top laner in the world right now.
It definitely is. I can't fault them for their strategy. I mean, at least they know he plays Gnar, so you know, that's valuable information. That's
another one on the list. Next time it'll be a Gnar ban and the Tryndamere Akali ban. Take it all off of him. Because look, it's either way, it's been rough. He's been versing Hanabi's, like, one of his best picks. The gangplank is something that no one else is really touching, but this man, now, with a hull breaker, is just so unstoppable.
Yeah, Hanabi basically turned around and told Kurt, I'm the captain now. Takes away his hat and just sails off into the sunset with all of his gold and his bounties. So Yeah, we've laid this game out from the very start of draft that there was very few win conditions Frank Esports could rely on. And, being an honest caster here, I think we have come to the point where we have exhausted all those possibilities.
We have. We looked for options. Again, you talked about how strong the early game had to be, like the skirmishes from Pretender, from Hollow, how it all syncs up. None of that's happened. The laning phase, again, from Bay, influenced by Juhan, has been a great deal of focus. And the rest, as Interrupt comes through, and Kurt gets ulted out. Hang on, he survives. But how much longer? And, okay, wait, and yeah, he's gonna die. We're looking over here now as Bay finally picked up that kill on the top side. Polo with his ulti, K2 left alone. A good Moonlight Vigil from Eminem though, but Kaiwing, as he buys time, is giving that space to Unified. The fear not coming through, he's stunned up. This is not the same Vex game from Pretender as Unified resets again, and PSG have still won another fight.
A 4-for-1 trade in their favor. Eminem put up a good fight. He got that one kill down, but as the rest of the members of PSG started to congregate, there was really no chance here. I'm not sure what you do in this spot when you're Frank Esports. Like, the game is already beyond 10,000 gold difference before the 20-minute mark. This is just so insane to watch, because if you think about this game, PSG did not rely on anything that was about mechanical outplay.
Nope.
They didn't try to force dicey situations. They simply walked in when they had leads. They flashed in and used their abilities. And that was enough. That's just, I think, the strength of a powerful macro game. As we take another look at this one, PSG fighting off a little bit more they could chew earlier on. Eminem, as we see, does get a little bit more gold on the board. We'll see if that leads into any items.
Into that as well. He ulted, then Gale Forced, and flushed out immediately. It was like, oh, that's too much. That's a bit too much. I love the bloodthirsty intent, though.
Yeah. The personal history between these two were so interesting. Like, Eminem was kind of the go-to guy because Unified, a lot of times he couldn't travel by airplane. So he did get a lot of chances to play at international events when Unified, in theory, should have played. So I always felt like Eminem was the guy that we saw as having potential and having that exposure to international events that could potentially lead into, the understudy overtaking the master, as we have a bit of a side show on the back end of Kurt. Ah, you got out. Good for you, Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt survived. It was nice to see. Eminem as well, I was just looking, he's only 21. So, got a long career ahead of him as well, and he's been playing, you talk about it, on HKA in Worlds 2019, remember the Crash roster, and I feel like this guy is what gives Frank Esports their wins, but this time around, the whole roster's burning. I don't know how you put out that fire, Clement, we've already talked about it. There's not really a way at this point, with both solo lanes being so far behind and making up the majority of the deaths on this team.
I'll be honest, all I want to see right now in this game is just a perfect ace from PSG. I want to see the extent of the execution from PSG. You just picture it in your mind. Onslaught of Shadows riding through Kurt, riding through the Yordles and just cutting them down left and right. And then you have the cannon barrage boiling their furry bodies. And then the super mega death rocket comes in, blowing them to smithereens. It's art.
You sick man. You sick man. Clever Chew. Here we go. You might actually get your wish. And funnily enough, just as you said, the bodies are being burned. Polo trying here for Juhan, and Kurt coming on the wing, but as he's about to go Mega Nah, the damage is too much to deal with. PSG acting like the best PCS team here in spring, and boy oh boy, are Frank being outclassed in this game.
I'd give that an 8 out of 10. They missed one Yordle, so no full marks for you.
Unlucky.
And they did loot one person. But I think that execution was actually pretty much spot on. I love the use of the red buff to kind of hide their advance there. They get the cut off on multiple angles, and we saw a very beautiful scatter the weak across a cannon barrage. So, a lot of things were done right there. The Baron fake to start that one up. Okay, Kaiwing, you get nothing for that Leona ult. That was actually pretty bad. But the rest of it, I can't argue much about it. It was absolutely beautiful. They getting that crowd control down on top of the damage ticks of Hanabi, that was a pleasure to watch.
Well, still, the game goes on, surprisingly enough. PSG, we kind of talked about this in the last game. They're not the team that will go explosive with the lead, right? Like, they are still playing well. They're opting into these fights and looking for blood, but they're still playing it out very mechanically. All right, side lane time, let's push up. We have a Baron, apply the pressure, slowly whittle them down. Frank Esports, we know their base is going to break at one point. It's just about how long it will take at this 23-minute mark.
I'm looking at Kurt right now, and he still doesn't have a mythic item just yet.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I guess the triple ban does work out in the end. Maybe it forced him into a bad matchup at the very least. So, yeah, things are looking kind of grim. Frank Esports right now, I think you have to do one thing. Contender, you have to get a kill onto Bay. He's already half HP. It's not that hard.
Set him up,
looking for the angle.
He really wants it. He's like, dude, I can get it. He goes for it, and it's a miss. And you know what? There's the tool that we wanted to see. PSG are just going to go to top side now. And we're going to have to wait, Clement. I think it's 30 more seconds till Pretender gets another try.
Oh, that's a very short cooldown.
It is.
On that ultimate. Yeah, I actually didn't know about that. Interesting to see. He has to showcase that he should be in the conversation of PSG mid laners. There we go.
Gonna be rooted up. Eminem cleanse on the backside. The Cannon Barrage doing work though, and as Kurt jumps in, he's already lost his support. Frank Esports stuck against the fountain, against the best team in the PCS. I'm calling it now, Clement. 9-1 is what they're going to move to here as Scout of the Week comes through Hollow. Surviving with the Crescent Guard. Kurt ulting only Kaiwing back. That won't do too much. And as Frank get obliterated against their own base, it is PSG with back-to-back games here today that skyrocket up to the clear first. I'd be scared as the rest of the world watch in. PSG are coming.
PSG are coming for the top spot. At the very end, Frank does kill the raid boss in Bay, and you can see Bay is not very happy about that situation. He had a perfect game in hand, unfortunately. Ruined by Eminem and his antics. So, again, I feel like PSG, what we're seeing from them is just a very strong coaching staff. An understanding of where the opponent composition is going. They blocked out their tempo game plan by taking away the LeBlanc and the Ahri. That was incredibly smart from them. And I have to give a lot of props to Corgi. I feel like both of these games was pretty much just Corgi, like, outbraining the opposition coach and just taking it home easy.
Really clean drafts, like, again, cementing that point where PSG in both games. Draft difference has been something that you and I have been talking about quite a lot. You've been outlining how big it's really been, and what we saw here is, well, all right, first pick AD carry comes through, but then there's always options here for both Juhan and both Bay. And that mid 2v2 is really building up to be, you know, I guess a stronger mid 2v2 every single time we see them play.
Yeah, I really have their coordination improving. And it's not just between themselves, it's also with the lanes as well, as we saw some actually, we didn't see any ganks into the side lanes. Okay, so scratch that, but the synergy amongst themselves at least has been showcasing a lot stronger. If I'm looking at this draft again, I think a big thing to point out is that I don't think these three top lane bans were necessarily against Kurt. I think they were sort of practice bans. So they are trying to play completely towards the bottom side of the map. They're trying to play completely mid-jungle centric, and they don't want to give jungle attention elsewhere. So they're basically handicapping themselves to try and play out this style. I'll be honest, I don't think PSG really needed a triple ban Kurt. I think they're pretty happy with him getting Gragas, so I would read this as more like testing your own composition.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, you know, put Kurt into, I guess, something he's less familiar with, but more importantly, maybe they just tunnel visioned him because Hanabi wanted to play GP. He just wanted his own Falcon pick, so he's like, I know he's going to pick Nah. What else is he going to do? And had a really good time within the lane. Like, a solo kill came out. Laning phase was sublime all around. I'm not surprised that Hanabi almost did more than Unified here in this game, but it is, again, no surprise that Bay did the most when his laning phase was built on bullying out the Yorble.
Yeah, No sympathy for the Yordles, but that was kind of painful to watch here. I think that's a big showcase of why Vex doesn't have the impact that a lot of people thought he would have.
Yeah.
We all watched the sort of solo queue clips from Faker. He's like, he's on a 21-game win streak. What the hell is this? He's just playing Vex over and over again. And then you don't see it in the actual competitive scene that much. I think there's a very good reason why. She is a tempo champion with low survivability, and the timing windows when you can actually go in and land crowd control are actually fairly narrow, so she's not as easy to snowball with. And there goes our man Bay, 8-1 and 8, beautiful scoreline. We had a lot of questions about Bay, and I'll be honest, I still haven't seen, complete mechanical outplays coming out from this player, but in terms of macro sense, in terms of synergy, you can't really doubt the guy.
Man, Bay is, he's getting set up for success, but still, like, a decent enough laning phase to give the compliments all throughout. 33% damage. The biggest thing I want to point out is that Bay 2 games in a row now has been a bit of a monster, and I've already said it so many times, but I'll say it once more. He and Juhan are syncing really well together, and the rest of PSG, with their experience, are taking over in their own lanes.
Exactly, and as Sun Tzu has said in the past, the best strategy for war is not to fight one at all, and that is what we get from PSG, as they don't take any mechanical gambles whatsoever. It's just solid drafting, strong win conditions, be at the right place at the right time, and the rest will fall in place.
I mean, it's clean stuff. It's what you want to see from the team that now holds the first spot. PSG moving up to 9 wins here. They are the firm first. As, ladies and gentlemen, we go to a break. PSG may hold first, but who is going to hold last? 7-9 versus Hurricane Gaming. The Battle of the Wooden Spoon is going to be a messy one, and I'm here for it. See you in a bit.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6 but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The
time.
deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
By the reins, I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back, if something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. Blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The
time.
deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
crazy. Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS for 2022 Spring. My name is Asterix, and I'm joined by the fantastic Clement Chu. Now, to get things started, I want to let you know we're sponsored by CDBC Bank and Caliber. And before we kick things off, Riot Games, Carry Live Co, and Garena, thank you so much for the league operation and the full production. I want one of those cards, CDBC Bank. I want one of the cards. And as we get into, our next matchup, Clement, let's kind of just set the record straight. PSG Talon now sitting on top of the league at 9-1. They're on a 9-win streak. While they still have to verse Deep Cross Gaming, it is pretty fair to say that right now they're looking like at least a top 2 team, if not the best team in the league.
Yeah, I have to say their coaching edge is so massive here. Once again, Corgi won Worlds with EDG, so he's pretty much like a high school bully in a kindergarten playground. So he gets to shove people around wherever they go. I have talked about this a lot, but I think if you have a squad of players that all have a somewhat above average level of play skill and you're able to have a wide champion pool, then it's really a coach's dream. You can go any direction that you want. I still haven't really seen like strong tempo comps from the side of PSG, but hey, it could definitely be coming.
And on the other side, though, we are just kind of cementing this because I think it's an important point for the league itself, especially since we are, I said before we were in week 6, we're in week 4, but week 6 is the end of the league, so we're a couple of weeks away. We are looking down the complete other end of the standings. Sem9 versus Hurricane Gaming, and today, Clement, with Sem9, as they look for their first win in the league, they are bringing in Kirino, who is their mid laner. And remember, we've seen Lazar the whole time, the first time he's jumping on the Rift.
Yeah, this is super exciting. We have seen Kirino back in the LST, was playing with Axis Empire, and this is a guy that loves his burst damage. He has his Akali games, has his Zed games, so I think it's really going to augment the playstyle that we have seen from Sem9, which is live young or die early. Basically, they love to drop these full-on 15-minute tempo, full physical damage compositions. They're a treat to watch. They haven't been able to make it work so far, but against Hurricane Gaming, there's definitely a chance.
There is, because Hurricane Gaming, the other team, sitting 1-9 in the league. Hurricane Gaming, their only win of the split so far was against Sem9, funnily enough. They've gone through the full rotation of the rest of the league, haven't picked up a win. And I think what we've kind of understood about this team is that, like, they have a very gifted top laner. And every single time they play, I bring it up because I've seen ICU on the Gwen looking exceptional, and it was the Sem9 match that I cast. But Clement, there are other parts of this team that are developing. It just feels like it's very outweighed with the rest of the experience in the league.
Yeah, it definitely is, and currently Hurricane Gaming actually have the worst early game out of the 10 teams in the PCS. That's why I think that Sem9 strategy of just try to rush you down with these crazy assassin skirmish comps might work against Hurricane Gaming. And for Hurricane Gaming, their best composition, by my estimation, is likely the poke comp. We have seen Bane 2 play a mean Ezreal, and one of ICU's best champions is the Jace. I think it's a composition that requires far less coordination than trying to engage or trying to play silent split push. So I do expect both of these teams to just go with what they're best with. Likely Assassin comp coming in from one side and Poke from ICU.
Okay, well, different comps at the very least going to get me excited. We're looking at a comparison between the top laners here. Shiramine versus ICU. Now, these stats aren't going to be impressive, but what we can tell is that for Hurricane Gaming, their top laner does put in work despite, was it you and me talking about this, Clement, where ICU doesn't actually get that much attention in comparison to how for the lane and priority he's kind of set up.
His job is to 1v2, win the lane, and then carry the team to victory. If that sounds difficult, well, it actually is pretty difficult. Yeah. I feel for this guy. This has been my highlight for Hurricane Gaming, is just watching ICU struggle through Purgatory. He's like, what am I doing? And you can tell that he's frustrated. Like, sometimes we've seen him after a game, like he just goes in and kills the enemy AD carry amidst the entire enemy team, and he's happy with that. Yes, he knows he's just going to lose the game right afterwards, but hey, at least he got something for the team. So that's kind of the situation with ICU. I think let's be honest, I feel like the laning strength of both of these teams are going to be a little bit lower, and there will be less pressure across the board. Maybe we will be able to see Alio give him more support, and that's what I have been calling for the entire split. I know Alio is, connecting from Shanghai, so he does have better sort of synergy with the mid laner here, but I really wish that ICU could get a little bit more help.
Yeah, and again, like through the draft, maybe we'll see something that builds for the setup of that lane. At the very least, if we're talking about picks as we move into draft itself, I want to see ICU given over the Gwen. It's something he's had a couple of times, but in the PCS, always banned away. And there we go. Sem9 have done their homework, actually targeting quite a bit here. Ezreal against Bang 2, the Rise against Cha-Cha 2, so it feels like Sem9 have made sure there's no comfort coming through at the very start.
These are really smart bans, I have to say. Bang 2 is probably the only AD carry we've seen to just completely forego the Jinx and Aphelios and go for Ezreal. So straight bans, and it does take away a huge part of Hurricane Gaming's identity. This is a team that only has one win, and that one win was kind of the poke composition. So we're not really sure what else is going to be successful for them.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, on the red side, we're seeing a very early Graves. I do want to mention that Alio is one of the few junglers that actually also plays Graves, so it could be a flex pick. Yep. And I do like this kind of switching up strategy, though I don't like Graves as a jungler at all.
I know you do. It's okay. It's kind of interesting. You're looking at the potential of Graves here, and one of the few junglers that play it. You also play a bit of Gwen jungle in the PCS, which in LPL we don't even touch. So again, those differences that makes me excited to come here and cast, and especially, even watch teams like Sem9 and Hurricane Gaming. With the drafts you've already highlighted, Sem9, they want to build on a bloody comp. Well, Nidalee would put priority in, but remember, we still don't have a solo lane setup for Shiramina and Kirino that could benefit from this for now.
All right, at least going for I think Diana still are one of our highest win rate junglers, and it's very clear that what you can do with this comp, it's a wombo combo, go all in type of composition. Feels like ICU is not impressed so far with the draft.
Oh no, well that's not a good sign.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. Hurricane Gaming right now, they are building themselves into a little bit of a hole. Only like full physical damage right now coming out from them, most like an AD jungler here. So they might be forced to consider what they have as an AP option for the top lane. And right now, there really aren't that many AP tops. This is a little bit worrying to see how they will run with their composition. Or maybe Hurricane Gaming this game are going to take the Sem9 strategy and try to live fast or die young. Okay,
well, that would be exciting to see. Is they're making sure Sem9 can't do that with the Diana locked in. By the way, when you talked about Diana being great in the region, 8-2 at the moment. Ooh. So sitting at an 80% win rate with a pretty strong KDA across the board. Hana and Kongyue, the biggest abusers of it right now, but I noticed you guys get a banned against you. So Hurricane Gaming want to get rid of some of the partnerships that work so well with it, while for Sem9, some of those AP options you're talking about against Cha-Cha, I like the Veigar ban, especially since we've seen that pulled out from him before.
Yeah, the idea is very simple here from Sem9. You just want to make sure they don't get snowball potential. We have seen sort of the tempo Veigar with the Predator as a keystone. So I like the bans here. Hurricane Gaming, they still get a Syndra, but this composition is very much trending towards the early game. And I'm a little bit curious if that strategy is going to work out. Now, I will say, Even though Hurricane Gaming does have statistically the worst early game, it's not by much. They're a negative 4,500 gold on Hurricane Gaming side and negative 3,700 gold on Sem9 side at 15.
Oh my god. Clement, we get a Z mid.
Oh, let's go, Kirito. This is what I wanted to see this guy for.
First game of the PCS like this split, and he's like, you know what? It's been years, and he needs to make an impact. So I love this. You talk about Sem9's drafting coming through. The 0 and 10 team flourishing with a Z. I need to wait the 5 seconds because they're throwing me through a loop. That looks a bit more standard. So Shiramine goes to something a bit more normal. Now we're going to find out from Hurricane Gaming who's going in the jungle. Don't give ICU Dark Clement. I don't want to see him on Dar.
Why the Nar? I'm a little bit disappointed with this Nar, to be completely honest. I feel like they had a comp that is just like all fast forward, all early game potential. We have to smash things, we have to win, we have to play tempo. And then there's this Nar that I don't know what Nar does in this comp. I honestly don't. Like,
okay.
He's so situational in terms of his engage that he can't really sync up with the Jhin or the Syndra. And it doesn't fit with the theme of just going forward, you know. It's much more conservative pick.
I mean, as well, like, you poke play at range as well, right? I guess if I'm trying to see it, building the space, but again, it's always situational with an R. So in this game, Clement, you know, a lot of questions for Hurricane Gaming. I will say, having a Z with Diana, although there's not much CC between the duo, like, there's a lot of burst potential, mixed damage, on top of a Syndra. Scout of the Week can only, most of the time, hit one. So, I don't know, for Sem9, I'm kind of tossing it up that it's given me a bit.
I think there's a lot of targets for this Z to go for. That's the great thing about this Z pick. It's sure, we haven't seen Zed a lot because, honestly, with stopwatches, with exhaust, it's a champion with a very, very short window of being successful. You need to get a kill, you need to get snowballed before the stopwatches come online, and then the exhaust just completely ruins your day. So far, these assassins have not been working out very much at all. But when there's a Graves, there's a Jhin, and a Syndra all sitting around, hey, that's 3 targets out of 5 that you can potentially just kill outright.
Kirino's opening game into the PCS. Been a while since we've seen him over in the LST, but remember, regions combined, but still, it's been a while. 3 years, I think, Clement, since 2019, since he's last played a competitive game on stage.
Yeah, it has been. We haven't seen him since sort of like the start of the PCS, basically. So that's been the thing with Sem9. They had a bit of a hiatus. Unfortunately, no Malaysian teams for a while as the regions combined, but now they get their chance again. I just can't wait to see this. We did get a look at the runes here, and pretty much standard. We did see a little bit of Taste of Blood coming in from the Zed, just to get a little bit more lane sustain, and of course he is going to be running the Electrocute, as is Cha-Cha.
Yeah, so, you know, very aggressive lane. I love, you know, the Ignite coming through from Kirino, as Hurricane Gaming are going to start this invade. Ward over the other side will spot it, but as they move from Pixel Brush already, there we go. Ward's there, and it will be 10 gold given over to Enhal. Hurricane Gaming still going in for this, though, Clement. They want to start on the bottom side of the map, and it looks like set Aliao up for the potential of a vertical jungle.
I think it could be more than vertical. He could go red buff to red buff. This is perfectly fine for him because there will be no contest from someone like a Diana. And I like this level 1 strategy here. The path here is a little bit questionable, let's be honest.
It is, and how he's already used stretch lines. The flash Ignite! No. You know what? Regret immediately. Ignite goes down. Clement, that's no longer worth. Velia running up to Alial, but it's a lethal tempo jinx with Leona having Q, and he can't fix that.
I feel like there was a question mark sign before the profit point coming on the side for Hurricane Gaming. It's like, alright, we're going to go red buff to red buff, and then we're going to dominate this Diana. She's never going to get level 6. And that was just a completely unnecessary error. Like, if you committed to that play and the enemy team's already shoved away that way, you got to take a safer route. There's just... I think they actually they probably went with the invade a little bit too late, as we saw Clay X and Felia were able to shove the wave quite convincingly early on.
Oh, Kirino, look at it. Let's go. Zed melee range, but the problem is that you've already used the Shuriken. And so Cha-Cha just builds off and spaces it out, and Kirino loses the trade. But hey, coming back to it, there's a 1k gold lead for Sem9 in the early game. And for a team that wants to play aggressive, what a grand start as Caspiel's even coming to the bottom side. Zenith Blade and how ignoring it with the dredge line, and that means Caspiel can't come in, so small win for Hurricane Gaming's bottom lane.
Good response coming in from Enhao, but throughout all of this, I do want to mention, because Alio had to show up in the lane in the bottom side.
Yeah.
This jungling path, he will catch up with the farm and you actually exceed the farm from Diana, but at the moment, he's still a little bit struggling to catch up. So this level 1 invade is, I'll be honest, completely nullified. It's not been doing so much. This is a tough fight for Caspiel. I don't think he should be here, and it's not going to be in time.
Especially with ICU having the push up on the top side. We haven't talked much about the lanes because of what we've seen as Zed's played once again, but Enhao has a pretty good read on how to redirect it. The dredge line cancels it out, and Camera getting baited by that one a little bit again. As I was saying, Clement, we haven't talked much about the lanes. Mid lane looks pretty fun at the moment as Electric comes forward again. This time, Kirino winning out the trade. CS differential by quite a bit, though, from Cha-Cha, so worth noting here that the lanes are going pretty well, with Hurricane Gaming in a similar position up in the top side with ICU zoning out Shiramine.
And another big thing to point out is just looking at the map, we have far superior vision on the side of Sem9. They do have deep wards into the jungle. They know whenever Alio is going to try to gank the mid lane, which is really necessary when you're playing a Ignite versus Teleport matchup. A lot of times you're going to have to be walking into the wave in this type of a situation where the wave is very close to the enemy tower. So I like what they've been doing right here from Sem9, and they're really just setting up for a big skirmish onto the bot side. I think that is probably the best target to go for. No flash on Enhao, and from what we've seen, good shoving potential from Zed. Also coming in with a big power spike with the Serrated Dirk, so I do expect them to kind of shift their pieces towards the bottom.
One on Aliao as well, just noting that. Serrated Dirk picked up. We've got a blasting one here for Caspiel, and we're getting close to the 6 point. Caspiel actually with an EXP lead for now, but enemy jungler on the other side going to be picking up the Gromp, and that'll get him close. Objective now up 2 with the Dragon, and both junglers heading towards bot with Sem9 having the shove in. And I feel like in this early game, Clement, you know, you and I haven't talked too much about comps because we have been sidetracked. You did say in draft that for Hurricane Gaming, the pieces didn't fit.
I don't think they do. I still don't think they do. Well, for Hurricane Gaming, they have to win early. This is not a late game composition. This comp does nothing late game. So you have to keep ahead of the curve. A lot of your targets get one capped by Zed. So you also have to play a relatively clean game where you can't give kills over to Kirino, where you will make your life just a nightmare. So the windows that they have and the amount of cleanliness that they have to play with, I think, is very limiting. On the side for Sem9, they honestly have a lot more outs here.
Dive time. Flash away. There's no mana available. That is clean from Kirino and Felia helping out. There you go. A kill over to Zed, Clement.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. And if you were pick Zed, I will always root for you because I love watching Assassins. You know, we all grew up on that Faker versus Rio play, the man that dies 1,000 times a day. This is just beautiful to watch, and hopefully they get to spin the strategy into the bottom side.
A good little roam up from the support. Clay X and Felia, you know, still in a decent position in that bottom lane. The Jinx catching the wave, and not much Aliao can do, so Gold League continues to be in Sem9's favor as we look at the replay from this manaless dive from Cha-Cha.
And just beautifully done. He flashes the E, but it doesn't really work out for him, and Felia does tank the 2 parting shots, so there's absolutely no loss here, and you know, this is a massive power spike coming in from the side of Zed. I really am curious on what item he is going to go first with. We have seen things like the Prowlers. It is potentially Duskblade, though I think Prowlers overall probably has more potential for outplay, given the amount of like skill shots here that we're seeing.
If it was an SOFM jungle Zed, it would be Umbral Glaive first. As you know, but again, it's not, so we'll wait and see. A very, very good item in pro play, and something that is so painful to verse.
Yeah.
Especially in the early game, as it is a relatively cheap item. But, Clement, it's Herald time. Ignore what I'm saying, because we have a strong Zed, and for now, I'm kind of curious as to how you set yourself up on this objective.
I think we're looking at the potential for a Wombo combo here. So Hurricane Gaming, the most important thing for them is to not bunch up when you're going down the ramp. That is the cardinal sin that you can make here. I love 7-9's positioning. They have this ward cleared out. They're already close to the ramp. So if Hurricane Gaming and their backline show up, it's a very easy engage for Felia. Carino is getting some poke down. And they are also just waiting for the Jigs to come up. Here we go.
Felia flashes in. The rest of his team not there yet, though. And for Sam Knight, their support maybe not communicating that well. Caspiel going to be caught out next, and that's 2 kills. ClayX wasn't there, and Shiramine was far away too. Like, I'm not sure about that one.
I think he tunneled just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Okay.
He heard my voice through the ether, you know? He's like, oh, we have to take them down while they're coming up the ramp. That's your best opportunity. So he heard my voice, he went straight in, and then ClayX and everyone else on 7-9 said, no! Ooh, that was close.
An attempt, a worthy attempt at the very least. Herald goes down. Hurricane Gaming, even out in gold, Clement. And the comp that you talked about, you know, that doesn't really synergize together. They are now back into the early game that was going swimmingly for 7-9.
Weirder things happened, I guess.
That's true.
Take a look across the map. ClayX, I think he does get 1 turret plating in the bottom side, a bit of a consolation prize. And for Alial right now, I would actually want to drop this into the mid lane. I don't feel like dropping it, even if they take the top lane, it doesn't really change much of the map equation. I would much prefer to just get Cha-Cha even further ahead, make sure he's not a viable solo kill target from the side of Carino, and you know, just make sure that Zed doesn't have that many opportunities to roam here.
Because again, he picked up the kill, still without the mythic, but keeping Kirino down is, you know, a very viable solution here for Hurricane Gaming, and it feels like something that they need to do anyway. So as they start leading ahead in gold, we'll watch that Herald placement. But here in the early game, 4 kills and 10, but it's hoping things continue to heat up, because we are moving closer and closer outside the laning phase, and when both teams need wins to kind of survive, like the fact that this early game has been a bit questionable in certain stances is kind of setting up where they are in the league. You got 10 teams, and the 9th and 10th place are very veered off from everyone else.
Yeah, we had some basically love shown both ways from the supports this game.
Yeah.
Completely got a head scratcher games, but here is really the time where I think things can get much more interesting. We do have the combos online on the side for 7-9, and Leona is a great one to start the combo with, so I like that they're basically baiting with the dragon here, forcing, again, Hurricane Gaming to come down to those ramps where you typically are very grouped up, and Caspiel can find a good gauge. But Hurricane Gaming, they just don't fight. They know that they have no business going into this river, given the vision disadvantage. Just pass by.
And it's only a Cloud Soul that you could potentially be giving away this game, so the least concern out of any of the souls coming through. But there's 2 dragons. It's still a condition for Sem 9. Still something they've been stacking up. And as that goes down, now we're back to the Herald play. So Alial moving towards mid, but no camps seem to be available. A position on the entrance on this left side, and somewhere to get the Herald down. But he's going back towards top, Clement. I feel like he's going to double down on this.
Yeah, that's the only lane they have the wave pushing in, but he is spotted here, and Zed is also moving up here. That's why I wanted it to go mid. If you go mid, Zed can't show up and surprise you. Alial, where are you going, Alial?
Okay.
Going?
Well, he's going into the nether. Deathmark used. Kirino picks up the kill. Herald is going to help get this turret, that's for sure. Shiramene can't stop that, as the minions will help do the work. ICU prioritized, but yeah, Alial just going to trade up his life for it, I guess.
And I just don't feel like 7-9 are really threatened about losing their top lane tower. You know, it's a kill over to Zed. And what is Nari going to do, honestly?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone afraid about Gnar roaming, and that's why I would have much preferred to see it go mid instead. I mean, when you're dropping it mid, at the very least, you know that Zed's not going to surprise you, and you kind of limit his effectiveness. Good play.
Yeah, nice. Cancels the back and just saw it with the edge of vision. Unfortunate to say the least, and you're right. You know, mid to give Cha-Cha a bit of an edge, because Kirino now has a Prowler's Claw. You get your question to the answer to the question, I should say, Clement. We do have a Zed with a lot more outplay potential, a lot more gap close than he already has.
Yeah, and this is really going to help out when he gets pushed back by the Scatter of the Weak. You can instantly just pop the Prowlers and get right back on its target, or have the W ready for the engage as well. So this is a huge power spike coming in. You have double Mythics coming out on the side of Sem9 carries before anything from Hurricane Gaming, and we still haven't seen a move volley just yet. So I do expect things to really start to heat up quite soon. Shiromine has also completed his Mythic in the Everfrost, so a lot of catch potential here. And I just feel like Sem9, their strategy to win the game is very clear going forward, is you just try to take every objective fight you can from now on. You're almost guaranteed to win in most instances. If the enemy can't find any poke on you, just snowball the game from there.
Yeah, easy way through. Hurricane Gaming, limited options in the early game already being shown, where gold may have flipped in their favor, but we see plays like that. We see the item advantage, and we know that Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes, another Herald in a minute. A lot of options available for the comp that looks a little bit stronger, and Caspiel's coming to the bottom lane. This will not be spotted. Hurricane Gaming have their own, but as Felia clears out the ward, there's another one in there. Caspiel's going to walk into it, and there goes the element of surprise.
Just a straight 3v3 here. They wanted to catch Hurricane Gaming in the middle of the lane, but Hurricane Gaming did a very good job at covering all of their entrances and making sure the lane gank wasn't available. I really like that they also had Alial here into the bottom side just to make sure that doesn't happen. And in the meantime, ICU is doing his darnest to get as far ahead as possible in this game. I feel bad about this Gnar pick, because even if it wins lane this hard and like taking away enemy caps, I just don't think it's gonna show up in skirmishes at all. Like the skirmishes are gonna happen so quickly from the side of Sem9, and they're not gonna pay any attention to the Mega Gnar Bara. It's almost like it doesn't exist. And here we have the dive.
In and out before anything happens, before you can get the Mega Gnar ulti off. It's a Mega Death Rocket going up. I think that is checking the Herald, as no, they got false information. It started now while the turret goes down to the bottom side, so Sem9 equalizing a little bit in gold once again. Herald's going to be started here. We are just doing a simple dance with pants, Clement. What item comes next for Kirino? Let's talk about that, because as a Zed, you have so many options, like so many lethality items to choose from.
Yeah, there's a whole host of them right now. There's no shielding that much on the enemy team, so you don't really expect the Serpent's Fang. We have seen people just go straight up for the Sorelio's Grudge, which is one of the items that are kind of interesting. But I think in this sense, he's probably going for Knight's Edge, given his item build and the Ruby right now. Most likely just thinking about countering out the Scatter of the Weak. It makes it very hard for Syndra to get away. I expect probably that item into Sorelia third makes a little bit more sense.
I love Knight's Edge, sounds better. I think it's Edge of Night, but
I
like
Edge
Knight's
of Night.
Edge.
Sorry.
Knight's Edge is cooler, dude. It's literally like, let's give it to one of the best mid laners in the world. Let's name an item after him. And how not starting anything here. But Dragon's up, and Clement, Knight's Edge won't be there. But Kirino still has a lot of damage, and Sem9 are gearing up. Look at where the Zed is, and look at where Hurricane Gaming have to walk into. Oh no. Oh no. They've walked into this. Wait for the Diana ulti. I am. Caspiel's still there. Kirino jumps on in. Ignites down. There's a two-man Moonfall. And Bang 2 cops the edge of it, but still no kill. And ICU, who wouldn't have an angle, now aims for the 80 carry. ClayX has the range to play with. Everyone's so low. And Kirino finally finished off the kill with the Prowler's Claw. But look at this. Hurricane Gaming get out with lives that shouldn't be there.
I'm so surprised at Sem9. Once again, they do sort of fumble the engage. Hurricane Gaming honestly gave them a perfect chance. They got the full surround. They had Gnar still very far back into the background, but
Filia just went in a little bit too early. I love the play from Enhao, being able to use that depth charge to slow the rest of the team, and they just don't get the combo. The combo should be Leona ultimate into Diana Moonfall, and then you have Zed picking up targets left and right.
Zed went in when I guess he realized, like, I gotta go in now. Like, Kirino wasn't able to clean up, did a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough here. And so Hurricane Gaming, with a couple of quick resets and members left over, will pick up the Dragon, slow down that objective momentum. And Clement, as we look at the replay here, you're right, Filia starts this off again before the team's there.
Yeah, just look at how many seconds it takes before the Moonfall comes after the Leona ultimate. A couple key things right here. They didn't really have vision of the banana brush. Always a key thing when you're playing red side versus blue side. And we saw Moonfall coming in about 5 or 6 seconds later. Kirino is just making his way in to the fight right now. He picks off the jungler. It's 3-0, but I can't help but feel like they could have played that with a little bit more patience. And just like if Filio has waited 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds for the back end, I think, for Kirino to go in, it would have been fine.
Hello, sure, Mine caught out a little bit here, and they do have the damage. Nicely done. I guess when ICU has all the resources, he is still going to do a bit of damage.
Doing a great job at this point. And this is a split push threat that Sem9 do have to reckon with. They've been trying to group up so far.
Now getting caught out again. Filia frontlining. Solar Flare comes through. Caspiel not in yet. Use the Proto Belt. Wants only one. That's onto Bang 2, but the Gale Force away. Meanwhile, Kirino has a death mark onto ICU. It's a double kill for Clay X's. Aliao hovers back. Filia golden for the last shot. He survives, and Sem9 punish Hurricane going way too deep.
Yeah, that was a bit weird from Hurricane Gaming. Cha-Cha was not in position, so they willingly walked themselves and actually engaged onto a sort of a 4v5 situation. Sure, Shiromine wasn't there either, but they already expended their ults from the previous fight, so it definitely was not in their favor. Just going a little bit too deep. If they just waited again for people to link up, this would have been a much stronger position. But we're going to watch that again. You know, engaging in these sort of narrow corridors, it's definitely favorable for the side that is going in tank first. Enhao at this point, you know, not as tanky as a Leona with the W, and they're able to just kind of front to back this and clean up target after target. I want to see how many kills Kirino has after this, because he is going on very close to Legendary at this point. Oh, you didn't get anything. Okay, never mind.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Look, Clement, Kirino is... It's funny for a 3-0 Zed. Like, I'm sure we're going to see him pop off more in the next couple of fights, but he's being very calm, kind of playing around what Feely is doing at the moment. And my point comes to this. We have a very strong Sem9, and I need to come back to a point. Like, this Zed has so many targets. You talked about it. And even as the game goes on, a lot of people think Zed going to fall off. But with the amount of targets you told me about, it's pretty easy to see how he can rip through all game long.
Yeah, I expect Aliol to just completely die, and ICU waits for his Mega to go down.
Oh, Shuriken missed. Ignites there, and he jumps back. Caspiel, you want to finish it? It's yours. It's all yours.
Beautiful punish right there. Nobody expects the Zed to come from behind. That's always the most difficult angle. Like, if you look at the wording from ICU, it's like, okay, I did my due diligence. I made sure that there's nobody on my flank, and then Zed just pops up right behind you. The timing was perfect there from Kirino as well, and Hurricane Gaming don't really have a lot of wave clear to keep this one alive. We have the collateral damage being expended.
Yeah, and another ulti with Curtain Call as well. Shuromane just blocking it all. And Bang 2 accepts fate that all bullets are going to go into him. So mid-turret defender for now, but again, it's ultimate for ultimate for ultimate used. And for Sem9, they've got another wave that's going to be coming in. They'll be consistent, or persistent, I should say. And Clement, I guess we're going to keep assaulting mid until we get to the next dragon in 50 seconds. And at that point, Edge of Night is now complete for Kirino. He'll have that 2 items. We also have an LDR for Clayex that's been completed a little while ago.
Wow, that's a very early LDR against a team that's going full early game. So interesting choices right here. I just feel like the read from Sem9 is most likely Cha-Cha and Aliel will be stacking a lot of armor. So you might as well get this item done much sooner than usual.
I can understand that logic coming from the side of PlayX. And I think the most important thing we have to note here is how will Sem9 actually approach this team fight? They do need to, I think, bait Hurricane Gaming a little bit more far forward, or Shiromai needs to have a massive explosive cask. In the previous game, he wasn't really there on the start of the fight. This time he is now. And ICU, I have to say, ICU has been really good with his Gnar bar so far. Both Drake fights coming in with about 90% Gnar bar.
And just threatening, holding on to it. I think for Sem9 as well, Clement, they need to keep doing their due diligence in de-warding. Because these wards were doing quite a lot here as Hurricane Gaming got the burst off the Edge of Night as well. Mega Death Rocket was aimed for Alial, but it hits ICU. And as Dragon spawns, Sem9 still with priority over the Ripper. But Hurricane Gaming look to trade this off through mid. However, it's too short range, they can't walk towards it. The flash in. Wait, what?
What?
Kirino flashes into CC. ICU now dealing with Caspiel. PlayX will get the kill and the reset, but Bang2 and Chacha are healthy enough. Caspiel's ulti not doing enough. And over the wall, he comes back in for a quick trade-off. Messi is anything. PlayX flashes outside, but Bang2 wants to deal with him. The cleanse out early. ICU still alive. Clement, it's a fiesta.
I apparently don't understand how Zed is played. Zed is, I think, a tank now. Maybe that's kind of the idea. We saw Kirito flash in, gets insta-stun, and he didn't even get the ultimate off. Just died like that. So, interesting play. Like I'm just wondering about the communication in that sequence, because if you're gonna flash and engage, why isn't it Shiromine doing the flash engage? It feels so weird for the Zed to go in like that.
I guess he thinks he's going to be an ulti straight away, but I'll also give credit to Enhal. That dredge line, that was a good reaction.
That was definitely beautiful there, and a lot of things just going wrong for Sem9 there. They don't get the knockback on the explosive cast. PlayX, even though he trades this one, they still fall down to Bang2 in the end. And it just seems like a lapse of communication. There was no way that it should be Shiromine to go in first. They had so many options. Like, Filia even had his flash in that fight as well. So I just think it's a comms issue. Like, maybe they wanted to count to 3, and then Kirino went in on 2. Like, that's probably my only explanation.
Clement, they know what the number 3 is, though. Come on. Like, we go in on 3. And Kirino's like, okay, I'll go in on 2. No, on 3. Kirino still goes in on 2. His Edge of Night, was actually down as well. So we saw it with Scatter the Week. So a bit of a blunder. And if you're talking about communication issues, this whole game, it is fair to say that, Felia's been on a different page. Like, we haven't seen the perfect layering of Caspiel's ult after Felia's 2. So, Hurricane Gaming, with some of the individual skill that we've talked about throughout the weeks, taking advantage of Sem9 mis-executing, and even in this side lane, start to bridge the gold gap a little bit more. ICU having a great time here with the 20 CS lead, and with this little hull breaker, making Shiromine really work for it.
I really like his build. He's delaying the Mythic a long time just to make maximum use of side lane split pushing items. A lot of DPS here. If the catch happens.
Gotcha. Gonna go golden. The ulti use from Kirino as well. But there should be enough burst damage, and the Ignite ticks him down. There's another kill. Sem9 back on the board, but the Solar Flare flashed away from for Alial. They want PlayX, and with a depth charge, he'll be rooted down. No reset for him as Filia dies too. Sem9 even committed the teleport. ICU used one too. He'll slow them all down as the curtain call next to the finishing touches. Flash forward from the top laner. Hurricane Gaming are getting it all. And just when it looks good for Sem9.
They came here to play, that's for sure. That was a great response to the top lane. Double ultimates used there. There was actually very low combat power on the side of Caspiel and Kirino after that one. So Hurricane Gaming, they see the 3v3, they take it, they go all in with the TPs preemptively, and they clean up the mess. That was just really well done, and I think they understood the tempo extremely well. Unfortunately for Sem9, I'm not sure why their AD carry had to stay around this area. Oh, it was actually Sem9 engaging. Huh. That's an interesting choice. I was thinking that, you probably don't want to engage on this spot because your mid jungle have no ult and you don't know where they're... Well, okay, they went in. I guess that's the end of it.
That's it. They went in, and it cost them everything. Clement, I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. This game delivering in a very, very unique way. After we've just cast like PSG Talon versus a CDBC Flying Oyster, and then versing even Frank Esports, watching Hurricane and Sem9 go at it is a very different experience.
It's interesting to say the very least.
Yeah.
It's definitely interesting. I still don't know what Sem9 are doing with their engages. It's just been all over the place so far, and I just feel like Hurricane Gaming got out of a bind without really doing much. Like, if you think about this game, it was looking pretty damn bad for Hurricane Gaming. I was like, oh, wait a minute, this Zed is already 3-0. He's moving across the map, completely unimpeded. He's picking up kills left and right. And then Sem9 just somehow fumble all of the objective fights completely.
Yep. Yeah. Well, good thing Aliel stepped back. Dragon Soul denied. And with the fumbling, now we see there's a 6k gold lead that's built up from all the times it's happened. So Hurricane Gaming in control of this game. Sem9, it was looking like we could start talking about the potential of the first win. Now I'm very concerned that they are going to be 0-11 very shortly.
I do have an opportunity this time around. Nar isn't here.
Was the cast good? And how the target. Kirino exhausted though. Caspiel! Finally, that's a good ulti. Kirino cleaned up the backline, but stopwatch after stopwatch as Caspiel rooted up, and down he goes. Sem9 without their leader as Shuramino targeted on the back. Clement, again, it looks so good, but Sem9 too far forward, split up without direction. Hurricane Gaming gonna blast them away.
Oh, that was very unfortunate for Hurricane Gaming. They still had 2 stopwatches just lying there waiting to be used, and that was a good move by Enhao there, getting his Titan's Wrath just in time. So that's the problem about Zed. You really have very short windows. I feel like Zed, you have to snowball before those stopwatches come online. We didn't really see that happen. Hurricane Gaming picking up teamfight win after teamfight win, and they're going to cruise with 2-0 in this matchup.
They are indeed. Look at Kirino in his first game of the PCS trying to keep this going, but Clayex, even if he flashes away, maybe actually, Clement, it's not over yet. Clayex, not at all. And Nexus exposed and the game goes off.
Wait a minute, did I misspeak? Are we going to get 20 more minutes of game time?
We are. Yeah, we're going to get at least 10. At least 10.
ClayX just stepping up huge to the play, getting excited and just picking away at his targets from the bottom side. He manages to clean everything up, and I thought this game was over for sure. I thought it was just done. But Hurricane Gaming, I actually feel like Hurricane Gaming probably split focus in that one. You know, they were trying to deal with multiple members. They weren't all on the Nexus for that moment, and we are seeing the objective bounties just rolling in.
Yeah, and look, it's only mid-inhibitor that's gone down, so S9 making sure the wave's nowhere near the base. There was no ward placed. However, there is a Jin trap. I think that's a Jin trap on the left-hand side. We'll have to see what happens here, because you're right, Hurricane Gaming, they went in for the play, and I think Kirino and ClayX getting their time to play.
Yeah, ICU goes a little bit too far in, dies first. Great play from ClayX, keeps his distance so well and kites out with 1,000 gold. The bounty, that was such a beautiful move to see him heal and then flash away, but still use his auto attack range to get the last hit in. That was, you know, that was a really intimate knowledge of his distancing in that team fight displayed right there. Great stuff from him, and look at his items right now. He's actually ahead of Bang2, who's 6-1 and 8.
And you did talk about this comp being a better scaler. So that is worth mentioning, where Hurricane Gaming, limited options in this game. Yes, they still have the gold lead. Yes, they have an open Nexus. But Sem9, if they can delay this, if they can keep the game going, remember that once that inhibitor's up, they're going to be able to push out on the map a lot more. They're even doing it now, but hang on. They might have to deal with ICU. Be careful. ICU's mid. They can't go too far.
There are no Nexus towers left, so one member can just finish the game. They have to go back and defend. It was a good idea for Philia to try to come in from the side, but unfortunately he was actually slowed down by the Jin traps. He had the Elixir of Iron running as well. He's not able to find that engage onto Bang2. The most important thing here is
I think we have to see a good explosive cast from Shiro Mine.
Yep.
There's been so many team fights, but unfortunately, Gragas has been missing the mark just a little bit. He needs to get the knockback or the scatter effect. That's when you have a lot of just isolated 1v1s where Kirino can really pilot this Zed to perfection.
Okay, so explosive cask. I think as well, we've already said Caspiel's ulti has to be layered after the solar flare. It has to come together perfectly because one misstep, even like macro-wise, right? Sem9 are coming so far out on the map. Look at bot. Shiramine has to go back there, but right now, I see you having a great time in the solo lane. And for a team that has no Nexus turrets, they are very far out right now.
Yeah, the damage that ICU doing is getting pretty far out of hand. He's going to take this one down.
He's doing it. He's about to go Meganar. Now he's going to commit for this. Explosive cast there. Meganar ulti back. That's like the backwards dunk. And look, they've picked off Kirino. So Sem9 are now down a member, and that should just be a Baron. Or at least walk it in. One of them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by Kirino's death right there. He was the one waiting inside the brush, but maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew. And this is Hurricane Gaming putting the finishing touches. They could just end the game on this push.
Well, they're going to slow down the jungler, and look at the damage here from Alial. Teleport coming through. Hurricane want to end it, and Caspiel just gets one shot. The ulti doesn't come down. Two members, Clement, long death timers. Hurricane Gaming are back to set out what they tried to do before.
That was an interesting turn of events. I expected one big fight. This is one big fight.
Oh,
Go room 79, please. Here we go.
Jeremine. And that one doesn't do too much. Unfortunately, Clement, you don't get your wish. Aliala does way too much damage. And Sem9, it doesn't matter because at the end they got picked apart in different parts. And Hurricane Gaming are going to make sure they don't pick up their first win instead. Hurricane get a little bit closer towards that middle of the pack.
I feel like a kid after a GameStop Christmas sale where you know there's so many like AAA game titles on sale right now, and then your grandma brings you the one game that's like has a negative review.
No.
It's like the only one you didn't want to play, and it's just like, what?
Like a golfing, there's like a new Tekken out.
Yeah.
There's like a super, like any console, right? There's like the CSGO game coming out on the first Xbox, and you get who's the famous golfer? Who's the famous golfer, Clement?
Tiger Woods.
You get the Tiger Woods golfing game. That's what she got you. And you have to put on a smile and say thanks. But you're really never going to play it, are you?
There were so many good options, so many potential highlights from Sem9's composition, and the start wasn't even that bad, but I just feel robbed of like entertainment because you had two very weird and untimely deaths coming in from Carino and just not being able to chain any of the engages together. It's just
Clement, not robbed of entertainment, but to be fair, it was obvious from the early game how this was going to set out. Because in the early game, it was the greedy pathing from Enhal and to be fair, Bang2 from the invade, where at level 1, they just walked like I don't know.
I have to say, like, Hurricane Gaming has had some of the most tragic level 1s that we've seen throughout this split. Yeah. Like, in their past 3 games. I'm just talking about their past 3 games. They had a game where Alial had to go back to base before finishing his blue. The blue buff actually beat him level 1. And then we had another game where they walked into a completely calamitous level 1. They spotted a ward and still went in for the late level 1 invade. Got completely wiped. And then we have this game where Enhao just dies.
Was it Alial who forgot to buy items? Was that the one in the last
No. That was actually Hana. Hana forgot to buy items. But Alial did the SOFM. And the Krugs actually beat him back. So,
that's right.
Not the Krugs. The Grump actually beat him back. So it's so weird because I honestly don't think that Hurricane Gaming are even that bad of a team. But it's just that they have these super tragic level 1s. Where honestly, and they're self-inflicted too.
They are. They are like the bottom line, and that's why we thought Sem9 in a great position. Better comp overall. Let's be real. You talked about how Hurricane Gaming's comp functions. it didn't make that much sense to you. And they still made it work anyway. And they played towards ICU. They played towards their top laner on a champion that didn't really need the lane attention as he was just coasting along.
Yeah, credit where it's credit is due. ICU played a very good game of Gnar. He had lane control the entire way through. Even before the Herald, he was already up by 3 plates. So that just goes to show you his sort of domination against Shiromine, and especially in this matchup. But I still had a lot of questions. I felt like this comp wasn't a 4-1 comp whatsoever, and you could see that this team does not fold into the split pushing side. It's a very clunky team. It's more like an artillery piece when you're moving across the Jhin and Syndra across the map. So I had a lot of my doubts there, but I think they were alleviated by the fact that ICU was so good at controlling his Mega Gnar rage. Every single Drake team fight, he's coming in with 80-95% Mega Gnar rage, which I think made the comp somewhat more playable.
Well, ain't that a gold graph, though, as we round it up. Yeah, again, ICU, makes that whole draft quite fluid when I think for Sem 9 we saw engages timed differently. Like, Felia wasn't on the same page. Piece by piece, Sem 9 were going in, and then ICU has a target all of a sudden for an ulti because they're running away. So I like that game in certain parts, Clement, but I won't be racing back to watch this one again because I think Hurricane Gaming and Sem 9 kind of cementing that, and I'm a guest here, right? Hurricane Gaming are now 2-9. They have a chance of catching up to Meta Falcon Team, Impunity, or even Frank Esports, but Sem 9 kind of cementing the fact that they're probably going to be the first team out of a potential playoffs as we look at the MVP. Now, ICU deserves it. And once again, this is normally the player we can gaming, so it makes sense.
Deals the most damage on his team overall. And this is, I think, a good showcase of what he will be able to do against a lot of the more weak side top laners that we have in the lead. I could see ICU making a decisive play against Kurt, against Taco. We do have a lot of top laners that are just more defensive in nature, or their team does not prioritize their own lane. And I feel like Hurricane Gaming actually has a chance to prey on those teams and get themselves a surprise playoff spot. In my estimation, it's still a long shot. Even against Sem 9, they did not have a good early game, as we saw in the gold graph, and they will still be solidly last in terms of their early game performance. But hey, if they can clean up their level 1s, please just clean up their level 1s. I feel like they have a good chance.
Yeah. Giving an advantage, it doesn't need to be given. 11-loss streak, of course, for Sem 9. Hurricane Gaming getting their second win, both against Sem 9, by the way, for these teams. It's been a pretty hard run, but hopefully it improves from here. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of improving, it's Impunity versus MFT. Coming up right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Flowers bloom, never wanna down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're cheating liar, you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight, and a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. 'Cause just me dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor.
the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu, middle name Clement, who is going to be along with me for the wild ride. That's right. Well, we don't know what the K stands for, and you never will. That's private. PCS, remember, CDBC Bank and Caliber are our sponsors. And also remember that thanking Riot Games, Carry Liveco, and Garena for league operation and the full production of the PCS is in our sentence. All right, Clement.
Oh,
I was thinking,
wondering where
man,
you were going with
I
that.
was wondering, I'm like, man, where am I taking this? I don't know. I found a dead end. And I think it's because last game fried my brain. Like, this happens when I cast TT versus RA. Back before RA in the LPL, was like steaming up. Dude, that destroyed my brain. I couldn't spell the next day. And I kept spilling food on me and just all over the place. So I hope we recover after that one because while Hurricane Gaming and Sem9 were sitting at the bottom looking for the first win for Sem9, Hurricane Gaming unfortunately took the win. We now move up a little bit here. Impunity versus Meta Falcon teams, our next one. And Clement, I want you to walk me through Impunity because this is, I guess, a developmental split for a lot of these players, considering this team is also struggling to get off the ground.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting team because they do have a solid identity. Their biggest selling point is, maybe not selling point, but their biggest stat is they have only won games on Jinx so far. So most of their compositions are completely built around the fact that Jinx gives you the potential to get excited and snowball the team fight. Yeah. We have seen Pingwei play a lot of Rakan. We have seen them play things like the Jarvan and the Galio, just really strong catch compositions where if they get the first kill, they get the extra opportunity to funnel these extra stats into Blaze and have him carry the team. On the other hand, Meta Falcon team is actually quite similar. They are the triple dive composition. They like to have a lot of carry potential at 665s. He was riding a much higher damage share than both his top laner and mid laner for a long time. And they are running into a bit of a troubling period with that sort of strategy, mainly because Wen's champion pool has been targeted so heavily. Everyone is just making sure he doesn't get the Galio.
Yep.
And this is an interesting thing that we have in this game. After a 3-game lose streak, we now have Firefox sitting directly behind the team. Now, Firefox is the sort of a superintendent of this team. He is working with both the university and with this esport organization. But I don't think we have seen before this game Firefox actually come down and try to get the draft himself. This is very exciting.
Because again, a bit of a touch up on this was a team that came through multiple tournaments. Like, Clement, this is a Casper Cup team, isn't it? That came through.
Yeah,
and
the LSC Cup.
Yeah. So this was the team that came together and we were like, well, they were built to be together. And for Meta Falcon team, you know, that's why I use the word development, because a lot of fresh faces coming through, but a lot built on, you know, how the players develop throughout the split. Now, of course, we are looking at mid laners coming into this matchup. Faith versus Wen. Interesting enough, because you talked about Wen's champion pool being targeted. I think for Faith as well is someone who has been getting better and better, but has an interesting dynamic champion pool as well.
It's true. I think Faith is very much a utility piece on the team. The way to think about Faith is he is about engage, engage, engage. If he can somehow lock the enemy team down in position and have the rest of the members from Impunity to target that person, then he has done his job. So you see the Yasuos, he's comboed that up with the Diana for the win against MFT in their previous round. You see the Aries coming out, just trying to get charms, and the Rise with the Realm Warp. So I think his identity is actually he has a very clear silhouette on what he tries to do, but at the same time, he doesn't get much resources. So he isn't really packing a lot of damage in this composition. And again, you can see Impunity. They know the gig is up, and they're just going to take away the Galio. Excuse me, from Wen again.
Wouldn't you be intimidated if is that Firefox's Knuckles sitting on top of 665? God, that's, you know, knock, knock. Come on, 665, let's go. Let's get it going.
If Firefox tells me that he used to just like knock Uzi's head before the games, I would allow him to do that every single game to me. Yeah,
and you
like,
just know,
Coach, hit me.
That same little knuckle has been knocking around a MSI champion or you know, almost world champion, a world finalist, we'll just call it. So I've let him do it too, Clement. Hey, both teams 3 and 7, by the way. But as we get in pick and bans, already very different. You talked about one not being given away some of his champion pool, like the core Galio. I like that. Impunity, take it off the board straight away.
Yeah, we have seen Wen go for the Renekton's and the Sets as well. Set did get a little bit of a buff in the mid lane, so maybe that is something he can go back onto. Another big point of targeting has just been that jungle position. For 665, he typically does play things like the Diana and the Viego, and sometimes even the Gwen. He has to deal a lot of damage, and in my opinion, he's probably the best player on an MFT in a carry role. So denying that with the Diana is always kind of a plus here, and we are seeing a plethora of jungle bans coming out, and what? Yeah. Oh no, MFT, please.
Leaving Zeri through, like, again, I know you guys will always pick it up as a first pick, so Blaze gonna get that one, and yeah, I don't know if that's a blunder, or do you have something to match it? Because Clement, we know in multiple regions, Tristana has been the go to build out the laning phase. I think we even apparently saw Jackie Love take Draven into it, so we're gonna get Jinx this time around, a standard 80 carry, but again, pretty scary to let this pick through.
Yeah, you definitely want strong auto attacks to go against Zeri because she's just way too mobile. I think skill shot reliant champions don't work well against her. Like, you're definitely not taking things like the Ezreal or like the Ziggs into that champion. But from what we have seen from MFT, they have allowed Zeri to go through in the draft a couple times, so as Hurricane Gaming, and their answers so far has just not been sufficient. I believe they've tried the Tristana. We didn't really see the laning phase work out for that one. They tried to basically hyperscale it and throw other resources at it. It hasn't worked out. And now we have MFT trying to go for something I would say is a little bit out of their purview. They're going for a much more standard strategy, a team fight focused one, with the Jinx and the Hecarim locked in. As we talked about, these are the premier team fighting picks in their respective roles.
Get that reset, build the bridge from there. Nautilus going to be the standard lock-in. Pinway as well as Rakana has been the Nautilus locked in quite occasionally. So for MFT, now the question is, do you build up a support before it gets banned, or do you... What else is open? Gwen's not open. Clement, what do you want to see?
I wouldn't mind Gwen just go for the Orianna. I think it's maybe not something he's all too comfortable with, but he has played it before. Unfortunately, he's not gonna. I think the more standard, definitely just like the straight up team fight option would be Orianna. There's no real hard counters to it. Maybe the opponent picks up Ari, but it's fine. The Tom Kench for me is a little bit more defensive based. I think it's a good matchup against Viego. It just does deny him that reset ability and to chain into stealing your own abilities. So this is a fine pick at the moment, but I would definitely be looking at Ori as a potential pickup.
Or at least a band away now from Impunity with that in mind. Clement, you didn't realize we're doing Taco versus Taco again. I've got to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
We are doing Taco versus Taco, my dude. You and I, actually, it was my opening PCS cast that I got to do this. So we've done the full loop, and we've come back down to it. It was very confusing the first time. It'll be very confusing this time as well. And I'll take us back to pick ban because we'll go in loops even talking about it. And Oriana gets taken away. So we are just mid lane extraordinaire. There's Syndra. I don't know. What else do you take off?
LeBlanc is still available. I wouldn't put it past Faith to just pick up something like that. If you're thinking about what Impunity has gotten so far, this definitely reads like to me sort of... well, they could go two different directions. I feel like Zeri and Viego, they are incredibly powerful when it comes to late game scaling as well. They have probably the highest carry potential ceilings in their respective roles. Or they could go for a much more aggressive early game, which I think MFT is reading them as trying to go early game. So we'll see which path they ultimately do. I think Impunity actually have so many options open just because of how powerful Zeri is. If you snowball Zeri, the game's over. Like, you just can't catch her. Or you could just wait for late game and for it to happen naturally as well. So simple. Honestly, Impunity are keeping their options quite open here. I personally would want to see a strong mid-game pick here. Yeah, LeBlanc is going to be the go-to answer. I feel like that's what I was leaning towards as well. Try to snowball, get Viego fed.
Yep.
If you just get a couple of sits onto Zeri, it should work out.
I mean, strong 2v2 as well, right? We have CC, we have a lot of burst coming through, especially at the 6 points. So for Faith and Taco, playing towards mid's going to be quite exciting. As on the other side, for MFT, they have decent scaling in Victor, Jinx, Clement. That's a Victor top. Taco's going to take Victor top.
Okay, this is a fun one going into this. We have seen Victor tops in solo queue quite a bit because it's so safe against a lot of these melee matchups. And against Gnar, it's actually a very strong matchup as well. I really like the swap around here. Gnar can't really trade with you in terms of burst. You just get the damage off and kind of kite it out. And you always kind of win those short burst trades. And cooldown on the Q isn't even that long either. In the meantime, the Vex is an interesting option here. On one point, I don't think the composition really lends itself to early snowballing. So I think we are going to get more of a just control mage version of the Vex, just trying to get those fears off over and over again.
Clement, I will say though, while it doesn't lend itself to the comp, I'm curious as to what they do with it because of how you talked about, you know, in this game, Impunity want to get themselves rolling. Like, we have Viego, we have Zeri. We know that now, like, through mid, we have an aggressive mid. Like, seeing the LeBlanc on this roster, we know what Impunity want to do. And I want to point out that the only other Victor top I've seen was from the Shy, and he played Grasp. He played Grasp Victor top, and it was it was not good. So I really hope we get something different. I hope we haven't had Taco watching the Shy, because if he takes anything from that man, it's gonna go downhill fast.
I love watching the Shy, man. I love watching the Shy. Is solo queue games where he's just like on a Vayne or a Callista? Those are the games I love to watch because it's so fun. You can tell that he just doesn't care about the rest of the map and he's just enjoying himself in the top side. And it works out. But hopefully we will take a look. I'll have to be honest, I'm not that familiar with Victor top and his setups. I think I've seen some first strikes go into melee matchups, and I think Everfrost is still kind of the go-to mythic item for him into the top lane. But, you know, like, as you're saying, it's been Grasp in the LPL, so we'll see if that happens. I'm not sure how the Grasp works, though. I don't feel like Grasp is... Like, I could see Phase Rush being a lot more useful than Grasp. But...
I mean, like, First Strike, Phase Rush, right? Like, there's a lot that could come through. You know, even the Airy and the Victor top against the Gnar. I'm curious, because Clement... Look, Vex, Victor on the same team. It's the battle of the bees and the solo laners. Meta Falcon team Impunity. For anyone tuning in, just a side note, these guys are 3-7. They're trying to make sure they stay safe away from the Hurricane Gaming, even the Sem 9, if they can finally get a win. and make sure that they can hold on to a top 8 spot. In the PCS, top 8 secures playoffs, 9th and 10th will be out. So this could be the win that they look back on in creating themselves a bit of space and making sure they get a good position towards the end of the split, because we are a couple of weeks away. As we get into this game and how important it is, Clement, I will announce Taco has taken first strike.
All right, so he is going for the more standard build. I see this just being superior to Grasp, in all honesty.
The Grasp was crap, Clement. It was garbage.
Okay. Well, at least my instincts are correct on that one. I'm very happy to be backed up by your observations from the LPL. Going into his runes a little bit more, we do see the Time Lord Tonic, and I believe the Biscuits there as well. So it is just a full sustain build. You also have the Corrupting Potion. We should expect him to just harass this Gnar out. Gnar very weak early on, and Wayne gonna get a lot of free damage out. Here onto Faith, gets the Electrocute as well.
Corrupting Potion. Sigil taken first here. Weren't actually still benefiting the trade Corrupting for Corrupting. It was the little peek here from Faith to see if 665 was starting on the top side, and he is for the time being. Will be pathing bottom. You can see reverse from Taco. Now, the big thing we got to look out for this game, alongside the Victor top and the Vex mid, Taco, if he comes to the top side, it's going to get confusing real fast. In the first time we did it, Clement, it was funny because Taco spent so much time in Taco's lane. It was huge. It was actually the whole time Taco diving Taco and Taco getting beaten by the other Taco.
Do you want to use maybe like Taki or something this time around? Or
we'll see.
I think you
Let's
have
see
to
if he goes top side.
Yeah, I feel like we have to respect the players' names, so we can add things to it, but we shouldn't change it. No, like one should be like a fish taco, or the other one just like a beef taco. Get what I mean? Like,
we'll add some flavor in front of it. I completely agree. When we get up there and when we see if Taco makes something of the lane, we can add our own little flavors in, because Taco right now is heading towards mid. And I like that one is pathing towards warded side. Personal space used, though.
Yeah, he just used the fear charge as well, so he won't be able to slow down Taco if he does come in. Let's see if Faith can land the chain here.
5 nearby, though. Can he get nearby? It's a flash from Faith. You wanted to see the chain come through, but it's a flash from Taco immediately. 665 late to the chase, and that's going to be a nice little reset if he chooses to take it right against the turret. Taco cares not. First blood to impunity.
Well done on that part. Wen just using the flash a little bit too early. Didn't see the chain come out flash beforehand, and that was just an easy go sign for Taco to chase up with his own flash. I've actually been very impressed with Taco. I feel like he's actually the junglers with some of the better mechanics here. We see a lot of Lee Sin bans going his way. He definitely has a carry flair to him. And, honestly, the only, criticism I would give him is he does get caught out quite a bit in the mid to late game. But I think he's one of those up-and-comer players that I have been very interested in watching over the course of the split so far.
Yeah, 665 goes to the top side. Just on the note of junglers, I think 665 has been pretty impressive in his own ways. Like, speaking of Lee Sin, he did have that great game earlier in the split.
Just not on Hecarim.
Not on Hecarim. Well,
okay.
Yeah.
Everything else, yeah.
Yeah. Because 665 has been someone who I think has kind of been the cornerstone of MFT, right? Like, we talk about that this team doesn't have experience, that this team is, still quite fresh. And 665 feels like he is a big voice. I've been watching comms, Clement. I don't know if you have an insight into this, but it definitely feels like, especially during pick and ban, great timing, he's not even talking, that he's been someone to be quite vocal. Obviously, I'm picking the wrong timers. There we go. A bit of a contest for the jungle. That's going to get him started talking.
Okay. Started talking indeed, and I have to say that MFT right now are in a bit of a pickle. They have Wen without Flash, and they are going to try to help him up with Epoch, but somehow Taco able to get Spidey senses walk away from that. Just
easily.
Fine.
Fear comes through. 665 makes himself known. 3 people in the mid lane. Faith just having a bit of a party.
I gotta tell you, 100%, I would have been knocked up by Epoch right there. I would not have been looking at that red bright circle on the middle of the road. I would treat it as sort of like, oh, this is interesting. I'm gonna try stepping on it. That's the thing about, I feel like the thing about Tom Kench skins is that the circles, sometimes you just don't know what they are. Like, I get surprised a lot by those Tom Kench skins.
You gotta pay to win. pay to win with a lot of Tom skins. And you're right, like, the
I
fact
thought that was
changes color.
explicitly against Riot like philosophy, but I will say most people do end up using this Tahm Kench skin because the circle is so dark.
Well, yeah, there's some skins like that as well, right? Whether it be for auto usage or for, like, I think Blitzcrank was banned from competitive play for so long because of that reason. Remember the hook is practically unseeable. It's just like this line that travels, you know, across the grass without much vision. So definitely understand that at first hand. Clement, with my ramblings aside, I need to pull out the fact that top is a bit of a smashing right now. Quiet is destroying Taco by about 10 CS. Look, the ulti through here as well. Is this solo kill territory? Not if you miss Q. Quiet, unfortunate there. We'll try it once again. It's in the wall. He'll pick it out. Hits it this time. And now the other Taco comes in. This is what we're waiting for.
Can Taco flash Taco? That's the question right here. Taco's going in.
On Taco. Okay, flash away from Taco. 665 coming in. Taco goes down now for Taco. He's not taking turret aggro as he's right under for now. Gets help from Faith and 665 running them down. One with the ulti. Shadow Surge needs to hit Taco. But as he goes invisible, it's going to be blocked by Faith. And this is so nice here from the mid laner. Impunity stays strong. 2-0 start.
Incredibly well done on the side of Impunity right there. And unfortunately, it just seemed like Taco. Okay, never mind.
Whale, a bit too far forward. He flashes away, ignites down Pinway under turret, absorbing a lot though. Epoch running in with the ignite. This time Kench cares not as Blaze still energized and ready to go without the level 6 though, I may add. A big mistake here from MFC's 2v2.
I gotta say, I love that play from Pinway. Like, nobody expects you to flash auto attack right after missing your hook. Like, usually the opponent is just like thinking about the emote spam, laughing and stuff like that, but he definitely went all in for that one, and it was a very successful trade. You got both summoners off of Whale. It does open up a lot of opportunity for Taco to snowball, and we have to remember he's already 2-0 in this game.
Pinway's dead.
Huh?
Pinway is dead. He was ultied by Whale. Whale hit level 6, and it looks like Pinway was backing. Look at the death marker all the way behind the turret. A nice little snipe from Whale.
Sometimes the most obvious spots are not the safest. Pinway probably did not expect that level 6 to tick through. And
oh my god.
No
what is the obsession? What is the obsession with Taco on Taco? But the gravity field. The gravity field and the unbreakable. Quiet comes through. Excuse me, it was a heartbreaker. And Taco dies again. And this is what happened the last time we saw the head-to-head. Clement, when we were casting this, Taco lived for Taco. And once again, he loves sitting in this lane.
Now we're going to take a good look at how Whale managed to get that kill off Pinway. He was too close to the wall. And nowhere to go. That's always the problem. Like, if you want to juke left and right, you have to kind of sit in the middle of the lane. But that's also a bit counterintuitive. So Taco right now with this Viego. The thing about Viego is once he gets fed, he actually tower dives super easily because he can drop tower aggro by sort of vanishing with the Sovereign's domain afterwards, and it just makes those dives so easy to accomplish. If Taco doesn't get his Chaos Storm to clear the wave, he's just a sitting duck most of these times, and being so far behind, I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to actually push out anymore. So I have to say this pick is just it's a little bit baffling why this Victor pick didn't just go mid.
Yeah. Like we got the Victor early than the Vex last pick. And so AP solo laners right now in an interesting position because mid's going okay for the laning phase. But top side, Quiet is getting close towards that hull breaker. As you said, Taco's been playing a lot of attention there. Nice personal space here. Faith missing practically everything. And, you know, right now, they're in a really good position. Impunity in this early game, a 1k gold lead. They've got a Dragon coming up in about 3 minutes 40, so a bit away. But Clement, they've got a Rift Herald still available. So Taco has the opportunity to snowball one of these solo lanes, or even bot, right? There's so many good lanes that it's worth using on.
Yeah, it just depends on where he feels like he has the most chance to get kills. Because of how fed he is, I would expect him to do tower dives and not just go for plates, but also go for the potential of just getting that 300 gold away from people. And with that in mind, I just feel like it has to be the top lane. Victor is not a champion that can farm safely in a long lane, so that probably makes the most sense to me. And it also will draw a lot of defenders to the top side. I think 665 is actually a little bit behind the curve, as we see the Mythic already completed here for Taco. So he will most likely be able to get 665 to try and challenge him here. And that's just a challenge that he will be very comfortable winning.
65 was already picking on the way, but Taco walks in a ward. So 2v2 on the top side. That's happening. The difference is one will need to teleport in as he's backed away. Faith teleported to the mid lane and is walking up as Herald gets dropped on down. And you mentioned the wave clear. Not really there at the moment. Taco is going to be able to get rid of the minion wave. Herald's still charging here, though. The gold shared. Faith jumps in. Taco gets stunned up. Walks too close to the burning light. And down he goes. The T versus T action in the top side just keep brightening up the day.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Faith as well. Just putting a bit of finishing touches onto Taco, and we do see the first item here. It is going to be Crown of the Shattered Queen. Yeah. That's kind of an interesting trade where you're bringing first shot. Like, you have such a powerful, just like short skirmish trade. You have like the 70% damage reduction for 1.5 seconds, and then you also have the first strike to get a bit more extra damage. So it's definitely an interesting combination, but it feels a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, 0-3 up in that top side, 25 CS down at the moment. Quiet, doesn't have even have Hull Breaker, but this turret's going to be his. The side lane, definitely his. The first turret blood going over to Impunity. And this early game belongs to them. And Clement, I was going to come back with junglers. What we've seen in the early game is 665 constantly hovering over Vision. We saw that he tried to push out Wen's lane, but Taco was there to kind of react to the counter, or at least make the counter, I should say. 665 always in the vision of Impunity. They've been tracking this Hecarim all early game long.
Exactly, and that just comes from the fact that they were able to get early gank off on the mid lane, and top lane has just been winning 24/7. So it's very difficult for MFT to do any proactive plays. I feel like 665 on the Hecarim, once again, his only option is likely to go for a lane gank. Hecarim is built for that, has very long range with his engage. But the laning phase also is just winding down at the moment. Impunity, I think they are starting to find those chokeholds onto the objectives, and this is going to be very difficult for MFT to play. If they want to have a chance of coming out of these teamfights ahead, they actually need to target down Taco, and I'm not sure how I see that happening.
So it's because it's reset on both sides, right? One versus Taco, Viega versus Vex. But there's a lot of other key elements in play. So outside of targeting Taco, what do MFT do here? Because there's a lot of good scaling. There's a lot of, I guess I'd say, spacing abilities that can wombo and layer in to actually catch out Impunity if they group.
Their advantage definitely comes from the range that they have, and when I'm talking about range, it's about the global range. So they have a good chance of catching people out before they can congregate. You have the Shadow Surge and you have the Onslaught of Shadows. So if you want to just, they can beat back flanks fairly easily with this composition from MFT. I think they're doing this quite nicely. They have seen the split up from Impunity. They just walk in, easily take the Drake, even when their lanes are actually in pretty bad situations. So I think that was a good way to just kind of utilize their advantage in composition.
So come back to MFT then. You talked about, never mind. Epoch caught out, there's a depth charge. He goes into the air. Pinway says come back here, but as the teleport comes in, Blaze now going to have to run the hell away because MFT have brought in Taco, but Quiet's joined in as well. The Meganar with ulti available, flashes in for a two-man, and as Faith joins the fight, he gets speared out, but we get the reset for Taco. Turns into the horse, out with the Heartbreaker, and in with the death. A shutdown from Wen has just turned this all the way around. Shadow Surge available at melee range. He'll take a triple. MFT, Clement, that range came in handy.
Full 10-man engage coming in from MFT right here. And what we saw was, again, Pingwei just going a little bit too far forward. Epoch is going to give one back. So Faith might pay.
Well, one is still looking pretty frisky on this one, Clement, so he won't die, but MFT will get the turret.
Yeah, I really want to go through that replay once more. I think the big thing for Impunity is they didn't get the first kill reset
cleanly enough. They actually lost a bunch of damage by walking into tower range, and that just meant that Whale could wail on their entire composition, no pun intended. As we see this going in, good flash from Epoch baits them in, and look at Pingwei. He's just dead right off the bat right there. It's 14 minutes, the TPs are coming in, a bit of a throwback to Season 11, and look at how much resources they throw at Epoch. They take so long to secure the first kill, and when they do, Taco is completely outside of position. Wen gets a two-man fear just as he goes in, and the resets are there for MFT, but not there for Impunity.
I mean, a massive turnaround and going so deep to the turret, hurting Impunity in this early game. Despite the fact that they threw so much away, Gold Lead's still in Impunity's favor, but remember that MFT is the team with 2 Dragons. MFT are now the team with the 3-1-0 Vex, 2-0-3 Jinx. Clement, if we're talking about range, it's so much easier to execute when you know you're going to one-shot and kind of match the burst on a team that has LeBlanc, Viego, and be a bit more comfortable knowing that you're going to be matching or even beating items.
That's the one big problem about Impunity's composition. Their engage is a little bit harder when you're thinking about a front-to-back teamfight composition. They have to walk through the gravity field. There is Epoch and 665 who are incredibly difficult to kill. So Impunity have to use Guile and trying to defeat MFT. They need to be setting up flank opportunities. They need to be catching people out. It's a bit more tricky than just straight up running at the enemy composition. I feel like if you replay those fights that happen in the bot lane where both teams are just smashing into each other, 9 times out of 10, NFT will come up ahead.
So setting himself up for a bad position means Impunity now on the back foot. Damage from the last team fight there. I like that Faith is looking to get some of the bounty back. Can he 1v1-1? That's the biggest question. One's being patient and taking safe pathing around. No pings going out, but Faith was playing it pretty deep. He'll get out alive, and so will One moving to the lane. And now, Clement, looks like we just wade towards the next dragon. 1:30 until the third one that'll lead to Soul Point for MFT. And we do have 4 mythics across the board, matched by 3 mythics and a hull breaker. Kind of curious who gets the second item first, because we are pretty close on our 80 carries and potentially our mid.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look across the map right here, just taking stock of some of the items, looks like a blade coming up on the side of Taco, just making sure he's going to go full carry all the way. And then we do have just a little bit more burst damage. We have seen a couple of Everfrosts up here and there from the Vexes, but I think Luden Echoes works really nicely as well. It does give you a little bit more burst potential for the backline, and you kind of need burst when you're playing up against Zeri compositions. I think that's the other big thing that we have to track is Zeri is completely busted, even though her damage numbers and slow are completely nerfed to the ground. The fact that she's impossible to catch is still there for her. So we'll see how Blaze can kite this one out in the team fights. This setup, though, I do think it actually favors MFT. They need to put a lot of damage on
especially if Pingwei dredge lines next to a wall. Shadow Surge for One. Onslaught of Shadows, he'll get a reset. Blaze stepping up the Zeri, now in range for Whale to get excited. Death Rocket already uses, Tucker rejoins the play, onto Epoch, he gets feared, and Epoch saves One's life. Yet again, MFT from the brink of despair of this game have bridged it up to make it look as easy peasy.
I know what Impunity were trying to do, but I just feel like they messed their steps up. What they wanted to do was push the wave in and fork MFT by dropping the Herald and then just going for the Drake. I think that was the correct sequence. I feel like they did it in reverse, where they engaged as if they've already taken the Drake, and their plan just completely blew up in their faces. Very baffling to see this play. It was a good start by Faith, we have to give him credit, but this move from Pingwei going right onto the Flame Choppers into the Fear, that was just inexcusable, and it immediately puts Impunity in a terrible position. Blaze also has to walk up against Whale, who has superior auto attack range, good body blocking by Epoch to stop the Viego from finding Whale, and Impunity just get wiped.
You have 100% win rate on Zeri, by the way. 5 games it's been let through. 5 games it's won. So at this point, Impunity putting up an argument to give it its first loss in the PCS. And even more importantly, Impunity, you know, in a position where that Zeri shouldn't have to be looking down the line of a potential loss. Like, this was Impunity's game with Taco's early game running amok. It was jungle div. And now suddenly, after the bot play, after going too far, and then even then, being in such a bad position, Impunity have thrown so much away. And MFT in an angle where they've got a 2-item Jinx, almost a 2-item Vex in the mid lane. Gold only about 1,000 lead, which matters not too much.
Yeah, this is a very weird situation because Impunity have won the top lane, they've won the side lane split pushing. I think their biggest mistake was thinking that this composition should be played in a 5v5 fashion. I don't think this is the way you want to play the comp. You want to find small skirmishes, especially surrounding Taco's lane, because he is so far behind the rest of the map. And I don't know why Impunity is so forceful on these engages. It does feel like the team communication with Pingwei maybe does have a bit of an issue. And both of these instances, it has just been Pingwei going so far in when the rest of the team clearly didn't want any part of it.
Supports today and going in when their team doesn't want to. You know, Felia in the last game from Sem9. If anyone missed that match, first of all, you don't have to go back and look at it. Second of all, it was just chaos for that support too. So, yeah, a lot of questions being raised. And, you know, as we get to this mid game and we get to a really strong foundation, Clement, we're now going to have to deal with Impunity in, like, you know, an even position against this dragon. Walk me through what a good team fight looks like again for Impunity, because I can't remember.
Honestly, it's best if there is no team fight. Just split. Just split the 100% of the time. Like, you have free wave control bot lane. Taco cannot fight. It's not the other Taco, sorry. They cannot fight quiet at this point. So you just place him there. He has his TP advantage, and you try to fold the pieces in Taco and Faith. You move them around, and you shift yourself in more of a 1-3-1 position, where you have a lot of mobile pieces that can catch up the enemy team if they want to group up. I think that's the best way to handle this situation. And if you do that, you should get wave control as well, especially in the side lanes. So MFT, you put a lot of risk onto MFT. If they want to go for the Drake, if they go for the Soul, they have to be thinking about the next steps of dealing with their minion waves, or how do they want to counteract the Baron play if they take too much poke damage.
Looks like Quiet's listening for now, moving into the inner turret. But MFT, I like that immediately their response is like, all right, we'll push mid as a 5-man. As Faith goes in. Faith setting it up. This is good burst here. Teleport coming from behind. Quiet does have Mega Napa available, but the gravity field slows him down. Weren't going to do the same. No fear coming through. MFT in a choke. Quiet with flash available. Mega Nar's timing out. This would require God vision, but Impunity, the teleport's going to be burned, and it's moments before the dragon spawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they went in just a little bit too early for that one. They expend one teleport for it, but the rest of the team was able to completely disengage. If they wanted to go for that play, Pingwei needed a flash and Death Charge. I think that was the correct sequence there. And again, it's just like harping on communication, but you know, in my mind, if I was seeing this in the LPL or something, that would be kind of the
all flashes burnt.
Yeah,
everyone forward.
Yeah.
We're committing or we're losing kind of thing.
Yeah, because like if you just throw away resources like that, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And as you can see, MFT were perfectly capable of resetting. There was enough time for them to do so, and this is one of those positions where Impunity, even with a slight gold lead, could find themselves at a massive teamfight deficit. They have a lot of teleport wards though, so let's see if Faith can actually catch out, most likely Whale in the backline.
All right, teleport's coming through. Impunity need to stop this. This is the Ocean Soul coming through. And MFT, the poke's starting to come through from Taco, but Faith is on the backline, not spotted out yet. One is waiting patiently. Faith needs to come through here and get some burst. Wants to get 665 as Dragon's going to go down, but look, they turn for the fight into the backline. One's there with the Shadow Surge, gets his own little reset. And now, again, returning to the fray. It's a double kill. Hits Taco again. One with personal space. A triple kill. Clement, he's going to get quiet, but no. Steps to the side. No quadra kill just yet as Faith walks into his side, a Mistral Bolt to follow through. Faith trying to carry the rest of the fight, but Impunity, it's all gone wrong. MFT, ace, and one is the hero of the mid lane.
I don't think anyone is going to be banning Wen's Galio after this one. His Vex is clearly the true threat in terms of his champion pool. What a beautiful angle to find Blaze as he was getting out of the pit. That was such a good read in terms of psychology. You know that the AD carry is most likely to retreat from that position. He goes in with a full burst and the personal space on the Fear, gets the reset onto the backline, and just cleans up. He basically killed three members on the side of Impunity by himself. That was a 4v2 on the other side of the fight, and MFT win handedly.
Unity got the Dragon, Clement, but you look at what it cost, and MFT, we're going to come back to live, and the gold lead is going to be so apparent. Folks, I'm wrong. It's pretty even, but the fact is MFT were down 2,000, and after that fight, it's still a lot of resources given back. And surprisingly, I'm surprised Taco did the most damage after the early laning we've seen.
That's pretty interesting. He got a lot of free hits off on the top side of the fight. Well, he was going against tankier targets. I think we should put it that way.
True.
Yeah. Oh, wow. But the big thing, of course, is the fact that Wen is absolutely massive at this point. 6-1 and 2. If he was killing Blaze with just 2 abilities, it was 3. He had to use the Q. Now it's going to be less. I feel like it's a 2-shot burst from the side of Wen.
Agreed. I mean, when we get that needlessly large rod evolving, it's going to be a 3-item Gwen that, it's going to be maybe even less at 2 at that point. Instant burst here onto Blaze. His flash was available but not used in the last play, so at least that's an opportunity for him to kite it out. But as we look at this game and how it's evolved, it just feels like every fight is going more and more favor to MFT. Clement, 3-item 80 carries here, just about here for Blaze. And those side lanes that we talk about being put into effect now by Impunity, but you can see that Wen is reacting to top side. Taco now feeling a little bit safer in the bottom lane. His wave clear a bit quicker too, so we are getting MFT just coasting it out until they get their 3rd, 4th items.
Definitely feels that way for MFT, and this is the point in the map where I feel like the side lane control, as you were talking about, starts to shift backwards a little bit. Impunity, they don't really have any pressure on secondary towers. Of course, they can threaten with the potential collapses. They should be able to get out of this one. He's a LeBlanc, it's completely okay. But I feel like their potential for Quiet to do stuff like this and walk up to the tower is actually fairly limited.
I mean, Hops used. Chaos Storm now out. The shielding from Taco, but the auto attacks are coming through. Quiet's one with Wit's End and 3 items, but he gets it anyway. It's a solo kill for Big Taco.
You can't keep Taco down forever. He dances around and dodges out on the boomerang with that cosmic drive. A lot of extra movement speed to play with there. Also good Zanya usage to take down Quiet right there, and that's what I was talking about. I don't think at this point solo laners from Impunity can actually threaten chip damage onto towers, and that just means that MFT, that gives them a lot of leeway to group up and have that stronger 5v5 that their composition offers them.
Man, from an early game of getting dove by the other Taco, this Taco surviving out with 3 items now, and a close solo kill. Let's be real, if there's no Zonya's Clement, that would have been in Quiet's favor. So nice to see it, nicely done. And overall, MFT keep getting these wins. 45 seconds until the Dragon, by the way, as well. That Chaos Storm that you just saw used will be up and available, and even the Zonya's too. So Clement, the setup for this one looks like MFT will be out on the map first. However, they're not interested in moving to River first. They're going to wait for everyone to group up.
So if you're thinking about the Ocean Soul, I don't think it's that pertinent to the way Impunity want to play the game. If I'm Impunity and I don't find an early flank when the Dragon is up, I would actually want them to try and bait Baron. I think that would potentially be the better move, or at least give them some more vision advantage or like dark spaces to play with by playing cross map. So right now on the map, you can see MFT, they're already grouped up together. You're not going to be able to find a flank here. And for me, this is a play where, maybe Taco stays around, tries to chance a steal, but I'm not going to try and full commit to this play.
Enemy Taco in the brush. W going to be used, so they know he's in the back of the pit. MFT still staying grouped up. Quiet is sitting on a mid-range Narbar for now. Taco starting in full vision, though. MFT's jungler sitting on the side. They want to burst this down, but for 665, he has ulti. He can get in, but it's not stolen. Secured here by Impunity. While Taco goes gold, the Shadow Surge in the backline only hits Quiet, and one won't fly through. So Impunity delaying out the game, getting the dragon, while MFT has other plans in mind. They want something else purple.
Really interesting about the way that MFT played that one. I feel like they would have still had a strong chance just walking forward and taking down Taco there, but they decide to play it super safe and try to chance for the smite. Now, 665 still has his own smite and is on the objective a lot faster. We'll see if Impunity can find a punish.
Yeah, there it goes. Faith on the wing now, going to look for someone, though, as he pops his head in. Look at where Taco is in the back line. They want to take this fight with a depth charge as well, getting Blaze. Oh, excuse me, it's one who gets knocked up. It's Blaze with the ulti. Pinway going golden, but Blaze building the spate. And you look, Taco's got a reset. This is Impunity's chance to get back in the game. As Quiet's Meganar ulti may have just done it. Epoch running away while Blaze builds time and space. Whale will drop down, and Impunity say no to their big old Baron.
Well, he got the Baron, but it cost everything coming in from them. This is I feel like this is such a weird sequence from MFT. They sort of chickened out on the low risk play and went for the super high risk play immediately. So it was a weird direction for them to escalate into. Channeling herself into the Baron pit, taking a lot of damage because they don't really have tanks on their team like that, was so odd to see. The surround coming in from Taco was absolutely great there, and they took out Wen before he even could auto a couple times. So we'll watch this once again. 665, as you notice, as a soul tank on the team, already takes a lot of damage coming in from the Baron pit. Taco gets a great surround here and just absolutely decimates Wen, and that's just the reset city. Quiet, great Gnar play to clamp down on the rest of the team, and it's just so baffling to me.
Another reset from Taco as well. You're right, like baffling in the sense that MFT had control of this game, and I want to point out that there hasn't been a gold lead for MFT. Despite all the issues that Impunity came into and the mistakes they made, MFT never really had a gold lead. It just equalized.
Yep.
And so we're back again with Impunity taking a bit of a lead, almost 3,000. But Bounty's back on there, and Clement, we haven't really talked about scaling because we're now in a late game situation. We talked a lot about the setup for team fights around Ocean Soul. Impunity have delayed it twice now and kept this game going. So walk me through what optimal setups are like, and maybe include a bit of scaling for me to pique my curiosity.
Yeah, in terms of scaling, I think it's very hard to outscale a Zeri. I think Zeri's one of those champions that's just so very hard to catch. Oh, you can't outscale a 5v4 either, though, so 665 still has to play a little bit safe. I think the turning point is actually GA on Whale. I think GA on Whale kind of shifts the momentum back to the side of the Jinx because of that range advantage, but Faith is going in now.
Yeah, he is. Gets poked out, though, and look, Shadow Surge. Oh, my God! One straight on in! A massive shutdown. It goes to Whale, and Taco is now front-lining. This Vex is so scary as the next Shadow Surge goes down the middle lane, but one may have just brought it back for his team.
Yeah, a lot of damage going through right there, and that's the big problem about Impunity and why I don't think they can take 5v5 fights. They don't have members that can survive burst from Wen. It's Reset City. They have Pingwei, and Pingwei's not really a true tank. He gets killed the same thing. So there's so many open targets, and somehow Wen always finds Blaze first.
Yeah, and he's hitting these Shadow Surges. You know, I've only seen a couple miss. And it's usually after the fact of finding the big pick. The 3-item now Zonya's on the Vex. Excuse me. Yeah, Zonya's in the last fight, but still the point stands. So much burst. Second time Blaze has been bullied by this very emotional Yordle. And Clement, you know, sometimes with depressed people, they make you depressed. And I feel like that's what One is kind of embodying, like Vex. Trying to import it onto Blaze.
Trying to spread the nihilism across the entire rift right there. That's what you want to go for. That's what the, after the club Poppy, as we call it here.
After the club. It's 4 a.m. Poppy's lost her hammer. She doesn't know where she is. And she's feeling very tired and wants to go home.
Exactly.
That's
She had a
Vex.
hoodie from
Well
a
done.
stranger, and yeah, that's what we. So I think returning to the scaling question, it's not really about like for me, it's not scaling. It's about like team fight setup a little bit more. And naturally, it does favor 5v5 the later the game goes on because you have more important objectives like just popping up constantly, like this Dragon Soul right here. So it is, I think, slightly favorable to MFT even with the gold lead coming in. They need to find key targets on the backside. They need to kill Whale, but he does have a stopwatch here, and there's also a Tom Kench. So I think it just invalidates a lot of the sort of burst potential that Impunity has.
Quiet to base. Quiet had to go back to base to react to the wave. They're a member down, and MFT have first pickings on the Dragon. That's Soul into the backline. MFT are cleaning up members as well. Pinway the first to go down, but the lightning crash is giving Blaze a lot to work with. Whale stepping forward, but still, it's a Zeri. Be careful. One has already used his ultimate to no effect as Faith runs away, and Blaze continues to play. You can see that Faith is on the bottom side running for his life as MFT want to chase down this LeBlanc. Epoch running in as well, but oh, that's a crazy back position from Taco. An Ocean Soul achieved, and MFT once again looking hopeful.
Just beautiful play coming in from 665. That was a 4-man fear right in the middle of the team fight. They instantly scatter. We get the late game prowess of Hekara, but we also see the late game from Blaze. This is the first team fight he gets to play. Actually, the second team fight. He gets to play without getting sniped out by Wen. There was people body blocking for him. And you could see how terrifying Blaze and his area really is. He just gets to stay in the back line. Nobody can catch him. NFT don't have the... honestly, they don't really have strong engage after Onslaught of Shadows is expended there. So that's going to be a key thing about these two teams is that it really does come down to who gets to burst who down first. Like, the first strike is incredibly important. If they can get it onto Whale, I feel like Impunity have a chance, but that's pretty much the only target that they have.
As, you know, that first strike being deadliest, I mean, Faith to set that up. One will be the first target here, looking for the LeBlanc. They start the Baron. This is where MFT threw it all away before, at least, threw some Hail Marys to the wall. One still in the bush. Faith's going to be walking into this one.
Checks it.
The Vex is just there.
Wait,
He wasn't
he's dead?
looking. One was looking at the fight. The Chaos Storm in the middle with a numbers disadvantage. The Lightning Crash again. Unstopped Longsword does nothing. Impunity going to lose their Viego, though. With Taco down, it equals to a 4 vs 4. It's Quiet runs in. He thought he was going to get Meganar. Blaze flashed on. Whale chasing him up with the Ocean Soul. The Mega Death Rocket gets him. It's a triple kill. A quadra kill. Faith going in. But he's going to give a Repenter to Almighty Whale.
Nobody saw that one coming. MFT had an absolutely disastrous start to the fight. Their most fed member, Wen, dies without doing absolutely anything. And they're able to come back into the fight. I would love to watch that one again, but a couple of key things right off the bat. Once again, 665 does a great job just charging into the enemy, dispersing them across the board right there. And unfortunately, for the kind of like the kiting part of the game, we saw Quiet just overstep across the Flame Choppers, get blown up, and look at Taco. He's in disbelief. He cannot believe that they would lose that.
He doesn't understand why the game's not going. I mean, I would be confused as well. Like, around Baron again, they get the pick when one, you know, what's that Firefox coming over and saying, you gotta still look at the screen, because he was obviously looking at the fight. One was looking in front of the Baron pit on who to ult.
Yeah.
And didn't realize that Faith just walked down and one-shot him.
That was definitely interesting because it was Faith that was the one in the disadvantaged position. Like, he was walking in, face checking onto Wen. He didn't know he was there. And then Wen just gives up his advantage by not even looking at it. So let's see how MFT are able to win this 5v4. Incredible stuff here. Taco actually goes in way too deep. 665 survives without being taken down. And then Quiet just tries to chase forward to get Meganar and get the potential engage. But at this point in the game, Whale does have the advantage in terms of range. And he's a true sniper as he finds Blaze, the hardest member to take down. And that's just reset city for Whale.
I mean, Jinx late game, even though there's a Zeri in the game, you have to remember that Jinx is just always a behemoth. And Clement, it's good old faithful, I think, good old reliable. that 5-item carry, like, punishes the Gnar. And I love that, the ending of that game comes down to a team fight in front of the Baron where the first one went so wrong for MFT, and then Impunity walking forward into their demise, like, even in a 5 versus 4. It's incredible. Incredible end to that game when both teams were sitting 3-7. Both teams not even desperately needed the win, but wanted it to move away from Hurricane Gaming and Sem9. And Meta Falcon team in the end are the ones to do it. Such an important win, and it ends their 3-game losing streak.
That's very important for the morale of this team. I honestly felt like this team was on the ropes in terms of what they could do, what they could conjure up. Their game strategy was so apparent, and they really needed an extra carry to stand up. This time around, we got that in the form of Whale and his pentakill with the Jinx. I think he was pivotal, but truly in that team fight, for me, the most important member was actually 665. I feel like the front line actually massively outplayed Impunity's front line, and that's what got them the win. He managed to charge in with the Onslaught of Shadows, got the decimating smash onto Taco back into the team, basically killed him, and then you have Quiet just kind of caught in no man land. He can't retreat because there's flame choppers behind him, and they were able to clean up the game afterwards. So, props on Taco. Like, the early games on Hecarim have been so rough for him, but at least in the team fights, he has been performing very well.
I just can't believe that it ended with an MFT win. Again, I'm kind of in disbelief because of how strong the early game was. Impunity also holding the gold lead for the majority of that game, even when they were fumbling. Clement, coming back to Taco's early game, like, constantly diving top, setting up mid, it was very clean to start us off. The Viego in a great position, and they had these fights where, like, resets were being given, they were picking apart MFT, and that's why I'm so surprised that, this ends with, with MFT. Again, I feel like they were their own decision makers in the mid game. I feel like Impunity were a bit like headless chickens with the support calls that we're talking about from Pinway.
Yeah, those were really the big issues. We had, I think, 2 back-to-back 4-for-1 trades coming in from Impunity, and it's just very difficult to recover from that if you're giving that much gold, especially over to Wen. I think it snowballed into the Drake fights as well, as you saw. The third Drake fight was absolutely disastrous, so it was a massive lead built by Taco and Quiet, and then it was thrown away again and again and again in the ensuing team fights. So you can see here, it's kind of like the stock market cycle. You can see the rises and then just the shuddering falls as the team fights happen for Impunity, and they were just really ugly team fights. Unfortunately, we do have to call them out on that. And after those team fights, I do think they sort of lost the plot. There was too much pressure on Dragon Soul where they didn't have enough time to exploit how far Quiet was ahead, and they just didn't play a 2-man game whatsoever. I think they should have transitioned to a 1-3-1 and try to play a 2-man game with Taco having a massive advantage over 665.
The side lanes didn't come through, but what did come through was MFT's 80 carry. Congratulations to Whale. Not only does he get MVP, but a pentakill in the final fight. 40% damage. Whew. Are any of you really surprised? It's Jinx, and it was late game, and he had a ball.
It does feel a bit more fair on 12.4, where a late game Jinx doesn't feel completely eclipsed by what is the terror of Zeri. And if we look at the item builds, I think this is also something to pay attention to. Zeri's build of going Triforce into the Titanic Hydra doesn't have crit. It's a build that actually doesn't scale as well with your traditional 3 crit item line here. It's a bit more tankier. It has great escape. It's a good side lane, but it's not a comparable in a front-to-back situation against Jinx as a hyper carry. So people have to remember that, and I think they have to adjust accordingly. I think at this point, Zeri is not just 100% go-to. You have to think about how you want to augment the composition around her.
Which is good. That's healthy, Clement.
Yes.
It's telling me that it's in a healthy position. I'm glad. MFT with a win over Impunity, moving to 4 wins themselves and keeping them out of that little bubble around the 7th, 8th position. Excuse me, 8th, 9th, I should say. However, coming up next, we get a little bit more serious. Clement, we get into the CFO versus J-Team matchup. 2 of our top teams in the league to see who can rise ever so high in the PCS spring. We'll be right back.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS for the 2022 Spring Split. My name's Hysterix, and I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu. A huge reminder that we're sponsored by CDBC Bank and Caliber, and we want to thank Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the league operation and the full production. As we welcome you back, a bit of a reminder, MFT, in a pretty jaw-dropping game, just took down Impunity. We now move on to our second last game of the night, and Clement, CDBC Flying Oyster, who took a loss at the start of the night against PSG in a very big display from PSG Talon. Now have to go up against J-Team, and J-Team, you and I were talking about this. This team ain't the cleanest at the moment in the league.
They definitely are. They just suffered a 1-win, 1-loss day yesterday, and the games were very back and forth. They weren't able to hold on to clear leads in either of those games. So for me, this is a good litmus test to see if this J-Team can actually have a better grasp on how to do objective team fighting. That has been so far the biggest weakness we have seen from this team. When they have won, it's just been domination from Kongre and Uniboy. Their mid-jungle is definitely top-notch. But when it comes to the full 5v5, they look incredibly disjointed. It looks like nobody knows where they should be. Nobody knows if they should be going in or backing out. And that also extends to the compositions. The last time they played against CTBC, they had this Poppy that needed to engage that simply didn't do much. So we will see if they have a clearer identity or if they are just going to just double down on mid-jungle.
And I will point out that, you know, I think Driver's been a bit of a surprise for me. He's definitely at the start of the split. I wasn't too fond of him. I didn't really look at him, but now he's having some pop-off performances. But more further to the point you were just saying, you know, watching Driver pop off in the early game, but then, that communication doesn't come through. Driver's diving on like a Tryndamere, and the rest of the team's nowhere near him. It's so off. And to that point, it looks like for J-Team, these strong early games come through, these explosive games, and then they just get to 15 minutes plus, and that's when the communication issues really start.
Yeah, it does seem like that from my perspective. And this time they're going up against a very tough opponent. It's going to be much harder to get early game leads just based on your talent when you're going up against the likes of Rest, Mission, and Gemini. This team, I think they are a little bit shell-shocked after their loss against PSG. They're going up against Unified, and they triple banned him on the blue side. I don't think they will go for a similar strategy this time against Little V. I just want to see them play more of a standard game. And what we're looking for, again, from the CTBC squad is how they hone their compositions. So far, this team hasn't really been tested in terms of building comps. They just come out naturally with wins, and they have the highest gold lead at 15. So that has to sometimes change. You can't expect that to always be the case.
Yeah, and maybe with the shell-shocking of earlier that you talk about from PSG Talon, maybe CDBC Flying Oyster, you know, getting a bit of experience is to the core weaknesses, right? Like what they can be exposed to. Earlier on, you know, against PSG, we saw that they were dumped in their lane. Like Rest on the Jace that didn't fit in the composition was outlaned by a Hanabi. So I think there's a lot of experience thrown into today. And as we look towards mid, and speaking of experience, you know, Uniboy has come back from the LPL, Clement. I was talking about this at the start. While he has, you know, really revitalized and come back into his PCS form, I was also concerned at the start of the split because this guy was looking pretty weak and pretty out of it, to say the least.
There was a lot of rumors that he was simply going to retire. You know, I'm glad that he's giving it another try back here in J-Team, and I think he's done a great job. Look at the KDA 13.4. When he wins, he is absolutely dominating the map. We've seen that from multiple champions right now. I think Syndra, Zoe, and Ori are those three go-tos. You don't see the Zoe here because it's always banned out, by the way, just so you guys know. And I think it really it presents two sort of pathways here for J-Team. In my mind, I actually want to see them play a more tempo-based game. The reason I'm saying that is when you're always playing tempo, it's about taking risks and going forward. And I think that's just kind of been the biggest weakness for J-Team in the past splits. They're way too passive. They don't take opportunities when presented, and they just kind of let things slip by. So I personally will want to see Uniboy kind of lead the charge and change the team dynamic.
Again, you know, my experience from watching him in the LPL was like, well, he was very passive as a laner against all these mid laners in the LPL that seek out priority. And so coming back through here, I feel like those lessons learned over there would help him out a lot. So Clement, as we go into pick ban, again, 12.4 folks, Renata is enabled. Haven't looked at it at all tonight. And I get a feeling we just might not. As we look at pick ban, it's looking pretty standard. Mr. Clement Chu. Not a big surprise when Enzo and Lil V want to just go for a strong 2v2 again.
Yeah, I totally agree with this one. It's pretty interesting for me to see in the draft that Uniboy is actually the one shying away from Mission. Banning away 2 of those very strong Mission picks. Mission is also known for the Orianna and the Syndra here. CFO, I think both teams right now setting up for more teamfight centric teams, but that Kongyue Lee Sin is the pick that I'm really looking forward to. It does lead towards a lot of potential to play a very strong mid laner as well.
Not the Poppy.
Yes, please no Poppy, please.
Not the Poppy, Clement. It's all right. You know, you and I talking before we go live.
But
yeah, it wasn't great.
Lee Sin is a very strong early game jungle, so it will lead Uniboy to potentially just go for a Zoe and dominate the game that way.
That'd be nice because, you know, we've already got a mid lane ban. The Galio comes out. So maybe expecting Driver to pick up something like the Camille on the top side. Support bans here for Koala going up against a Nautilus. We know Leona's still open and available. You guys in the PCS loving this pick at the moment. And I kind of want to see if they ban away the Zoe, because if it looked predictable here with a strong 2v2 for CFO, I was trying to ask this to you earlier. Their drafting ability, you know, we haven't really talked much about it and the quality of it. Seeing as earlier, it was a bit of a blunder up against PSG Talon.
It definitely was, and I think that has been a sort of a trend that they've been able to get away with. If you look at their gameplay, the thing that stands out to me is that Rest doesn't have very good laning stats, which it might be surprising for a lot of people, but it's because a lot of times he just over pushes and dies. And I think overall CFO win with the total weight of their talent. This is the most talented team we have in the PCS, so they can get away with a lot of shenanigans, a lot of miscoordination, or not really think about comps all that much. If you're winning in every single lane, does it really matter what comp you're playing? A lot of times, no. So up against J Team, I think this is a much tougher opponent. They're all from the
Clement. I was just saying before, I was like, oh, we haven't had any Renata here. Suddenly, Renata Glass gets locked in, and you and I have a lot to talk about in this pick. I've been spamming the hell out of it. I hate it and love it at the same time. And I wonder if this changes the direction for J-Team, considering that, you know, this champion acting like a pseudo-karma, a shielding, abusing support in the 2v2.
Yeah, this champion is super interesting. Now, a couple of things, a couple of ways you can think about her kit is, number one, she has a very busted ability to bail out, which allows her to save her allies. If they get taken down, you know, they run for a while, and if they get a takedown themselves, then they will actually just recover to a set 20% HP, and you can get out a lot of binds in team fights, and it prevents focus fire in those situations. I think the other thing to really think about is that she's really good as counter engage. Her ultimate is very slow animation. It travels very slowly, but if you have the enemy team running at you, then it works out well. I have to say, though, I don't think Renata actually fits this comp.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because it's not a comp for counter engage Clement. This is a comp that engages first and asks questions later.
I think an interesting way you could play this one is you could actually send like Hecarim into the backline with Realm Warp and charge forward, and you kind of sandwich them from two sides. You know, Malphite, flanks, Hecarim in the back, and then you just hit them with the Berserk from the front line.
Well, an interesting start. Guys, CFO versus J-Team. Delivering with a Renata Glass, a bit unexpected, because tonight, Clement, no PCS teams were looking at it at all. Even CFO before didn't ban it. I'm not even sure if they hovered it in their first game against PSG Talon, but we do get it in the end, and you know, we'll have to see how it works out if they can get that little pinch, that maneuver. On the other side, you were talking about J-Team hovering with the 2v2. Well, we get the Lee Sin. We get the Zoe in the end for Uniboy, his best champion and his most known champion. So a strong 2v2 for J-Team to kick this one off.
Yeah, I think this is a great composition from J-Team. It's very strong across all lanes, and it has a cohesive identity when grouped up together. The only part that is a little bit worrying is how are they going to get away from these 5v5 situations? They are trying to set up siege against a Malphite, which is very deadly, and there's a ton of engage on the side of J-Team.
So the way I see this game going is that J-Team, they should win out in lane, but when they siege, they have to be extremely careful in their split-second decision-making, and they also need quite a bit of padding. I feel like they need to come out of the lane rather far ahead to ensure that even if they lose a big team fight, even if their siege gets broken, they still have enough of a cushion to go back into the game and do more damage.
Okay, well, I'll be looking for it. Clement, running into this, we're going to be talking a lot about drafts in this one because Renata debuts in the PCS. You have not had one yet. This is your very first. It's Airy taken and looks like a standard rune set here. Again, talking about a pseudo karma, there's a lot of differences in there, a lot of niche differences too. And you and I were kind of talking about lanes that she sucks with at the moment. What do you think about the Tahm Kench lane?
I think the Tahm Kench lane is one where she can actually bully out quite freely. We have been looking at sort of the matchups that Renata has, and the hard engage ones do present a huge threat to her. Renata does not have any sort of escape. She's very, very slow, and she doesn't have any mobility abilities. So she will struggle in ganks. If you think about hard engage champions like the Leonas, the Blitzcranks, they really make life quite difficult for her. But against champions that are still, tanky frontline champions, but not exactly guaranteed engage, like the Tahm Kenches and the Brahms, she actually does quite well against. It's kind of a free bully lane for her. And what's interesting about her is, on the flip side, she also doesn't do that well against some of the poke-heavy enchanters. The Luxes and the Karmas have a really good win rate against her.
You and I talking about that before broadcast, like how hard it is when a champion with lower cooldowns that does something very similar and pokes you out is in the same lane as you. So for Koala here, you can see loyalty program has been taken first. That's the E that gives a shield as long as it passes through Atlan. Also note that leverage, this Clement, I would assume this is the hotfix version on 12.4. Probably need to double check on that because remember that her auto attack was at like 5% late game, which was disgusting. Now 3.5%, it's been changed, and so has Bailout to be a little bit more fair in the game.
Yeah, some of her abilities are really unique, and if you don't see them coming, I think it's very easy to get outplays. One important thing about going up against a Renata is you cannot throw everything you have just for a kill, because she could bail out and just kind of flip the situation. If her teammate gets a takedown, it's only a takedown. That doesn't even have to be a kill. Ooh,
nice little combo here. Uniboy comes in. That's a flash. They know they can do it. They take it all. And in a matter of moments, J-Team get first blood.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful coming on the side of J-Team. And that goes very well with their game plan. Just going ahead in the lane. And we do have Uniboy with this Ignite setup. This is a super mean setup. We have seen a lot of teleports from Zoe most of the time, but this one is just pure snowball.
God, I love it. You talked about the mid 2v2. Now, Clement, a bit of a snowballing effect needed from J-Team here. This is the perfect way to get it started. And the kill went over to Uniboy with both summoners down, but to be fair, that first kill is going to hurt. A snowballing Zoe, we all know how that ends.
We've seen it so many times. I feel like rookie Zoe still gave me the most chills with that triple kill before the nerf came in.
The one paddle star, I remember.
Man. Yeah.
2018, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 2018. It was the first time I saw that one. Yagao had a lot of good Zoe games as well, but I think the rookie one always stayed with me. Just like, this champion's kind of busted.
Big deal. Driver a bit of trouble,
getting away.
Yeah, Gemini has already popped the ghost. How does he run? Well, it doesn't go very far. Rest picks up the kill, and CFO, now it's their turn to steal a kill.
Yeah, really well done by Gemini. Has a level lead and just charges straight up to the top side. Usually you would expect a reset. He was actually spotted on the bot lane. He made it all the way to top just to get that kill. Like, his top side's actually empty. So I think that was a really smart play from Gemini. You always like it when junglers know when to take inefficient paths for kills.
And he's going to come back. He's going to come back as the TP from Rest is zoning him up. There's only one camp here, Clement. He's still camping away Driver. Jace is today in the PCS in a bit of trouble. And I might have to pause because it looks like Driver was playing it safe.
Yeah, Driver definitely knew the possibility of Hecarim coming in from the repeat gank. He still has his flash and is playing a max range distance. But if he does this too long, like, Malphite still wins out in the game. That's kind of the thing about the Malphite matchup. As long as he can forgo the lane as long as possible.
So let's come back down to what has been, not as interesting as, we could have expected, but at the very least, still poking out. Koala and Atlan are having a very good laning phase here. It started out with Enzo and Lil V getting some great trades onto Koala, but now we're at a point where the wave heavily shoved in, nice warding as well to spot out, and this Renata is poking down Lil V and Enzo ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think this is to be expected right here. The Tahm Kench matchup, I don't think Tahm Kench himself packs enough kill threat to dissuade Koala from just constantly poking. And Renata actually does a lot of damage with her passive in the leverage. If you mark someone and your allies hits them, it consumes the mark and deals percentage HP damage, and it doesn't have an internal cooldown. So against a lot of these ranged beefcakes that are sitting up there, against melee beefcakes of supports, you can just whittle them down with very little threat.
I mean, it's great in a duo lane being able to auto the AD, auto support, and then rinse and repeat, and just build up the trading. It's, again, it was amazing that was at 5% late game. Like, 5% on tanks is so much damage. Even 3.5% when you're going up against maybe a Tahm Kench, like a Lee Sin Bruiser, it's going to be impactful with those autos. So I kind of came to see the late game interaction as J-Team. They want to play with their food a little bit more. Mission's Flash still not up and available. And Kongyu and Enzo, this is the third time they've tried to get him down and get Uniboy another kill.
Yeah, so far we have Kongyu sitting on a pretty strong power spike, has a lot of AD right now. So he's trying to catch people out, and they might go for Koala. Ooh.
Oh, punishes the Hammer Shock, and Driver now with no mana slowed down. Rest brings in his jungler. Gemini runs him over. Easily done, Clement, and that's not a good Jace game. As hello, Koala. He's going to be bailed out by his own self, but Kongyu says no, and Uniboy makes a good response.
The thing about Renata is if you don't get a takedown, you do not get stabilized with the bailout there. It forces you to play ultra aggressive. And J-Team, they find a comeback onto the side of their on their map, but the question really is, I feel like this Jace pick is falling so far behind at this point. It has to look more towards a late game Muramana angle now.
Well, Clement will see no tip picked up, but Koala just walks into vision. Really nice timing from JT.
Yeah, gets the bailout there, and I actually really like that bailout just to make sure that the kill goes over towards someone other than Zoe. I think that's the most important thing about the W. He's going to die regardless, no chance for him to get a takedown, but just using that ability, make sure the gold allocation is slightly worse for JT.
And over to Kongyu. So jungle mid, very big. Jungle top, very big for CFO, Clement. Gold is dead even, and this feels like, I think with the games we've seen today, bar the PSG games, this looks like the most competitive one so far.
Yeah.
We have conditions that are obviously being played towards. The Jace being kept down, the Muramana late game condition you said now has to be played towards even more. But bottom lane for CFO, definitely a bit of a focus lane here as they are doing so well in the 2v2. The turret plating available here, amounting to just about 3.
Oh, that's so much damage. That's what you can do with the Crescendum going in there. Oh, get the handshake.
Handshake, but oh no, Atlan has to ult. Bailed out though. He's gonna die, but it doesn't matter. Maybe it does. Okay, maybe it does. He already got the reset. He's gonna drop down. And I was like, damn, if Koala did that a little bit later, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, they get every summoner from the side of J-Team right there, and unfortunately I feel like Atlan, if he actually just flashed a little bit earlier, he might have been able to completely outplay that situation. Never mind though, they still get a ton of gold off of that. They get the kill onto Lil V, so still a massive positive for CFO.
Yeah, I mean, look, he gets the kill too. While Lil V goes down, it is only Enzo who gets the trade kills, so where the gold is spread is important, but even more important, that plating was set up for another one to fall down very shortly. And J-Team, their response is going to be to Herald to Clement. It's going to come back to me asking you where this should go, and you're going to tell me mid, aren't you?
I am going to tell you mid.
That's a surprise.
Yeah. I feel like mid lane just allows Zoe to snowball. Like, whenever you have a Zoe, you always want her to snowball. And I think that's, like, the main complaint of Zoe after all these splits is the game really is about her. Like, if she's on the map, it's really about her. Like, if she gets fed, nothing the other team could really do at this point. So I do expect the Herald them to find an opportunity there. In the meantime, these fights have been going very close for CFO. I think they will be looking to take up this Drake positioning and try to get more out of this lane that's been constantly pushed in. Ooh.
Good rune prison though, and Drowsy's going to come through, but ult just before, flash stolen away by Uniboy. Used his own, fails it over the wall. Oh no, got the movement speed, but now
Kongyue gets
the
the pick up.
counterplay. Uniboy just waiting for Gemini to get his next charge, and he's got it, but the troll bubble again. Portal jump buying time, he's alive. Battle Star works, he's alive. Uniboy lives.
He had all 3 charges of the Chaos Corrupting Potion there, so he just pops them one by one and slowly waltzes out of there. The frustration of playing Zoe on full display. Even when the Zoe misflashes, she still gets out of it. I can't believe that happened.
Clement, imagine being the Hecker, imagine being CFO here.
She gets the flash onto Rise after Gemini pushes her towards that direction. Uniboy actually misflashes. This is 100% a misflash here.
Yep.
It's short distance, doesn't go over the wall. And he just waltzes out on the Corrupting Potion. Doesn't manage to land the Decimating Smasher. Oh, that was so painful. He was so close to getting it down. And Uniboy finds the kill with the sparkles there.
Oh, dude, that's so rough, Clement. It's a 2-0 to Zoe. Luden's Echo, Luden's Tempest, I should say, picked up. Kongyue with 2 kills as well. Mid-jungle online, J-Team's condition. Very much online, forget the gold. Worry about the fact that Uniboy on his comfort champion is in such a good position in this game.
Yeah, this pretty much means that you can't push in the bot lane. If Atlan and Koala push out, Uniboy pays them a visit, they're just dead. There's nothing they can do at this point. It's too easy for them to chase it down. It just looks like Kongyue is waiting for an opportunity for the Sleepy Trouble to land. Or they could do this.
Well, they could. They could. Just put it down. Okay, Kongyue instead just going for the gank. I was thinking, Herald going to come down or not? But they're still just playing with time. We've got about a quarter of it left. And Dragon's in 30 seconds, so I guess Kongyue going to leave it to the last moment.
Yeah, waiting for the fork, hopefully, to get maximum value out of it. If you look at the map right now, there's very little that CFO can do. I think if they want to contest, they would have to send Malphite down, and I'm not sure they're up to that. We see Rest backing so far backwards, and it does look like Rest will try to join this team fight, very interestingly enough. I think this is a little bit too slow, though. That's my issue with it. If you look at the map wards, he doesn't have a good warding position to just jump into this, and J-Team have so much poke around this area. I actually think that they should have just given up on this Drake, and indeed, Rest actually just ends up burning a teleport for essentially nothing.
God. And Dragon goes over, so... Well... Rest has not had a good day, Clement. I think that's very fair to say. Very, very fair to say. It was first the Jace game. He's been set up in the early game, but it's not like here on the Malphite, as a tank Malphite, he's going to be taking over anytime soon. And we talk so strongly about the laning phase of CFO and how they are the strongest laners, right? Individual talent. I think in the first 14 minutes of the game, we've kind of seen the difference between a team that has come with some of that built-in synergy, like Kongyue and Uniboy, who used to play together on Mad Team, versus CFO, who have that individual skill, but their reactions, their duo, trio reactions aren't going to be the same, if that makes sense.
I have to agree with you. I think Rest has been so conditioned to play on an island during his tenure on J-Team that it has kind of stuck to him, and a lot of times it does cost him. Uniboy now the target, though.
Here we go again, but this time he doesn't have a flash, and that feels nice to get a kill if you're Gemini, and actually goes to mission, so a big shutdown.
Yeah, no more BS from Youth, just pincer her as she tries to do a little bit too much poke, and now the bot lane is in trouble here. It will be a 3v4, but Gemini, still full health, could just start this charge.
Well, remember that bailout is there for Koala. He's getting hit by the turret. A couple of shots, not too good. The handshake right back into Lil V. A CFO stopping the dive for now, and as they pull back, I guess the ward spotting out Kongyue. They weren't going to try and make that little jump. Even stopping missions back there. A nice tongue lash from Enzo. So the early game, Clement, worth mentioning. And CFO with half an inch of a gold lead. But 2 Dragons for J-Team. Definitely going to be building up this condition of an early Infernal Soul. An Infernal Soul for Zoe, yuck. That is pretty disgusting as Kongyue not going to get anything.
pays them a surprise visit right here. We still have 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes towards the next Drake, so I think we are going to be coming into a bit of a lull, and for each side, what I expect is Gemini to try to cash in again on Driver.
Yep.
Jace Malphite, that's kind of how the matchup goes. If the jungle comes, you're dead, but if not, you get the bully Malphite, so I do expect Gemini to just keep on going top. In the meantime, for J-Team, they are going to be looking for opportunities to snipe out this bottom lane. I think that has been a big trouble here with the Renata against the Tom Kench matchup.
Or mid, I guess.
Or
mid. Kongyue rooted down. There's the safeguard ward. And Clement, I guess they just still want to keep killing Mission and giving Uniboy legs in this game.
Mission does usually have a target on him. Really nice move here coming in from CFO. Dodges out on the gank, and full vision control will take this one away. They will most likely just start this here on the mid lane. And Renata underneath an enemy tower is very powerful. She could just flash in ult onto your team if you're grouped up to trying to defend it.
I love that CFO now just groups as a 5-man unit. Rest is going over a ward though. Troll Bubble going to hit him. Ultimate not used yet as Uniboy is over the wall. The burst is there. Rest has his flash available though. Keep that in the back of your mind as Gemini charging, and Herald is going to do exactly what they sought out for. Opened up the mid lane, and CFO opened up the gold game by about 1,000 gold. But versing that, Driver just in the side lane for now, getting his own time in the sun. Another turret for the trade, it's 1-for-1.
Yeah, this is definitely a very strong sequence of events coming in from CFO. Kill into Herald, into mid lane tower. So, for me, this game is slightly tilting over towards CFO's favor. I've said this again, I feel like for J-Team's comp, they actually need a pretty sizable lead in the mid game in order to set up Siege. And now the condition where they're losing their side lane towers, they don't have their mid, it just means that there is a lot more room for CFO to set up flanks and to just realm more someone to their back line and just completely kill off the composition. CFO are... they just have great engage.
I was going to say to you, and I think there's another important point of that into why J-Team need that lead. We know what Zoe is capable of with elongated lanes, right? And having the mid lane turret there this late, Clement, having no vision control. I feel like Zoe is a champion that relies so much on deep vision to enable picks that if you don't have any mid lane control, especially, Uniboy can't play at these angles to get the picks that we need to see.
Yeah, for sure. I hard agree with you on this spot. They do have a bit of a vision advantage here, though, so we could potentially see picks, and I really like what CFO are doing. They're keeping their takes in the front line. Right now, Malphite taking damage doesn't really bother them that much. And Gemini is revving up for the play. Looks like CFO will just try to push in mid before coming down here.
I mean, J-Team already starting the Dragon. Gemini running in the unstoppable onslaught immediately there. Rampage is out. Malphite already flashed from Lil V. Quick on the trigger. And look at the change back. The bailout from Rest means nothing. At the kickback, the drowsy again. J-Team said, "You walking at me? Where do you think you're going?"
I'm going to be walking back at you. I feel like CFO played out a little bit too slowly. If they wanted to full commit to the Drake, they needed to do it earlier. Instead, they were still clearing out the middle part of the map, and that just forced Gemini to lose. I think he lost 80% of his HP before he even saw the Drake. So it was an emergency engage. Once again, CFO just not really on the same page on this one. They just acted so slow that it turned into a desperation fight. And look at that flash coming in from the side of Little V. Dodges out on Rest. Bailout doesn't do anything. Beautiful kick from Pongre. Gets a 3-man on the back line just to keep everyone in place. And the Renata, I think the Renata just didn't do much that fight at all.
I mean, Rest couldn't get a reset here as we look at the damage Uniboy and Zoe. And, we were bagging out J-Team a little bit at the start, right? Yeah. We were talking about how J-Team decision-making's not great. Like, this team can have a good early game, but then it kind of falls apart. When Uniboy and Kongyue are in control, it's an exception to the rule. I think we were talking about how when they find leads, when the 2v2 is very strong like it is in this game, then J-Team have a lot of legs to stand on, and I think the issues are kind of resolved for the game.
I would just say, when you give them Lee Sin and Zoe together, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for some really big trouble.
This game is interesting because J-Team actually started out with a handshake of just like, banning Orianna and Syndra themselves. And CFO still was like, oh, Syndra's banned? It's okay if we give them Zoe. We don't have any champions that go well against Zoe, but we'll still give them. Let's see what happens. So they're getting just completely punched for that. They still have a lot of opportunities to come back into the fight, but they need to pick their spots. The big thing is about when J-Team actually sets up siege on some of these towers, especially the mid lane tier 2 tower is the most dangerous one to siege. You have both the left side of the map and the right side of the map that you could have a Malphite just flying at you or a Hecarim just flying at you. So I think that's the tower where most of the fireworks are going to fly.
Getting that big Malphite ulti, people like Lil V, Uniboy, but then if you find those as picks, Enso on the Tahm Kench, always something to negate that fact. So for Rest, feels like a pretty hard game. And, for CFO, Clement, again, let's come back because we did talk about the scaling element. We talked about J-Team needing a bit of a sizable lead. I will also say that an Infernal Soul coming up next is a great way to force CFO into their space, but more importantly, to bridge this game wide open at the 23-24 minute mark.
For sure. Getting a double Infernal on this one would hurt quite a bit. It means that you have to spend a lot less time poking because you do so much more damage. And those rotations really count at some point. We haven't seen CFO actually mount a successful 5v5 engage, so that's what I'm going to be looking for. And once again, I want to see if Mission can use this Realm Warp correctly. I think Mission's been one of the few rises where we have seen him be pretty on point with coordinating with his team and setting up engages. So I want to see that again. He's definitely going to go for a more tanky build. He could go in himself, but primarily I do want to see him bring Koala. I want to see if Koala can get an engage just with the ultimate here.
True. I mean, ultimate hasn't been used yet, has it? A hostile takeover. At the very least, I didn't see it in the last fight because it mattered not, or it wasn't used. One of them, guys.
It was used, but it was just way too late into the fight to kind of stop J-Team as they charged in.
I also think we look at this team and hostile takeover against this team, like, you need to hit Lil V or Driver. Otherwise, that 100% attack speed bonus is going to be going on to someone who's not going to be doing too much auto damage. So, again, there are certain teams, as you were talking about, that it suits going into. Clement, I will say, I had a GP, a Tryndamere, and a Master Yi on the enemy team when I played her. I got a 3-man ulti on those, and they all, killed it. I got a double kill from it, so there's definitely teams where it feels really nice on, and teams where it doesn't.
I really like the ability because there is a double-edged sword quality about it. If you're in a 1v1, then using hostile takeover will actually kill yourself a lot faster. So,
that's a good point.
It's really fun because if they're as we have the engage coming in.
Yeah, Rest with the flash. There's hostile takeover. Koala flash for it. It gets berserk. You can see. Enso caught out though as the Realm Warp comes through from Mission. Maybe it delayed time. Maybe it worked. But oh my god!
Zoe!
Kongyuel once again. The kick of legends as J-Team had this fight all over. Koala the last one standing. And this is a jungler that shows his world's experience every damn time on the Lee Sin.
That wasn't the engage that they were looking for. Koala, that was an all or nothing engage. I didn't expect Renata to flash forward because if she does that, she's kind of just dead. She doesn't have any way to get out of that fight. Very, very risky move to pull off. They do find Enso, but unfortunately Lil V is still able to get out in the nick of time, and Kongyue closes that trap so damn well. Atlan, with the flash, just dies out of nowhere. I didn't even really see how he went down, but Uniboy was able to find him.
Don't give Kongyue Lee Sin, don't give Uniboy Zoe. I think don't give Lil V, an option in games. There's a lot of conditions here for J-Teams and seeing, and I'm really glad we're getting this J-Team after I was looking at them earlier today. Clement was like, man, this team is sloppy. This is not a sloppy J-Team. This is such a clean play. So much direction in a game where the recent games that are past 15 minutes, their direction has been put their head in the sand.
You know what the trick is? If you play a game, a composition that doesn't engage, then you can't fail an engage. That's a true trick here. We're going to watch this engage once more. Okay. We have a 3-man Mission actually goes in to try to finish off the kill, but that was such a
the
great move from Enso. In the nick of time, he actually gets the Devour, and Kongra makes mincemeat out of them. That's a meat grinder situation in the mid. So much AoE damage being taken by the entire team, and CFO, they just overplayed their hand for that chase on just the support.
Oh, so clean. And we come back again. Look at where we are. Onslaught of Shadows used onto Uniboy. Real flash away. Driver on the wrong side, though. But for CFO, that Super Mega Death Rocket did so much work. Driver now has the Shock Blast opportunities. Kongyo's coming in. CFO don't want to be here. Shock Blast blowing them up. The turn around's the only way out. But Uniboy zoning them. Health bars blinking. This is a berserk moment, but it won't matter. They all drop down, and J-Team are going to take down a Flying Oyster.
So many missed abilities on the side of CFO. They don't get the Onslaught of Shadows, and they get fully surrounded by J-Team. Driver just pummeling them on the side. We have Super Mega Death Rocket coming in from the end, and it was a beautiful team fight. Just watching them synchronize, take turns, and taking pot shots at CFO, and this is going to be one of the cleanest games against a tough opponent coming in from J-Team as they take this matchup one apiece.
An important one to take as well. They'll even up with CFO. J-Team move to 8 wins, and suddenly we're in tied territory once again. CWC Flying Oyster and J-Team now both 8-3. Beyond Gaming, opportunity to move up there themselves. The PCS keeps tying up after it unravels itself, and after J-Team's impressive performance there, like, I'm really rethinking it. This is a great look to a team that in yesterday went 1-1 and almost didn't win any.
Yeah, this is so weird. It seems like the mid-season lull has kind of hit CFO, and they're facing some harsh realities here. I feel like the other teams have built up their synergies to the point that they can overcome CFO's natural talent advantage in some of these lanes. And unfortunately, I think this game, they had a very strong identity in just engage and repelling the siege. I don't think their draft was honestly that bad at all, but the way they played a lot of these fights was honestly just kind of atrocious. Like the Drake fight, where they had Gemini run in, lose most of his HP, instantly die. That didn't work out for them. And in this fight, I think they had a good chance to come back, but look at just how many of these abilities don't work out for them. They don't find the engage with Gemini, they don't find anyone with the Realm Warp, and they're just stuck holding on to Rest alone, and at this point, their composition doesn't have enough damage. Their only damage source is on Atlan, and so with a clutch Devourer once again, keeping Little V alive, and you can see in this game, it's Konga has absolutely the right target here. He just flies onto Atlan and makes sure he can't do anything.
I mean, look, nice to see the Renata, but at that point in the game as well, on top of that, unfortunately, Koala wasn't able to do anything because the fights are already done and dusted. The hostile takeover, that last one, did a lot of damage, but again, J-Team already picked their angles, squashed them in, and it's sad to see because for CFO, we talked a lot about how that game would get rolling. In that game, Gemini picked top lane. He picked Rest, and he decided to double down on this Malphite. Meanwhile, for J-Team, Uniboy was getting ahead. The mid 2v2 was hard on Mission. The Rise fell behind. Was never able to Realm Warp proactively, it felt like. One play towards bottom lane, Clement, wasn't actually enacted because Kongu already reset and made his way back down bot. So I feel like jungle difference has a lot to do with this game, but I also think where J-Team put the eggs into their basket was obvious, and CFO weren't about countering it. They wanted to go a different direction.
Yeah, I feel like if you think about the early game from CFO, they actually did a lot of correct things. They had Atlan winning his lane. That's not always going to be the case for them. They had top lane winning, and they got mid lane tower down first. So if you look across the map, they actually had leads, very sizable leads all across the board. And the problem with them is just they just mishandle the objective fights way too hard. And I feel like the fight in mid lane, Renata flashing forward to catch someone, it should not be your engage strategy. I think that was terrible for them. It was very telegraphed. In the end, Enso still got the Devour on Lil V, which was absolutely clutch. If I think there was an MVP in this game, it would either go to Kongra or Enso for me.
Yep, agreed. I think both deserve it. Enabling Uniboy, and again, like, I've been really hard on Uniboy because I watched him on LGD. I watched him on V5. He was one of the worst mid laners in the LPL. It's not me being harsh. It's actually me being generous. I think he could have been bottom 2. But coming into the PCS, like, he has so much talent, and it feels like he's a lot more comfortable here. And he has kind of moved into the league a bit better. With Kongyue, once again, you can see that synergy still exists, Clement. You can see that that old Mad Team mid-jungle duo still has its flares, man. And they're a really exciting team to watch. And again, I think J-Team, with comps like this and playing towards their strengths of mid-jungle, can be really fun to watch again.
It definitely can be. And I feel like J-Team, for them, engaging has always been the most difficult part. If they can just play more poke like this, I really want to see just Uniboy go on the Corki. Because I know what the issue with J-Team is. We've seen it so many times. And Kongyue is going to get the MVP. There were so many good plays coming out of him. Just closing out the gap and killing the enemy AD carry pretty much by himself multiple times in these team fights. Sticking onto Atlan because he was essentially the only damage source is what allowed these sort of walkover team fights to appear from J-Team.
15 kills in participation there. You can see 83% of the kill participation of the game. It's an impressive stat because Kongyue was always everywhere. Kongyue with his kicks, man, that second last one, Clement, that was sexy. Like that 3-4, I think it was a 4-man in the end. Insane from Kongyue here on the Lee Sin. A notable name globally and one that, you know, people want to see on the world stage again. So for J-Team, it's a really good look. Now, the biggest shame is always that only one team can go to MSI, and you have a lot of competitive teams this time. I've been watching PCS for this split, Clement, and I have to say, I like what I see. J-Team impressing us. CFO taking their second loss of today.
0-2.
One against PSG, one against J-Team. They're really, really big losses here, but we're going to leave it on that because next we go to Beyond Gaming versus Deep Cross Gaming, their first time playing today, and I'm just excited for the draft coming up for our final match of the PCS night.
So much.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of the PCS for the night. It is week number 4. We are 3 weeks, including this one, away from getting towards the end of the split. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu. Also, we are sponsored by CTBC Bank and Caliber. And we want to thank Riot Games, Carry, Liveco, Garena, and for all the work they do here towards the broadcast. I also want to thank Clement Chu, who also carries the show alongside Pirate and Nightstar. But Clement, if you guys don't know, is voted the most attractive man in the southern. Are you in the southern hemisphere? No,
No,
you're not,
we're
are you?
actually, yeah.
You're
I'm sorry.
not.
I'm sorry, man.
In
Well,
the
I mean,
northern hemisphere.
If you think about it from Australia being on the top side, then maybe we're in the south. But as we go to game, we got Deep Cross Gaming versus Beyond Gaming. I had to rush into this one, and this is a fun matchup because last time they played, it was the longest game ever in the PCS, at least this split, and we got an Urgot plus a Jinx combo. So
Yeah.
really fun stuff coming in from these games. Always known for their creativity on one side. We'll be going over the special weapons and the sauce that Beyond Gaming has been bringing. But for DCG, what we've been seeing recently, strong standard games. They're not relying on the sort of kind of go crazy compositions anymore.
I've noticed.
Yesterday, we actually just saw some just very standard and good gameplay. They are continuing on to roll, and it's very possible they could bump into the top 2 spot after this.
I mean, it's amazing to me because you and I were discussing last time I was on show with you. This team might be relying on a strategy that, you know, can either get out drafted or people start reacting to it. Of course, Smite Bard, you can't play anymore because we know that the support item solo lane got patched over. Considering you can't have more than one support item in a team, it just isn't worth it. Clement, as we look at their opponents here today in Beyond Gaming, BYG are a team that a lot of global fans will know, but more importantly, a team that fans should know at the start of the split didn't really start super strong. 2-2. They took a loss to Deep Cross Gaming in their second week. They lost to Meta Falcon team, and there are a lot of concerns about this team kind of returning in.
And the big question has been, what champions do Minji play? And recently, I think they found a super weapon, which is Ahri. Minji currently over 3 games has a 23 KDA on the champion. Is absolutely disgusting. I think he's hands down the best Ahri that we've seen so far in the PCS. No real discussion. And that gives him an extra champion to play. So far, it's been Akali, Ahri, and Orianna on the must-ban list. And I think with the situations of Zeri's running around, he's going to get one of them.
Interesting, though, that we're doing a jungle comparison. Husha versus Hana, and as we look at the stats, like, yeah, okay, they're similar in some regards. I think we need to kind of note how they play Clement because junglers have would you say a different role in the team, like in comparison?
I actually feel like these are 2 of the closer junglers in that they are more early game active. If you look at the first blood participation rate, both of these are over 50%. So these guys are not your sort of defensive laner as well. Oh, we'll try to take over the top side while the bot side tries to get 2v2 kills. These guys are in the thick of things from the start of the game. And they do share a couple of similar comparisons. I feel like their champion pools are, for one, very similar. You do have both the Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin just kind of being the go-tos. Some of the junglers are not that, do not favor Lee Sin overall, but both of these definitely have the mechanics to pull it off. And in terms of the carry potential, it does look a little bit different as well. I feel like Hana has more of an engage role coming from DCG, but on the side of Beyond Gaming, because they just play 1-3-1, most of the time it's just kind of Liang and Minji doing the engage. So Husha, I think, is in that regard slightly more early game focused than Hana, that does have more of a utility role later on.
Man, I'm thinking both of these teams, like you just mentioned the solo laners, both these teams have really good solo laners. Like for DCG, Nesty was at the heart of all those early game plays and how this team played it out when they had the Bard, of course. But, even solo lanes, I feel like for Deep Cross Gaming, like Leaky has been a big part. Like he's been a really solid top laner. Yeah. And you can honestly say that about Liang. Liang's been a great top laner for this team too.
Yeah, they really bring different flavors. I think Megabank Beyond Gaming are much more limited in terms of their scope, but they have a very high ceiling for mastery. As you can see in Liang's, Tryndamere has been almost a must ban coming against Beyond Gaming. On the other hand, Leaky plays a very different game. He just has a ton of random champions that he plays. He'll go to mid lane if need be, and he plays the Urgot top. Very unexpected pick there. And save for Nesty, like he's going with the Vigars. You know, he's flashed a couple of Vel'Kozes. I'm not sure if he's ever going to lock those in, but he's definitely someone
Nesty,
that thinks outside the box.
With Nesty, I mean, a previous support main, it's got to be in there somewhere, right? Like,
Yeah.
seeing the Bard has opened up our split, but we want more from Nesty. And for Deep Cross Gaming, you raise a really valid point. It has been standard recently. It has been, you know, something I didn't expect to say. Like, Deep Cross Gaming, their story was always about the draft. And I don't know. I'm hoping we see something like that coming out of this game. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see standard. Deep Cross Gaming versus Beyond as well for what's on the line. DCG are 8-1. If they win this, they move up. They tie with PSG Talon. On the other side, Beyond Gaming 7-3. If they win this, they move up to CDBC Flying Oyster. And CDBC Flying Oyster just took their second loss of the day. They also tie in with J-Team. So, hey, whoever wins this, we are going to have a tie somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I do want to see someone catch up to PCG, but you know, I do have a soft spot for Beyond Gaming. I've been with these guys at Worlds, and if you think that Husha has a much better haircut this split, it's because I recommended my stylist to him. So, you know, I'm contributing to Beyond Gaming.
Oh my god. Well done, Clement. I didn't know you I didn't know you had a stylist.
Yeah, I do. I have one that I work with for quite a while, and you know, like Husha was like, how do I make myself like more attractive? And he's like, well, you gotta stop taking these like 100 NT. That's, you know, we have places that give 100 NT haircuts. It's like $3, and
that's cheap.
It is really cheap. They're super fast too. They're 15 minutes, and sometimes I feel like they don't care if they cut your ear off. So, you know, I recommend him to go somewhere a little bit more fashionable, and I really like his bangs now.
Dude,
all right, completely off track.
You remember I used to have that hairdresser in Shanghai, and that place, like, I used to pay 68 RMB for a shampoo and a wash, and they spent time about my hair. So I don't know, man. I just feel like anywhere that isn't Australia does better haircuts, because over here, dude, like, you pay literally. I'm trying to think about the conversion, because...
But don't you guys have, like, a lot of sheep to practice on? I'd imagine it's like...
a lot of sheep, yeah. Something like that. We have a lot of hairdressers. We have a lot of, like, hair salons, but, you know, you end up paying, like, 100 Australian, which I think is 20... Is that 2,500 NTD? It's 500 RMB. What's the equation?
I think it's about 4.45. The RMB's been rising recently, so...
Right.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot, dude. That's if you want something really good. If you want something like basic, like my haircut at the moment is very basic. That was 35 Australian. So,
damn,
that's like 20 US. Which people are gonna be like, oh, that's nothing. But for a haircut in Australia, yes, it is.
You know that haircut price you got is how much I get paid for like going to a university and giving a talk. And I need to prepare the talk and everything. I need to travel there. Like, oh man, like the government official pay rate is not very good for education.
Oh man. Well,
yeah, but I do it anyway. I want the next generation of esports to rise.
Oh hell yeah! This is going from hairdressing or haircut, where Husha gets his haircut, to my name is Clement, and I am going to do your university lecture. Thank you so much.
All right. I'll give you a haircut in exchange. That sounds about fair.
Oh, please.
It looks like we still have some difficulties here as they keep on, you know, taking off their headsets.
They I guess they're going to go through this for a little bit longer, folks. So thank you for waiting with us. Last game of the night, we had to have one, didn't we? We had to have one.
Yeah, just one. Looks like the players are, you know, a little bit stressed out about that, you know.
Okay.
But maybe we're going back into ban picks.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so start us off. Beyond and DCG, we did look at a jungle highlight. I think it's a good place to start, considering that we do have big lease-in players. We talked about Xin Zhao also being in the shared champion pool, so I want to see if we get it banned out from Beyond on the red side.
I personally want to see DCG actually ban out Ari. I feel like one of DCG's biggest weaknesses is tempo-oriented mid-jungles.
Yep.
And leaving that open does throw me a lot of question marks because for Beyond Gaming, I just feel like you split Lee Sin Xin Zhao. You have one strong early jungle, and then you pick Ahri, and then you just try to take the game from there. That would be my strategy if I'm banning from Beyond Gaming. But he's taking a lot of sweet time here. You might be thinking about banning the Gwen is the interesting one because Leaky is very interesting in that he doesn't really play the standard stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think his standard stuff is actually all that spectacular. Like usually if I'm thinking about the strategy, I would ban Gwen here, but because it's Leaky, they're willing to leave it open and give it to Leon.
Okay, well, for DCG, that puts pressure then. It's like, okay, you don't want to play Gwen, but
okay,
I guess the bluff is fake.
Yeah, it's a good pickup here. I don't really see Hana taking this up, so it will go to Leaky. And the question is Liang gonna play Jace? I don't think so. I don't think Jace is a Liang champion that much. So it puts him in an interesting bind with both Graves and Tryndamere. Basically, his most played have been absolutely obliterated, and they ran the gambit, and it kind of failed.
Yeah, so you look at it as a response. Do you pick up jungler instead then, get the priority, or do you just get an early top lane matchup? But remember, Clement, you give over jungle for this.
Yeah, they could pick up jungles still here, but it pretty much means that Ahri is probably going to be off the table.
Okay.
Would be my guess. They could still pivot. So let's say if DCG don't pick up their jungle here, then they can still save their jungle for later. Like they just want to trade between one or two of those. But Beyond Gaming are setting themselves up for more of an early game centric game plan. Okay, so the Xin Zhao goes here. You probably need to get the Lee Sin. If you don't get the Lee Sin, maybe the Volley Bear. Husha does play that as well.
Oh yeah.
But it will be a little bit difficult to lock in at least a one that can duel early on.
And I guess you already mentioned like early Ahri here or a strong AD carry seems like a response, and Chris Carter's going to go for the Aphelios, so that means something like the Ahri is going to go. Excuse me, it's not actually Minji you're talking about. Getting a bit confused here, Clement. They're the ones that want to pick it up, and yet we get the Ahri. You were talking about good little find here. Does mean no support, no jungle for the side of Beyond Gaming. As DCG will start banning those away.
I have been really accurate at predicting what will not happen. I say it and it happens immediately right after this time. So I'm going to take some extra seconds to think through this draft here. We do have DCG. What mid lane goes well against Ahri? That's the big question here. We have seen some... I feel like you run the risk of just letting the opponent snowball if you go with traditional mages. So mages that don't have any mobility, your Victors, your Orianas. I feel like those are going to be fairly weak. But let's see what DCG can do in the draft, because if they take away Lee Sin, as we were mentioning, they take away the tier 1 junglers, then maybe they're willing to run into a bad matchup just because they have the Xin Zhao. So we'll see what happens right here in BYG. In the meantime, they know this as well. They're trying to hard force Nesty to go on a traditional mages by banning away the LeBlanc and Galio.
Yeah, look, Rise is taken away. We got the Galio, LeBlanc you just mentioned. Akali's banned as a flex, and even the Tryndamere is worth mentioning. So at this point, I guess you could Veigar, Clement, like that's what I'm thinking is still up and available.
Yeah, I was thinking about Veigar, but it was nerfed on this patch.
True.
And I still think it's really strong offensively, but I still think it still runs the same issues defensively against Ahri. It's just you charm flash and Veigar's just kind of dead. So we'll see what the picks are. DCG, as we mentioned, likely to ban away Lee Sin and Volley Bear. Those are the two junglers that can actually stand toe-to-toe against Xin Zhao.
Yep.
Not going to have either of them. And this is really the big pivot point. What mid laner are you going to play?
Okay, Nesty, is it going to be funky or is it going to be standardized? We already talked about things like Victor. Oriana's still there. Twisted Fate, something that, could influence the top side. Put your eggs in the basket to Leaky. So that for Nesty and Clement, we did talk about DCG. No fun drafts, no crazy drafts this time around. We still need a support, but I don't know. Would Renata work in this comp? Against the Leona, I guess it's okay.
I don't think Renata really works here. Leona's super hard to engage, and with a gank coming, Renata just dies. So she doesn't have a good time in that one. And also Jace plus Jinx just has way too much range. So I expect more engage coming out here, and indeed they go with the Nautilus. The Twisted Fate is interesting because the Twisted Fate actually has a lot of opportunities to trade gold card with Charm. You break the chain of damage coming in from Ari, and he actually has a decently safe lane. For Beyond Gaming, I think after seeing the Twisted Fate, they are going to, step back from the precipice of going all in early game. We have seen them just go for Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
But because that matchup, I think it's not that easy to snowball against. They will go for something that has a bit more late game potential in the Viego.
Okay, so reset ability, Ari, Viego, like both these champions, even Jinx, right?
Yeah.
Every time a kill goes off, this comp gets more powerful. So Clement, look, there is a lot of burst. You talked about the early game agency. Walk me through a little bit closer as to what the comp does, because I do feel like picks become that much more valuable when you have 3 champions that benefit off someone going down.
Exactly. I do favor Beyond Gaming's composition just a little bit here. Okay. I feel like they have stronger lanes coming in early without jungle intervention, and they do have holistically, I think, a stronger identity with the reset composition that you're mentioning. On the other side, this is no bad composition from DCG either. It's a lot of familiar suspects in the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. It's a super strong team when it comes to the late game carry potential, and they should have good early game with Xin Zhao and Twisted Fate as well. The question just is which mid laner is going to dominate the map. If it's Ari, then this game could be very one-sided. If it's Twisted Fate, it could go the other way as well. And I think we're just looking at Minji and Nefty, these 2 very peculiar mid laners that don't usually play the regular stock. And who will come out on top will decide the fate of this game.
That's right, and the fate of really the PCS standings, Deep Crops Gaming with a win, move up to tie with PSG Talon. But if BYG come out ahead, they'll tie with CDBC Flying Oyster and J-Team tied 3rd. So the top 5 in standings will be so close. I think already, like, the top 5 of the PCS are very competitive. PSG Talon irking out ahead today, but we've had so many great games so far between these teams. Hoping this one delivers once again as we get onto Summoner's Rift. So Electrocute here in the mid lane for Minji. Unsealed Spellbook for Nesty. It is a level 1 here as Woody on his signature Nautilus heads in first, but as he spotted out, it's just a ward placed down to spot out where Beyond Gaming are going to be kicking off. I'd be worried here. Kino's on a ward. Oh my god, no. Dredge line coming through. Ignite as it falls down. It turns into a 5v5 at level 1, but look at the AoE from Beyond Gaming. Woody running in, flashes away immediately, but Beyond are going to have their cooldowns once again. That blast cone needs to be taken. The charm, instant cleanse away from Chris Carter. Woody now with no summoners. That bottom lane absolutely bludgeoned.
So taking stock of the situation, we have a triple sum for double sum exchange here, but there are different... yeah, just so much coming here for the Jinx level 1. I actually love the setup from Beyond Gaming, and I'm a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to close off more with that one. No hard crowd control to make sure they lock down one target there. But I would say the trade isn't that bad overall for DCG, because they do open up 2 lanes versus 1 lane compared to Beyond Gaming. We have a very easy gank coming on to Ari. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming can only focus on the bottom lane, that where we see Woody without the summoners.
Good little point you brought up. So yeah, Minji's Flash, comparing that one, and it is a gold card Twisted Fate. It is a Xin Zhao as well, so let's see how those options opened up. There are deep wards, though, to spot out Hana here on the left side if he passed mid that way. Note that the right side, for now, is untouched. He's going to pass through. No pings going down, so not spotted out. Kind of guessing that Beyond Gaming's Husha is on this bottom side of the map. And is just currently hitting around with the Grom. Clement, I want to also point out that in this game, with Kino burning the Flash, another opportunity kind of arises. So it's good that you brought up this comparison.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 trade in some senses. I think DCG, they should be able to chain this together. Some things that we have seen between Hana and Nesty is that Hana will just hard shove the lane. If he doesn't get a gank off, he's just like, okay, you're coming with me. We're going on a journey. And he'll just take Nesty to other lanes and create action that way. That's definitely a possibility, especially when you're looking at sort of like the post-6 potential here. You definitely want to use that flash advantage to control this lane. Oh, going in.
And a little engage here, traps down as well. Dredgeline won't dismay this. Chris
One
Carter
on attack.
flashed on by Wako. And first blood, gonna make it a second. Woody with one more hit, the rocket, the double Clement. The lane was already bad enough, and for Beyond Gaming, I guess Bot wasn't a bad option in the 2v2. As Husha sends away Hana, and now Beyond take over control.
We did see the two of them get to lane first, but that was just such beautiful play from Kino. Goes for the surround, and they chain the entire stun combo with the Flame Choppers. That's just beautiful to watch, and good synergy on the side of both players.
Clement 8 CS. Chris Carter has 8 CS. He's level 2. Wako was able to push and get a bit of turret plating, I believe. That's a 2-kill Jinx as we look at the replay, and I guess Summoner advantage did work out at the end.
It definitely did, and if you look at that exchange, it doesn't even seem like Wako really needed I think that was maybe that was a visual bug, but it seems like a micro flash coming in there. Wako does pick up the kill in the end, and that's going to change the calculations quite a lot, because once again, I feel like this bottom lane is just completely one-sided, and that means whenever Minji wants to roam, he will find the enemy underneath their tower. It's so easy for Ahri, especially I think red side Ahri, to tower dive blue side on this bottom side. You just kind of go behind the Krugs. You can actually just use your Spirit Rush across the Krug wall if you really want to, and get there super fast. There's not a lot that the enemy mid laner can do unless they're just willing to use Gate on it.
I mean, Minji's almost level 6, so waiting for that point to come through. There's a Noon Quiver on the bottom lane as well. Wave pushing against Beyond Gaming to make it worse, but Hana's going to use this window to try and hit this mid lane. Remember, Minji still without his flash available. I want to see that EXP bar. How close is he to getting that ultimate? Is now getting tagged out, but the flash away from Nesty after Husha presses his W. They don't follow up.
That's pretty interesting, because they could have gotten a little bit more done right there against Minji. Ooh, creepy.
Quick trade.
He's going to win out on that one. But Husha, because he was actually on the other side of Raptor Wall, they didn't know about his distance and assumed he must be very close by, and they just back out for that one. You know, just good positioning from Husha to be there on the map as well. And this is just a defensive push in coming on the side of DCG right here. You're going up against Wako with 2 kills already. You're going to need some help to reset the lane.
Yep. But once he clears out that way, Wako will have himself about a 5, 6, 7 CS lead here in the bottom lane still. As the bot comes through, they want to stop it. And I believe that's Woody who was actually stopped from backing away, while Chris Carter finally goes and gets his Noon Quiver. So the support will stay in the lane in the meantime. Note that across the map, not too much to talk about in CS values apart from jungle. I'd even say top lane, like, you know, Leaky versus Liang's going pretty well here for the Gwen.
Wow.
But Husha's 20 CS up just about here with a Sheen, and has already reset onto the map, going for his next clear.
That's pretty crazy when Hana's actually only done 1 gank so far this game. It just feels like the pressure in the bot lane has kind of forced him to play defensive. The only other time that we've seen him shown up outside his jungle is sort of that bot lane push in. So we'll see if Hana can catch up here, but of course Husha does have a sizable advantage. And this is going to be a very dangerous gank for Husha. We could see him walking forward to it and immediately backing off after seeing Hana show up on the pink right there. And he knows that Twisted Fate is out of vision. Definitely a possibility for a 3v2.
I want to pull out, though, while, you know, it's complimenting Husha. Look at the top lane. Like, the top lane is just as meaningful. Leaky now with the Leeching Lair. And versus Serrated Dirk, he's having a great time. And honestly, this is why Gwen's banned in LPL all the time, in PCS. Like, Gwen, even against the people that are meant to counter her, still having a great time. Needlework is available too. And as Liang pushes this in, he's going to be down 17 CS, or 18. Like, it's huge as a start here. And I guess Clement, for DCG, they have a lane to play through in this top side.
Yeah, they could definitely switch to a 4-1 strategy and collapse with Twisted Fate onto him. So just playing like 2 lanes together is a very viable option for them going late. And that's why I was a little bit worried about the Jace. Jace is not a Liang champion. He does play a lot of fighters, but unfortunately, I don't think his mastery on Jace is really as high as some of his other champions. Ana, though.
Yeah, just caught out here. That's a quick, easy reset if you need it. And into 2 people. Leaky, looks like he's not going to come down in time. Will get the Scuttle Crab, but with Jungler down, you're in front of the Herald. Just take it.
Yeah, beautiful collapse, right place at the right time from the side of Husha, and unfortunately Hana just got bursted down before he could do anything. Crescent's guard didn't help him there, he didn't interrupt anything, and it was too late to flash out too, so he just goes down, and that's very impactful as we see the Herald there as well. So I think in this game state, it's definitely just drop bot, make sure you have an open lane there, and you can kind of snowball off of how fed Wako is.
I mean, Clement, the kill also went to Liang. That was the one lane where DCG was stomping. And now for Beyond Gaming, that's going to make up the 30 CS disadvantage. Let's make it 20 after he picks this top wave up. It's going to be a very big deal here for Liang, and despite him not being the acoustics for Jace, not having it, or whatever the English I'm trying to say right now, it just feels like this is a great start for Beyond Gaming, a 1k gold lead overall. So many things going right. Bottom lane still dominating. For DCG, we need to see Chris Carter get that Destiny off again. Get off a really big ulti to start influencing map.
Definitely need to, and we also need to see Nesty actually getting into the action with that Destiny gate. It's always a pretty bad sign when you don't land your first Destiny gate or you use it defensively. It's happened here. Very long cooldown, and we all know Twisted Fate has been nerfed over and over again just because of that map presence. And he is essentially a snowball champion. If he doesn't get the ball rolling early, very difficult to get him going again. We've talked about in the draft how this is going to be a mid-jungle-centric snowball game. And so far, Beyond Gaming has been winning that trade.
They have. Liang, though, going for the 1v1. Leaky wants to chase us up. Still no network used. The DCG top laner punishing down on Liang despite him getting the kill before. Camera will keep panning up there. So, again, further to your point, Clement, we come back to what you were saying. Mid needs to be impactful. Jungle as well as a part of it. Now, Herald's still there. Husha hasn't decided on where to put it down. We've got so many options. And enabling Minji, or at least opening up bot further, it seems like Husha will be doing the latter.
Yeah, I just do anticipate it into the bot side. If you look at the minion wave right now, it is pushing out on the side of DCG. DCG are very afraid that the potential gank is coming. They definitely smell this from a mile away here. And we should just be seeing either kind of they're going to force a contest here and see if Woody will come up.
Okay, Husha heading back, though. Woody actually not going anywhere. Look at them, pivoting all the way back into the lane. As vision goes down, Minji even making the move, Clement. He has Spirit Rush available. We talked about his influence on this Ahri and what it could mean for the bottom lane. Even in Fog of War, the threat is great.
Yeah, it does force Hana down here. Ahri is one of those champions that's really good at ganking blue side bottom lane because she can go over these double walls without Blast Cone, without flashes. So it really does force Hana to kind of cover for his lanes a little bit. And you can see the pressure starting to seep elsewhere as Minji, knowing where the jungle position is going to have a good time in his own lane himself. He's starting to get back the CS advantage. Now Husha comes in.
Yeah, finally. Waited so patiently. Minji making the move. Remember, Destiny is available. It could be a 4v4 as Chris Carter just takes a massive shot. Great charm here onto Hana. And as the turret gets hit pretty hard by the Herald, that's just going to be first turret blood. As simple as that over to Beyond Gaming. A great early game and the patience that pays off as they're trying to set up Herald for another charge, but Wako isn't going to overstay.
Yeah, and this leads them to be able to swap their bot lane top and allow a very safe and elongated lane for Liang. So Liang, I don't know what happened in this matchup. Technically, it's a counter pick, but I just don't think Liang is that comfortable on Jace, to be absolutely honest. Did do very well in the laning phase. This CS discrepancy is rather massive. Sitting around close to 40 CS deficit. So they are going to swap Liang towards the bot side, at least get him to pick up some more farm. And on the flip side, they will start to control Leaky and just make sure that he can't pick up his CS as easily here. But unfortunately, I think one of the small mistakes that they made is they didn't actually bounce the wave in the bot lane. I don't think the bot lane's actually going to bounce back. Well, we'll see after this one wave crashes if it does. But if it doesn't, then it means that Liang might be in a really rough spot.
True. Pick up the Gronk for now, looks like, or at least walk past it. So yeah, it's bouncing. top wave. Beyond have a hard push here. There's another Herald spawning in a minute 20, so just clearing out some of the vision, it seems like, for now. As it's going to be a bit of a slower early game, folks. Beyond still have the control. They've got the Jinx and have the lane set up to their advantage. Clement, you know, this has been a slower early game, and I'm really not surprised considering that Beyond haven't taken their foot off the, I guess, the slow accelerating vehicle.
Yeah, I think Beyond really surprised us by how strong their bottom lane just showed up to be here. Cascada, you know, this was the man of the week for week 3 here, but still not getting any advantages in this lane itself, and it does look like we will have a rather easy Herald take here. We see the back here by Cascada. He still needs his mythic item. Wako's already sitting on his, so he can afford to stand here and just continue to push this wave in. In the meantime, Ninja is doing something very sneaky.
Leaky, though, going on top of Liang. That's even more sneaky in my eyes. Needle work not used. Leaky just doesn't want to use the ultimate. Instead, forces out Liang simply with a quick duel. He'll be able to push up the wave as well. So, in front of Dragon, that's going to give some advantage, and no sneaky shenanigans were had on the rest of the map.
Yeah, at least for Liang's part, he does have sustain, so he's not too badly hit up by that one. He is going to go back to base and make sure he has a TP in case we do have a big Herald fight, but it doesn't look like DCG even want to contest this. They are in a very bad position, and they're going for Drake in this one. I don't think this is a favorable trade. They got faked out in the top side, thinking that Wako would go home and base. Instead, Wako just stayed and is going to get a free tower here. Yeah. And they're also going to lose Herald, so the reset timing's not working out for DCG.
Easy Herald, easy second Herald. The turret plating is going to give 3k gold lead at max here to BYG. Dragon going to be traded for Deep Cross Gaming, but still, you're taking the gold trade at the moment, especially over to Wako, who's almost got the rapid fire cannon this early on. Leaky coming back here with a quick demolish. Gwen with demolish is going to be taking these turrets super quick, but Minji for a response, so DCG will stay turretless in this game at 15 minutes. And Clement, as we move into the mid-game, as we move into what has been a very slow game, can we talk a little bit more about the setup here for comps? Because we already mentioned how Beyond Gaming, you know, there's lots of reset, poking them out. For DCG, as I look at this team, I'm still relying on Nesty as some of the setup for the side lanes, but he hasn't been using that ult aggressively. It's been one time it's used.
He actually used it twice, but both instances were defensive. So it still kind of illustrates the problem, Twisted Fate not getting off the ground fast enough. I think with this composition, the most common tactic you see is the pincer. There we go.
All right, well, that's a great ult usage. Leaky going to burn his ultimate, and he chases up Husha. He's actually over the wall. Remember, Ghost was popped a gold card. Unstoppable for now. Leaky's ulti is timed out, and he's going to get out with a flash. Look at the dashes here. This gold card once again. Still the dive continues, but Husha's going to make his way out, and DCG with their first kill of the game, while BYG has something bigger in mind.
Yeah, massive chase distance coming out from that combination. So what I wanted to say is, when you have a winning lane like you do in Leaky, you want him to push in, move down first, and usually what the enemy top laner has to do is they have to follow for the team. So that gives you a golden opportunity to catch out on the opponent top laner, and is a very common combo when you have a winning top lane like this one. Good execution there, and for the ensuing fights, you know, they just want to run this over and over again. I think it's going to be hard to take down Wako. He's going to be very well defended, but Liang is a massive weak spot at this point.
Yep. Down, 40 CS now, 30, minimizing a little bit here. Again, another slow early game. Like, it feels like we are just going to be getting ourselves up for some of these big fights. Cascada, Wako. Right now, Wako is still leading the charge here. Ultimate comes out from Cascada. That'll give him some healing. And they just want to force him away from this tier 1. Wako trying so hard to take it down, but still good defense here from DCG, making the game go a little bit longer.
Yeah, that was a weird attempt coming in from Cascada. I think he was just trying to clear the wave there. You could tell Beyond Gaming felt no threat. They knew the Destiny Gate cooldown was not up yet, so it was a very half-hearted engage. And they were willing to stand their ground, and you saw Kino even throwing down his ultimate for, I don't know, for morale purposes, I guess, and just trying to, like, scare away the enemy.
Morale purposes. I like it. I like it a lot. Next dragon, I'm just going to sit and wait for that Clement. Baron's coming up as well. For our last game, you know, it's surprisingly slow to me because when I came into the league, when I guess joined PCS, the first game I did, as Herald gets dropped down, so there's going to be a big charge. That turret was bound to die anyway. They're going to look for inner. Was DCG, and as that shock blast comes through, there were explosive games. Minji coming over with the Spirit Rush. Finally, the action. Chris Carter blown up by Wako. And all of a sudden, Beyond Gaming just woke us all up and said, hey, we're going to keep going. That's an inhibitor turret down. Carter's next. They flash in range. What the hell, Clement? What?
They're looking to add.
That was the biggest 0 to 100. Nothing was happening until everything was happening. In front of the Nexus turrets, Beyond going forward. It's 19 minutes in the game. This was even. This was an even game. Here comes the needlework from Leaky. He's stunned up. The final piece hits through the gap. And as a gold card lands, a charm doesn't. I just don't know how it changes so quickly. Good poke coming through. Kino's still alive. Red card will silence him down. Picking any card will take him. Clement, I don't care. Beyond Gaming just sped that up.
Yeah, a beautiful play from them. Getting 2 towers inhibitor and multiple kills right off the bat there. They got 1 shockwave from Valiant. Even though he's been behind the entire game, he's still a Jace against an AD carry. So it gets a lot off there. I think the key thing was really Wako. Wako was willing to just flash forward to ensure those kills. Once he got the turret down, he got the extra boost of speed, moved forward, mowed Chris Kata down. He did nothing that fight. We'll watch it again as they get the first charge. You can see the get excited movement speed. And this is really the key. As they take down the second tower, he gets the extra move speed to chase down Chris Kata, even though Minji kind of misses everything. You can see here, Wako just goes in, is complete menace. They get the first kill, and then they go in for more. As I think we'll be returning to a fight here.
Yeah, we're returning for a setup at least. We've already sped things up. Why don't we go a little bit more? A late TP was used by Leaky, so this time he has to start joining the fight. As into the backside, that's Nesty, but his angle's going to be direct. He doesn't have a Destiny's Gate. And his Dragon's getting hit away. It's DCG who are on top of it. Smite going to come through. They secure, but look at the burst coming through. Beyond Gaming in a group, and they're going to disengage. Needlework, again, not hitting a mark. Husha low, but Minji's going forward. One more Spirit Rush available. The Shock Blast doing work. Woody goes in, but the rest of his team not on the same page, and that means Wako gets reset as Minji again. Another Spirit Rush. Nesty is next as the rapid fire cannon is all that is needed. Going golden as Nesty buying time, but Husha rejoins while at the base. Beyond Gaming weren't mucking around. You drop your guard for 1 second, and BYG are going to be knocking on the doors. Leaky next, the Charm, the Everfrost. I guess they wanted us to go to bed, but Beyond, they can't finish it yet. And the Nexus may be exposed, but DCG hold on.
Woody with a critical mistake right there. This is a great chase down comp from Beyond Gaming. You cannot do these willy-nilly turnarounds and hope to just sacrifice or pick someone off. You have to be very committed, or you have to plan out 2 or 3 steps in ahead. And they just didn't do that. They gave the takedown to Minji. Minji was able to charge forward with another dash, and Wako was able to chase up again. So I just feel like DCG, once they didn't get the first initial salvo, once they didn't get a decisive fight, they needed to back out completely. They couldn't do a half-hearted walk away.
Game Clement break us down because we're all over the place here.
Yeah, like Leaky is incredibly powerful right here, but unfortunately I think Hana messed up the Crescent Guard a little bit. He wanted to knock back on the Crescent Guard, only got a sideways block here. And this is so smart from Beyond Gaming because they know they can chase. They get extra dashes every time a takedown happens, and Wako gets extra speed. So they're just willing to move in even with lower HP bars, and Wako does a beautiful 200 IQ play, focusing on 2 spots at the same time and picking up both kills. Now he has the Infinity Edge, he has the range, and I have to say this, but Twisted Fate really has not done anything this game. This is a very quiet game from Nesty.
I mean, Leaky actually caught out here as well. Look, Nesty's ulti coming through. He's on the backline, but they turn on him. Minji's over the wall as well. Look at the mobility. But Beyond Gaming is spread out. In goes Hana again. Leaky's ultimate great this time. It gets Wako. The 80 carries down, and Beyond Gaming are running scared. Orbit Deception doing nothing as Shock Blast is good. Woody missing the dredge line. Kino now caught out on the wrong side. It's only a support, and Leaky will take his fill. DCG in front of Baron. And as they lens this one through, they know that Beyond Gaming are outnumbered.
But there is still a lot of poke from Beyond Gaming. This is going to hurt if they stay. And the base is also potentially open here.
I mean, Minji doesn't have teleport. Neither does Liang. So they have to run it down. Liang is going to take the mission. The agent turns around and thinks,
they just need to keep them here.
I'm not James Bond. Liang comes back in. Baron's gone. And the minions are doing it all. Baron recalls their Minji. No Spirit Rush available.
Oh, the inhibitor comes up.
Back, and the inhibitor saves the day.
That was very close. It would be very easy for Beyond Gaming to just constantly harass and let the minions finish off the job. But well played by DCG there. They withstand everything, and huge props to Kriskata. That 4-man grabbed him across the wall, set up Leaky perfectly. Everything was aligned, needlework going through multiple targets, and that just saved them. I think, unfortunately for Beyond Gaming, they were a little bit too cavalier on Minji's approach right there. Just going through directly with his ultimate onto a support was probably not the play.
No, and I know we'll get a quick flashback at that because for DCG, that's kind of their first window in this game. After everything went wrong in the early game with Beyond taking control, I should say, from Husha's angle, like this is now starting to look a lot more even than we've let on. So replay again, Clement. Beyond Gaming split.
Yeah, Leaky is way too tanky of a target. He still has the ability to dodge out on most abilities. And this is so good from Kriskata. Gets the 4-man across the wall, instantly blowing up Wako.
No. Might not matter as Beyond Gaming are taking the side. Woody deep. Solar Flare as well. Minji with the Spirit Rush over the wall. That'll give him yet another Clement. Woody may have just given an opening.
It might be a little bit more than an opening.
Might be the engage. A stolen dredge line from Husha. Again, Beyond Gaming have been at this point. Leaky is a Gwen, but in front of 5 people, how is he not dead? Nesty with his ulti up and available. Gold card onto Husha. Beyond a 2 low, and the splash from Kriskata kills Minji because Husha decided to flash. Oh my god, Clement. It's an open Nexus again, but Beyond Gaming won't be there to take it.
This is an ace for 2 members on the map here. Oh, actually, Woody even survives all of that. Surprisingly enough, I don't think we've seen such a rugged defense coming from any team in the PCS up to this moment. We're going to watch that again.
Okay, no, we're not. No, we're not. Forget it, Clever. You don't get that.
Yeah.
You have to pay for that.
They have to keep Leaky away at this point. Leaky is so incredibly fed with his items. That Cosmic drive is going to give him the movement speed to just chop down. And there are no tanks on Beyond Gaming. Support tanks don't really count. They're there for engage, but they don't bear damage.
Yeah,
so
right.
It looks pretty good at the start here. Beyond Gaming basically annihilate Woody. Once again, Minji not having the best of aim with his charm, but is able to get the engage because Woody just steps in a really odd position. So he does go down in that. Game's very early. I just forgot how fast this game actually is.
That's it.
And this is the 5v4. Let's watch Leaky as he approaches this. Pops a hull miss further back and then just goes straight beeline for Wako. Liang unable to knock him back. I don't see where he used that necessarily, but the chase down is there for Nesty to finish.
It's just hilarious watching this, Clever. Beyond the second time, going all in for the mid lane. The Nexus is now exposed again, but DCG defending. You keep mentioning Gwen, and I'm right on that path with you. Leaky is level 16. He's a 3.5 item Gwen. Open Nexus be damned. Beyond Gaming need other ways to break into the base, want to add more pressure, and inner turret towards the top side is how they begin.
At this stage of the game, we also have to remember there is a possibility for a single ward to end the game. There are no Nexus towers,
True.
So if there's a deep ward drop, TP by Liang, we'll just finish. And it's actually very hard to prevent that from happening if Minji is just willing to kind of dive bomb. So right now, DCG, I think they're not going to go for super aggressive plays until their inhibitor is up at the very least. They probably need to wait for that.
or else we could see Liang and Ninji. They could just wait in the jungle, flash over the base gates, and go right for the Nexus.
I like that DCG have got that line of scrimmage of wards at least. Beyond Gaming the same, just on the outskirts you can see throughout the map around the base. And for DCG, I'm not sure how long we have on that inhibitor, but Baron's coming up in a minute 20, so for Beyond Gaming, they can play with them a bit, toy with them, pull them into this objective. I'd even say the Infernal Dragon, which could be Infernal Soul for DCG, something that they definitely want to fight for. All these objectives dangerous, and for Beyond Gaming, an opportunity to try and put the final nail in the coffin for third time's a charm.
The big trial for them is definitely going to be the Baron. It comes up much sooner than the Infernal Soul, and this area is completely covered in Beyond Gaming wards. Maybe outside of that spot. That spot could be, look, we're putting some, you know, some hints here and there. That ward could be the huge difference here. It will allow Leaky to teleport in and find a flank potentially. So we'll keep a close eye on it. But Baron is definitely going to be the most dangerous objective for BCG. They need to guard their base. They have to make sure that no one's going to sneak in from the bottom side, so they can't fully commit to Baron. And there's also a ton of vision obstacles going in that side. I have to say that it feels almost a little bit easier to give up on the Baron and just wait for the Infernal plus the Inhibitor coming from BCG.
Minji just walks into brush near base. Spirit Rush available. That Dreadnought mistimed from Woody. Here comes Leaky with his ulti. He's still running forward. Almost tags Minji, but Beyond have been pulled into this play. Wako knocked up. Beautiful from Hana. And Minji calls this. Beyond decided to die with him.
I'm at a complete loss of words there. What was Minji doing?
Okay, well, look, backdoor.
Here we go. The TP's coming in.
Okay, well,
There's the Viego.
Minji may have almost thrown it away, but let's see if he can win it for them. The backdoor beginning. Leaky's taking his own way back, though. He doesn't have needlework, and you're right, there's two members there. DCG can keep doing the Baron, and forget the backdoor. The Inhibitor's up again. They have to run for their lives. Oh my god, Clement, I can totally see Beyond Gaming lose this game.
That was such a weird play. I don't understand why Ninja needed to risk that. If they just took the Baron, like, I don't even think DCG would contest. I honestly feel like DCG would have given them the Baron for free in this situation. But now they get to swing around into the Infernal Soul with the Baron available here. So just a head scratcher of a play. Oh no.
Beyond tried to save him, Clement.
Yeah, I just don't think Beyond should do this at all. They might think that they have a lot of damage from Wako, but 80 damage and leaky damage are not the same thing.
No, they are not. It's really starting to become an issue. Clement, DCG are moving to Infernal Soul. There is a ward in the base, but I need to see. Liang has TP. That's the AD user. Everyone's coming out of base with this Infernal Soul. Nesty's popping the ulti. They want to fight for the play, but remember, Liang's TP could be game-changing as long as he can get away.
Yeah, but he also has to take on the Inhibitor, though, so that's a big hurdle. I think Beyond Gaming have to just fight this in a standard manner, try to get some poke off, but here comes the flash.
Flash gold card onto Minji again. Liang with a poke down. That ward is being spotted out. Remember, Inhibitor is what Clement said, but there's a Baron enhanced recall. As DCG, this will be Infernal Soul. Beyond Gaming backs against the wall. Ulti comes through. Stolen. Husha keeps it going. Solar Flare used as well. Onto the backline. Cameraman, zoom out. Leaky is bullying down Liang, and Beyond Gaming are losing members. That steal may have cost them more than just their life. It may have cost the base and everything in between.
They have to keep their members alive, but Wako is going down. Leaky finds another one.
You know what? Run to the base. Liang still sitting on the side. Poke good, but DCG, this is where the push comes through.
Yeah, they have this first tower down. I am getting a little bit of freeze.
That's okay, dude. Clement, bottom side's getting pushed in, and I can tell you that DCG might be trying to look for an end here. Beyond Gaming don't have Waka for another 20 seconds. 10 for Kino, 5 for Husha. Nexus turret getting hit, and this comeback would be massive. DCG have now opened up the Nexus. It's exposed, and when Beyond Gaming sat in this game comfortably, we thought it was all theirs, but DCG with the comeback, the exposed Nexus 2 times. the attempted backdoor. Forget that. DCG still bring it all the way.
Beyond Gaming, they take down both Nexus towers at 18 minutes in the game, and somehow TCG hang on for another 15 minutes to come back and win it all. I thought this game was like a 22-minute game coming in from the side of Beyond Gaming. Nesty did absolutely nothing in the early game. The bot lane was a disaster, and Leaky carried them to the point where they could actually find a win. We have to, you know, honestly, it's Ninja just throwing the game was also a huge factor right there. I just don't know what he was doing in that one. It was a free Baron. There's no other way you could look at that. It was just completely free objective, and you can push in with an open inhibitor and an open base. But I just think he played it way too hastily. He could have waited. He didn't have the patience, and he just wanted to go right then and right there.
Steals the Infernal Soul, and it cost Beyond Gaming so much in this final moment.
Yeah, I feel like Beyond Gaming, they needed to understand that if they got this, everyone needed to come down. Nautilus doesn't need to be there. A Wako should not be auto-attacking the minion wave. I felt like they lost a sense of urgency. They thought they were already safe, but that just wasn't the case.
Yeah. I literally can't believe it. I cannot believe that DCG won that game. Beyond Gaming, like, that was in the bag. That was, oh my god. So there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions. Minji Zari, you know, costing them a couple of fights. Clement, I don't know, like, there's a lot we can blame. Where do you want to start? Because I think the criticism has to go out. Criticism has to go out. Losing a game like that.
So we'll start here. I actually like Beyond Gaming's draft. I feel like their draft has a lot more outs, much stronger. Has the poke comp. But the big thing is just their IDs. I don't think they wanted to give the Gwen for Jace Gambit. That Gambit for me was very sus, and I'd rather give the Rise over. Like I don't mind giving Nesty Rise. Sure, he's good on the Rise, but it's still a champion that functions very similar to most control mages, and you can just kind of target it out with the Ahri, which you're trying to snowball anyway. So I feel like I would drop the Rise and ban the Gwen. That would make a much even level playing field. And yeah, I think we go from there. Then most of the leaky heroics don't really happen in the later part of the game.
True. I mean, the Gwen pick, you pick it up yourselves, or at least ban it away. I think there's been so many cases where Gwen left open wins games. Like Gwen, you get to 25-30 minutes, Gwen wins games. Also, you know, a shout out when Wako had such a good game, and then we get to 25 minutes after that whole open base, and the whole of Beyond Gaming shot calling doesn't mean a thing if the Jinx is so far ahead. Like, I don't know. There's a lot to criticize there. I think for Beyond Gaming, man, look over that yourselves. Deep Cross, though, I'm proud of Leaky. I think Nesty's ultis weren't too amazing, but still added a lot of pressure. And Hana on this Xin Zhao, like, did a lot of work himself too. So
look at this.
They get respect. Oh my god.
Totally ridiculous. I have to say, Beyond Gaming is probably J-Team's best friend. In order to wipe away the memory of J-Team throwing a 6,000 gold lead, Beyond Gaming has decided to throw a 6,000 gold lead by them of their own. This is, you know, it's true brotherly love being showcased right here. Another big factor is we just didn't see the Viego reset to anything in these team fights. Very difficult to execute to begin with. Not a lot done, unfortunately, and I think that is a huge problem for them. I think it'll showcase it in a lot of the team fights. They were sort of on the back foot, running away with members already dead, especially in the last 2-1. So, no, these reset comps can be very finicky. If you are on the losing end, then you can't access a lot of your champion's powers, and that's why you know, reset champions are so you know, they haven't been really popular until today. Of course, our MVP going over to Leaky. You know, I have talked a lot of shade on Leaky. I said that, you know, I frankly didn't think he was like the top tier top laner. He just got a lot of help from Ana. He's starting to change my opinion. I can't deny with the facts that he has such amazing laning stats, and he might really be the hidden gem of this team.
I was saying at the start of the segment, Clement, like he's been solid. He's been really solid here, and it's not even working into the split. I think from the start, Deep Cross's gaming top laner hasn't been talked about because one, he's been playing mid in certain games, and two, this team has been about an ST and like development of Chris Carter with his first split, Woody being a core engaged with this team. Leaky, probably the least talked about member. Here on the Gwen, a great game, but not just that, it's consistently good stuff from this guy. That's it. I can't believe we finish on that. That is just hilarious. DCG fans rejoice because now they're sitting 9-1. We'll have a look at standings in a second. But today was actually a massive day setting up the standards because PSG Talon, Deep Cross Gaming, both now tied. Big win streaks at the top of the table. And some of the favorites from the start of the split have moved down into that little third, fourth, fifth bubble.
CTBC, they are getting a huge shock to their system. They can't coast on laning phase. They need to come in with compositions that they've actually practiced. I think that's kind of evident in their playstyle is that sometimes they don't really know how to pilot some of these comps that require them to think about macro a little bit differently. PSG, the biggest victor of the day. Strong, solid games against strong, solid teams. Nobody can fall for that. And Mega Bank just showcasing that, hey, maybe they're not ready to go into the top 4. Again, clinging out to that 5 position. They fixed some of Minji's comps. They have not fixed their macro.
They have not. Beyond a lot of questions there. Next to J-Team, who we had the same of before today. But coming through, if you want to know what's coming up tomorrow, Clement, PSG versus DCG, we get the other half of the topside matchup. That'll be the battle for first. Honestly, after seeing PSG today, I do think they're the stronger team, but who knows what happens tomorrow.
Our first 3 games are absolutely stacked. All of these teams are playing on the top half of the bracket. So I think that's where I would definitely throw my attention at. DCG versus CFO is super interesting because if DCG win, not only do they claw back the loss earlier in the split, they actually sent CFO on a 0-3 losing streak. And we have seen these mentality breakdowns happen mid-split, and they could keep it up all the way to playoffs if they're unlucky.
True, dude. I mean, DCG after today, you got to feel good. Like that's mentality boosting from what we just saw. Being able to come back from that is absolutely massive. So feels pretty nice here as, guys, welcome to the PCS. Feels like everything's so close, but we are getting towards the end of the split. We do have tomorrow and then only 2 more weeks to go before things round out. And Clement, at that point, all I can say is at that point, we should have an understanding of a clear top 3. I do feel like at the moment, DCG, CFO, and PSG feel like the top 3 front runners. But again, CFO being tested at the moment, so I don't know. I'm actually not sure, and that's, I think, not being sure is a good sign.
It definitely is. The greatest thing about this split for me, 2022, there are no gods, but there are many kings, and they're all vying for the throne. And that's the fun part about it. You don't really know who's going to come out. It was so obvious in previous splits. It was kind of boring. When it was written in stone that PSG would go forward or J teams, but this time around, there's 3 JTs to choose from, and PSG is still there.
That's right, dude. 3 different, the Bermuda Triangle of J teams at the very least. Clement, it's been a pleasure with you again tonight here on the PCS. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. We will be back tomorrow. Those top 3 games, the first 3 games, I should say, are bangers, so you don't want to miss those. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow.